Day 2 of the NFL Draft is here. The Browns made a big splash in round 1, trading back from number 2, going with Mason Graham, the Michigan defensive tackle, at pick number 5, picking up an extra second-round pick today and a future first from Jacksonville. So we're going to get you guys ready for round 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft, with the Brownies having 4 picks. As of now, there's been a lot of chatter that Cleveland could be trading out of pick 33. The sense I get is the Browns, if they wanted to go quarterback in round 2, we're going to go with Jackson Dart. So since he's no longer available after going to the New York Giants at the end of round 1, if another team wants to give him a huge haul as well for a 33rd overall pick to select Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe or anything like that, the Browns would be very receptive to moving back. The other growing sense I get is the Browns might want to go tackle. Apparently, according to Jeremy Fowler, they were looking at Josh Simmons, who went at pick 32 to the Kansas City Chiefs, so they could be looking at that position. Also, watch for wide receiver Luther Burden. But shout out your city for me in the chat. We are an hour and a half away from round 2 kicking off here. So let me know where you're tuning in from. It's always fun to see how far and wide a fan base stretches. So get in the chat right now. Let me know where you are watching from. I'll be giving some shout outs to everyone who is active in the chat. Appreciate the early crew, as always. We'll also start recapping what happened in round 1 of the NFL Draft in case you went to bed after the Browns pick or didn't stay up for all 32 selections. We'll show you everything that happened in round 1. But where's everyone watching from? Alexander is in Missouri. Harry is in Akron. I've got Oklahoma in the house. We've got Parma here from George. Kathy is in Sacramento. North Korea, as always, here as well. Tyman in the Buckeye State. I know Tyman is leading the campaign for the Will Howard to Cleveland train. So the Browns are working with a couple of good picks in day 2 after going with Mason Graham at number 5. They have 2 picks in the top 5 for round 2. Their own at 33 and Jacksonville's at 36. Then they pick 3rd in round 3 with 67, and then much later in round 3 with the Bills' 94th selection. I get the feeling that the Browns are likely going to be trading some of these picks. They've done a nice job of putting together a good amount of arsenal of draft capital. So if some team wants to move up and gives the Browns more 2026 draft capital, I could see the Browns being very receptive to that. So just some early buzz out on the street right now as Green Bay looks cold and rainy. Not a fun time to be at the NFL Draft. But let's just take a peek a little bit at what is, to come and also what happened in round 1 of the NFL Draft. Just recap all that as well. We'll get the ticker going. We'll tell you everything that happened during night 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft with the Jags moving up for Travis Hunter. I like the trade for both parties. If you're Cleveland, you get a first-round pick next year, an extra second this year. Hunter definitely would have been a ton of fun. I'm not trying to discredit that. But if you're Jacksonville, you just kind of needed to get someone to make you relevant. And Mason Graham was not going to do that. So it's a little bit of a storyline thing, but I can see how the Jags go, you know what, we got Travis Hunter. Sure, it costs us 2 firsts, but if he plays receiver and corner, that would have been a first-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. So not upset with this trade for either party. Then we get some chalk picks right here. Then Mason Graham falls in at number 5. Genty would have been very fun. That's going to be something that Browns fans are going to look at here. They had the opportunity to go with Travis Hunter. Passed on him. They had the opportunity to take Ashton Genty. Passed on him. The Browns, historically, are not very successful at pulling off trade backs. CC Julio Jones. Armand Membu going to the Jets. Tet McMillan going to the Panthers. The Saints, I think, are one of the 3 worst picks from round 1. I'll show you my 3 best picks or my 3 favorite picks and 3 worst picks, taking into account where you were picking because it's easy to nail the pick if you're picking early in round 1. I don't like this pick at all. I don't think Kelvin Banks is going to be a starting caliber player in the NFL. To go top 10, that just screamed desperation by New Orleans. Colston Loveland's definitely drawing mixed reviews ahead of Tyler Warren. Mykel Williams is the second edge rusher off the board to San Francisco. Don't like the Tyler Booker pick. They just keep going offensive line. I understand the importance of building up the trenches, but at some point, you got to bring another position in. By the way, Tyler Booker's going to start at right guard. Does anyone want to guess who Dallas's, previous starting, candidate was for right guard? It was Brock Hoffman. Does that ring a bell? At one time, a Cleveland Brown, I think he tore his ACL in a preseason game like 3 years ago, and then he found a home in Dallas, so good for him, but maybe not so much anymore. All right, let's move on here for round number 1. We've got Kenneth Grant going to the Dolphins. I think this is just your Christian Wilkins type replacement a year later. Tyler Warren finds a home in Indianapolis. Great pick by the Colts. Huge fan of that selection for them. Jalen Walker to Atlanta. I think that's a very good pick for the Falcons as well. They get a chess piece on defense. Walter Nolan to the Cardinals. Also like this pick a lot. I think we could look back and go Walter Nolan might have a better career than Mason Graham. Graham is going to be a more dependable piece in the middle, but Nolan's going to have more of a flash in the pan type of pass rush upside. Don't like this pick for Cincinnati. So good news for the Browns and the rest of the AFC North. Shedeur Sanders is a great athlete. He's got all the traits you look for. He's a Greek god, but he doesn't have the production. And I know, you can't just evaluate edge rushers based off sacks, pressures too, yada, yada, yada. At some point, you got to get to the quarterback in college. And he did not do that very well for the Aggies. Gray Zabel, Emeka Buka, nice pick by the Buccaneers. The Broncos, I think, were just shocked to see Jahdae Barron, who, by the way, changed how you say his first name. I'm going to, ban name pronunciation changes. When you get over 18, tell the college how you want to pronounce your name. And then if it's too late after that, you're done. You're stuck. So, it happened to Tyrod Taylor. You can't, speak up earlier. So, Jahdae Barron goes to Denver at 20. Very good, best player available style pick. Some sad news, by the way. So Derek Carman, you might have saw after he was drafted, went to see his mother in the hospital who was on life support and informed her that he was drafted by the Steelers. And unfortunately, his mom passed away today. So extremely, tragic to see that and, thinking for the Harmons right now. Omarion Hampton goes to the Chargers afterwards, and Harbaugh gets a new running back. Najee Harris, you're out of a starting job. Matthew Golden gets selected by the Packers. What do you know? Green Bay takes the fastest receiver for a fourth straight time in the draft. Dontavian Wicks, Jaden Reed, what's his face from North Dakota State who tore his hamstring, and Matthew Golden. Christian Watson, thank you. So they have a type. Donovan Jackson, not a big splash pick by Minnesota, but they needed a new starting guard. At pick 24, you got a new starting guard. Then the Giants traded back into round 1 for Jackson Dart. I felt like that would be the pick for Cleveland if he was available at that point. So the Browns maybe had the rug pulled out from underneath them, and I don't think Andrew Berry's going to feel the urge or the sense of panic to go quarterback earlier than he would want to in round 2. I don't think as we get closer to the start of the second round, the Browns are going to go quarterback with either one of those picks. Maybe they feel like, hey, having a bonus second rounder, we have the luxury of reaching on a quarterback that maybe we don't view as a round 2 guy, but we don't want to risk him getting taken before we're on the clock again at round 3. If there's a name to watch for, maybe Tyler Shuck. It feels like it's anyone's guess, although I don't think it's Shedeur Sanders. Then James Pierce goes to Atlanta, who trades back into round 1 as well, giving up a future first to the Rams. Malachi Starks, how do the Ravens keep getting away with this? What voodoo magic does Baltimore have where every single year they're picking in the 20s and they keep getting guys that are mocked in the teens, and for whatever reason, the entire NFL just goes, yep, that's a Raven, we're going to let him go by. Happened with Kyle Hamilton, with Tyler Linderbaum, Malachi Starks. It's unfair. Tyleik Williams goes from OSU to Detroit. He is going to be their new nose tackle, run-stopping DT. Then to conclude round number 1, Josh Connerly goes to the Commanders to protect Jaden Daniels' blind side potentially. Maybe they move him to right tackle. We'll see. Maxwell Harrison up to Buffalo. That's the cornerback from Kentucky, who I thought had top 5 outfit for the players in the green room last night. Jahad Campbell, this was one of the most Eagles picks ever, right? We kind of saw this coming from a mile away. Of course, Philadelphia just gets this awesome linebacker from Alabama. And then the Chiefs wrap up round one after trading back with Philly by getting Josh Simmons, who I think would have been the pick at 33 if he did not go to Kansas City. And I would have been a big fan of that pick. I feel like Simmons is going at a discounted rate because of the injury he suffered last year at Oregon. I feel that given a little bit more rehab time, he's going to be a quality starting left tackle. Would have loved that for Cleveland. All right, before we move on to the rest of today's build-up before round 2, quick shout-out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA, MLB, NHL playoff tickets. So, get started with Game Time today. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Also, quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. It's the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. So let's talk about what's to come here in round 2 now that we recapped round 1. First question I want to ask, will Shedeur Sanders go in round 2? Some of the chatter is he could fall to the Steelers in round 3, which, to be honest with you, I'm still not super high on Dart, Shedeur, Milroe, Shuck, Howard. I don't view any of them as being an NFL team starting quarterback 5 years from now. But at round 3, I'm okay to accept the risk-reward factor of, yeah, it may not work out, but if it does, for round 3, if a wide receiver works out from round 3, you'd rather have a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, if a quarterback and a receiver from round 3 have the same, success in their career, obviously you want that person to be a quarterback on your team, just given the importance of the position. So at pick 67, if Shedeur were to be there, or even like Jalen Milroe, who I don't think is going to be very good. And listen, no one likes a Debbie Downer. No one likes to, be the rain cloud for the draft party. But if I came to you every single year and said, all these quarterbacks are going to be great, it would get old after a little while. So here's what's coming up, and then we'll look at the best available players here. Browns leading things off, then the Texans, who traded out of round 1, Titans, and Browns. I would keep an eye. Well, let's move along a little bit, see who could be trading up to 33. I would watch for the Raiders. I could see Las Vegas going, hey, we got Ashton Genty in round 1. We didn't reach on Shedeur. We didn't, let the social media peer pressures into it. But maybe now we go get Shedeur Sanders. So that's one possibility. Also watch for the Saints. They are in a weird quarterback situation with Derek Carr. So I'll toss out those 2 teams as candidates to move up. If Shedeur truly gets past New Orleans at 40, who knows? I think it could be anyone. I think it could be the Cowboys. I think any team could go, for value alone, quarterback's too valuable of a position to pass on. The same way the Eagles took Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz, right? The same way the Redskins took Kirk Cousins when they had RG3. There's going to be a GM that just goes, hey, quarterback's too good of a position to not invest in, and we think that's a good prospect to invest in. Now, let's look at the best available for Cleveland. 400 people tuned in, by the way. Sorry, a little graphical snafu. Really appreciate everyone for hanging out with us leading up to day 2 of the NFL draft. If you haven't yet, click that like button. We've got what? Okay. Was that you or was that okay. Gee. Oh God. Okay, we got some. All right, here we go. Reed's gonna fix it all. Anywho, where was I? Oh, click that like button. So if you've not yet, do me a big favor and like today's video. But let's talk about the best available now. I've got a man crush on Will Johnson as a player. I mean, I thought he could be a top 10 pick this year. But as of late, some major medical red flags have popped out. There's a potential knee injury. There's turf toe from last year. There's a hamstring injury. There's probably one more I'm forgetting about or don't know about. And that's why Will Johnson fell out of the first round. I mean, our NFL draft expert, Tom Downey, has him ranked 8th overall. And here he is at 33. Mike Green, very good edge rusher. Led the FBS in sacks a year ago with 17. He's got some character red flags. Twice he was accused of sexual assault, which I'm really mad at myself for kind of bringing that up because they're accusations, and now people just know, oh, that's the guy with the sexual assault allegations. They could be completely false. I don't know. He was never charged with a crime. He was never convicted of anything. But I can tell you that when you let a player with 17 sacks slip out of round 1, teams are going to be concerned about the person they are getting. Luther Burden, I'm not super high on. I think he's a little bit of a one-trick pony. Vast majority of his receptions at Mizzou came within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. With the ball in his hands, he's electric. He's a playmaker. My concern is the route tree and really how, I wouldn't say versatile he could be, but how useful he could be in a handful of different situations for a team. That's why I'm not shocked he fell out of round 1. Nicky Minwari, if you want just one of the best athletes, he's your guy. If you're in the camp of, hey, you can't teach speed, who's the fastest, the strongest, and at what position? He is 6'2", 220, and he runs a 4.38 40-yard dash. He doesn't have any business being that big, that tall, and that fast. And he has the production to back it up. He was a 3-year starter for the Gamecocks, beginning as a true freshman. All right, let's move on here. Boston College's edge rusher, Donovan Ezeroku. If you just want to go with a cornerstone piece and you don't like Mike Green, he had 16.5 sacks last year for BC. I think he's more of just a pass rush specialist, which, listen, that's all right. That's not a knock. That's usually why players don't go round 1 if they don't view them as first, second, third down players. But we're not in round 1 anymore. So if you want someone who can just get to the quarterback on third down for you, he's your man, Travion Henderson. I would not be mad at all if that was the pick for Cleveland. Go get a running back. Andrew, don't make us do a whole year of Jerome Ford and Pierre Strong. I know you won't, but I'm going to drill that into your head right now. Travion Henderson, excellent pick. I feel that he is being discounted because he didn't have as much production as other backs did last year. You know what? He worked in a split backfield, and that impacted his draft stock, and he didn't complain once. Welcome Quinshon Judkins with open arms because he wanted to win a natty. Mission accomplished. Let's check out 4 more of the best player available. If you just want a athletic freak of a corner, it would be Siobhan Revel. He missed most of last year with a torn ACL, but he's got the width. He's got imagine this. The length of Martin Emerson and the speed of Denzel Ward. Here's the catch. He had a tough time getting onto the field in college. Started off at JUCO, really wasn't doing well in the classroom just to even get, any kind of offer from a Division I school. Transfers to ECU, unfortunately tears his ACL early into 2024. But before he did, he get pick 6 or 2. So pretty good player altogether probably. Then you get to Shedeur Sanders. Not really interested. I feel like there are some people who may have to go back and delete some tweets because they were furious if the Browns didn't take Shedeur at 2. Here we are at 33, and 32 teams passed on him. That says a lot, I think. Not every time the NFL, teams are correct, but that's a pretty good pulse of what GMs think about the Colorado quarterback. I saw the funniest tweet, by the way. It was teams passed on Shedeur because apparently he didn't do too well in his pre-draft meetings. And someone like quote tweeted that. I was like, did he just go into every pre-draft meeting and read Mein Kampf to them? It's like, jeez. Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa. I get like a Nick Chubb, David Montgomery crossover vibe. Would love that pick as well. Henderson, I think, brings better receiving upside, a little bit more home run upside to his game as well, and a very good pass protector. Okay, last player I'll look at here, or I'll highlight for everyone. At 14, it is Minnesota's left tackle, Ariante Ursary. He's not Barry's traditional type of pick. He's a little bit older. He's not one of the most athletic tackles, but he played left tackle for the Golden Gophers for multiple years. So if you just want to take a swing at someone to plug in at left tackle and like, hey, DeJuan Jones, we liked a little bit what we saw there, but we still feel like we need to bring in at least another, tackle piece for depth at worst. That could be the pick. AFX with a $5 super chat. If you want to get on screen, by the way, send in a $5 super chat and we'll throw it on for everyone watching to see. So we went Vontae Mack last night. Do you think we go get Bo Callahan now that he fell to round 2? Also, are we going live for day 3? There's a lot of connections between what happened yesterday and the movie Draft Day. The Browns, the Jags pull off a trade in which Cleveland moves back and Jacksonville moves up. And the Browns kind of fleece Jacksonville. And by the way, Jeff Carson, who's that kid GM, the new one in Jacksonville? And by the way, borderline crying that Sonny Weaver didn't know one of the other 31 GMs in the NFL. That's a bit of a red flag for Sonny. But Travis Hunter at the Jags press conference looked older than the Jags GM. As for Bo Callahan here, I don't know if Bo can be compared to Shedeur. I don't think Sanders has those personality concerns, like the birthday party thing. But maybe a little bit of shades of it. I don't think so. As for day 3, it's a little bit TBD. It's kind of dependent, honestly, on how well tonight goes from like a metric standpoint, as my boss will just make the decision when we break at 1 o'clock in the morning as to whether or not we get the studios to go live again tomorrow. So if you enjoy the live coverage, like the stream, comment, super chat if you're able to. And that's good, evidence to show my boss, Brett, hey, the people want it. They're showing a lot of support. Let's keep it moving. We got a lot of momentum after the first 2 days of the NFL draft.
We also need 2 more likes for 69. So 2 people like the video and then nobody else.
Hit that thumbs up button if you have not already. Just over an hour away from the start of the NFL draft. Is it back again? What is going on indeed? Why is it doing that? I'm guessing you keep resetting the chroma. Yeah. Did you Slack him? All right. Where were we? We were with 556 people tuned in. I want to talk about Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe and Tyler Shuck. Let's talk quarterbacks for a little bit here, as Cleveland is primed to take one early in day 2 of the draft. They pick at 33, which is in an hour and 3 minutes, and then they pick again at 36, and then twice more in round 3. At this moment, my gut tells me between these quarterbacks, they're not going to take any of them at round 2, pick 33. So I feel like Cleveland is going to stick by their plan of we're not going to do a panic reach quarterback selection. We're going to take the best player available. And there's no way anyone's going to argue that Shedeur or Jalen Milroe is the best player available by vast majority of NFL big boards. So I don't think 33 is going to be a quarterback. 36 could become a bit of a luxury bonus selection. You got the best player at 33. Now you feel like you have a little bit more wiggle room to get a quarterback at 36. If the Browns were to go with the quarterback at 36, I've heard some buzz for Tyler Shuck, but I'm thinking Jalen Milroe makes a little bit, I don't want to say more sense, but could be more appealing from the trait standpoint. The rocket arm, the cannon of a leg, the rocket arm and the wheels he has, the incredible movement. You can make fair arguments to, make a case for all three quarterbacks to be the pick, right? I think Shedeur Sanders would be the best fit in Kevin Stefanski's offense. And I feel that Tyler Shuck could have the highest ceiling of all these quarterbacks. Like, let's put it this way. If you know that Shedeur is going to be a Geno Smith type quarterback, what is going? Sorry, everyone. I don't know why it's misbehaving this much. If you know that Shedeur Sanders is going to be an average quarterback and you feel the same way about Milroe, or maybe you feel the same way about Shuck, do you want to pick average just to pick new average again? It's even worse right now. Or do you want to take a swing, right? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm kind of getting distracted by this, so I'm sorry, everyone. But, like, do you want to pick average just so that in 4 or 5 years you're finding a new average quarterback? Or do you want to take a swing for someone like Milroe who could be special? I don't know if anyone views Shedeur as someone that could be special. I think people view Shuck and Milroe as guys who could be special. So right now I'm leaning towards one of those two quarterbacks, Shuck or Milroe, as more likely for Cleveland at pick, I wouldn't say 33, but maybe 36. And I wouldn't be shocked if Cleveland waits until round 3. They could trade back into round 2 again, right? Use that 94th pick to jump up 10 spots from 67, get to 57, and take Milroe or Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. I would say Shedeur is not going to be a Cleveland Brown. But Andrew Berry loves to throw surprises at us during the NFL draft, so can't say definitively one way or the other. But let me know of those three quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders, Tyler Shuck, and Jalen Milroe, who would you like the most? Jackson Dart off the board. Who is it? Yeah, it should be a 3. Milroe or Shedeur, we can start there for now. I just thought there was. I just don't like either. I really don't want to have to talk myself into Jalen Milroe. But I don't think Shedeur is going to amount to anything too special. And I think Milroe has a better chance of being like a... I hate the Jalen Hurts comp because I feel like it's a little bit lazy, where you just see, guy who once played at Alabama as well and is a good rusher, they got to be the same. No, I think Hurts is far more accurate. Milroe's got a much stronger arm. Hurts was way more selective, right? Much more protective with the football. Milroe is a wild card. There are games where he's awesome, and they're like the Wisconsin game last year for Alabama. They went to Camp Randall and they bullied the crap out of them. Yeah, when they played Georgia in that second half, that second half of Georgia after the first half of Georgia. But then there are games where they play Oklahoma and Vandy. It's just yuck, right? All good quarterbacks have had some bad games in college. Shuck is an interesting profile. One, he's super old. He's 25. He's going to turn 26 in September. So you want Brandon Weeden light? He could be your guy. He had 3 season-ending injuries when at Texas Tech. All broken bones. So I don't know if he's like injury-prone or just like unlucky. But a broken bone's kind of like, hey, snap it, get it back in place. We'll put some screws in there, and it's not like it's a muscle that could flare up again later. In his one season when he started from beginning to end with Louisville in 2024, he looked at times like he could have the best arm in this class. And then there are some moments where he kind of reminds me of like a Wii character, where it's just like, woo! And it's wildly unathletic to look at and very confusing. It kind of looks like a Wii character in Wii Baseball, throwing someone out. That's what I get from Tyler Shuck half the time. I don't like any of them. That's the honest truth. If it were me, I would not pick any of these quarterbacks in round 2.
Like
round 3, all right.
When you're playing Wii and you're bowling and you throw the ball behind and everyone jumps and turns around in a circle.
Yeah.
That's like, if he got like, he's running around in a circle or something.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what my preferred path would be for Cleveland. Here's my dream for them. Ready? Go Will Johnson at 33. Go Travion Henderson or Caleb Johnson at 36. go take, I don't know, best player available at 67. And then with your second, third round pick, I'd go with Kyle McCord, but I know you all want to go with Will Howard. So take either one. I think Kyle McCord's got a better shot of being a successful NFL quarterback. I think Will Howard showed a lot of toughness and, showcased a lot of playmaking abilities with his legs. And there's something to be said about winning a national championship and the way he played down the stretch when the chips were down and the lights were the brightest. But for me, McCord, one trait that really jumps out to me is the comeback ability. He did a lot at Syracuse, and that really jumps out to NFL GMs and scouts. Guys who don't quit, don't give up, and guys who have a knack for making plays when they need to at the end. So I prefer McCord from Syracuse, but I know he's not going to be a beloved pick by the dog pound. Then again, they moved out of taking Travis Hunter and got Mason Graham, who, if they take Jack, by the way, okay, they have to take Jack Sawyer. I need Mason Graham and Jack Sawyer on the same team. That would truly be Remember the Titans. What were the character names in Remember the Titans? Do you remember? Yeah, the linebacker, and I think they're both linebackers. Yeah. AFX. Jerry? Oh, yeah. And then I know Julius. I was going to say, I think it's the name from Planet of the Apes. Isn't that what the ape is named? Caesar. I was like, it had like a Roman name. Yeah, that I was like, it had like, he had a cool like Roman Greek name. Sunshine. No. Who's Ryan Gosling? Oh, oopsies. AFX, give me either Shedeur Sanders, Luther Burden, or one of the Johnsons. I think you're talking about Will Johnson or Caleb Johnson. Luther Burden, let's talk about Burden for a moment because I think he could be someone that Andrew Berry falls in love with. If you want like just, hey, who's an incredible athlete? Like who is someone with the ball in his hands is a playmaker. Not someone who is going to be a good jump ball guy or a good possession, but hey, who out there is going to be a, playmaking machine, an electric factory type guy? That would be Luther Burden. A vast majority of his yards came after the catch. He is like a shapeshifter. He time travels, right? He teleports. He's there and then he's over there. So if he shows a more developed and expansive route tree, which a lot of times receivers in college get knocked because they do what's best for their college offense and they don't have the ability to show, hey, I can also run a go route. They just never had me do that. Yeah, join the show.
It's
Brady
hard,
Cook did kind of stink.
Brady Cook
and got injured last year.
So they're not going to be like, hey, we're going to put you on a really intricate route. We know you can do it.
Yeah.
But we know that our quarterback can't throw that route.
Right.
So they're going to make it a lot easier for a quarterback that is not good.
Yeah.
So as much as it's like, going to a school or an offense that is not as elite as, SEC or Big Ten or like ACC.
Yeah.
And a place like Missouri, when like your quarterback isn't good, it's going to limit how you play your game.
Yeah.
And that's why receivers are divas.
Right.
Because they rely on so many other things to happen other than themselves for them to be able to make money and pursue their career.
Mm-hmm. So right now, I want everyone to be the GM. Be Andrew Berry. You're in charge. It's pick 33. Who are you taking? If it was me, I'd take Will Johnson. I would take the Michigan cornerback, which maybe doesn't have a home immediately in the starting lineup, and maybe that's fine given the injuries he suffered last year to kind of let that body get healthy a little bit. But I think he's going to have a starting role as early as 2026. Man, I never get past, if you're watching on ESPN right now, look at Booger's pinky on his left hand. It is completely deformed from his playing days. I'd go with Will Johnson, though. You've got Greg Newsome and Martin Emerson both entering contract years. You're actively shopping Greg Newsome right now. Denzel Ward, I love, but continues to battle concussions and injuries. I think you have a great chance here to get a steal in Will Johnson. get someone who has no business falling out of round 1 if not for medical concerns. And I'm willing to take a little bit of a risk on him because what he showed in 2023 was top 10 draft pick type of tape. Truly. Not a Michigan guy, but he was so awesome in coverage, incredible instincts, great ball skills, lockdown guy. You can put him in zone, you can put him in man. I would love Will Johnson to Cleveland at 33. Yeah. I think Luther Burden is a name to really keep an eye on. We'll throw some of his stats on screen here. The other knock right now with Burden is what happened from 2023 to 2024, because there was a big drop in production from his second year with Mizzou, his sophomore year, and then his junior season. So we'll look at those stats in just a second here. Duck Life says Jalen Milroe. AFX says trade Greg Newsome. Bright Wolf, we'll see you in a little bit, buddy. Tie Man, Will Howard, of course. Kimberly, Jack Sawyer. But man, your yards get cut in half. Your touchdowns go down. Your average goes down. Your drops go down. But that requires a decent explanation. And I'm not too crazy about Burden overall. I don't really have a good player comp for him. I'm trying to think of one. Is it Elijah Moore? No, Moore I felt like was more of a complete receiver coming out of Ole Miss. So that's one name to keep a close eye on. Absolutely. 662 people tuned in right now. We've got 142 likes. Quick selfish plug here. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Also, if you are not subscribed to the channel, we are so close to reaching our next milestone. I'd really appreciate it if you could scroll on down and click that subscribe button. Lock yourself in for some of the best free Browns draft coverage. So we're less than 20 subscribers away from reaching, I think it's 45,000 subscribers. So please do yourself and me, a big favor and click that sub button. Mel Kiper needs to take a little bit of a chill pill. He went on a tangent yesterday about Shedeur falling out of round 1. I don't know how much Deion's paying him, but clearly it's working. He's him. I've been edging to Mason Graham videos all day. So let's talk about Mason Graham. Let's revisit the trade. What Cleveland, got in return for falling back 3 spots. And we'll look at the trade, and then we'll talk about the pick. And I think those two can be separated. So just looking at what Cleveland got in return for pick number 2. I'm going to push this 4 and 6 to the side because the Browns just did a 4th-round pick swap. You can see they just moved back, 20 or so spots, and they gave up one of their many 6-rounders, so that's not an issue. For me, it comes down to 3 things, right? To go from 2 to 5, you got pick 36 and a first next year. From a pure trade value perspective, this is a win for the Browns. They walk out of this with more than what you'd expect to get to go from 5 to 2. Netting a future first and a second this year seemed undoable. I'll also add that The Athletic reported that this trade had been worked out and done for 17 days. And the only reason why it was not executed earlier was the Browns wanted to make sure the Titans took Cam Ward. So once Ward was selected, they pulled the trigger on the framework that they had put together already. For the trade itself, I like it. I am okay with moving out of number 2, foregoing Travis Hunter for pick 5, pick 36, and a first next year. But this trade hinges really on 2 big things. And these are pretty easy things to not mess up. Pick number 5 and your first next year. If you mess up just one of those things, you basically took Mason Graham over Travis Hunter. Or you basically took whoever you got in next year's first over Travis Hunter. In a 1-to-1, Travis Hunter wins. In a 3-on-1 with Graham, pick 36, and your first next year, the Browns win. It boils down to not screwing the pooch. You have the ammunition to perform what Hunter can provide in Jacksonville. So why do the Jags do this? Well, they're making a bet that Travis Hunter is going to be better than Mason Graham and the other 2 picks. That's not a horrible bet to make. There's so many instances of when teams trade up and the team trading back gets a boatload of picks, and those picks don't really amount to much. The Browns saw that when they traded out for the Eagles to get Carson Wentz. How many of those guys turned into much for Cleveland? No. How about when they traded back to get Corey Coleman? No. Right? How about the time when the Rams got so many picks from Washington who got RG3? I think both teams lost that trade. How about the Titans when they traded out for the Rams to get Jared Goff? They got so many picks. Only one proved to be anything worth a dime. Derrick Henry in round 2. So trading back is not this guarantee that you're going to nail all these picks. But Andrew Berry, you may not like as a drafter, has the opportunity to make this a win for Cleveland. Before we move on to the rest of our pre-draft build-up, quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets like a Cavs game. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So let's talk about Mason Graham now, the player, right? What did the Browns get in pick number 5? Put the trade aside. Just who is Mason Graham and what do you need to know about him? Let's talk about that, because I feel that Mason Graham has the potential to be a very good quality player for Cleveland. I mean, I also I don't think this really counts for much, but I feel that in the AFC North, there is something to constructing a roster differently than how a team in the NFC West would construct a roster. Just think about a little bit about what the Browns have to deal with. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Baltimore. And think about traditionally how those teams operate, what they like to do. And it's a division where you got to win games in the trenches. This is not candy-ass football. This is not the Cardinals, right? You got to get in the trenches, and you got to win at the point of attack in October, November, and December. And Mason Graham's going to help you do that. I would love for Mason Graham to be the Browns' Cam Hayward, to be the Browns' Geno Atkins, to be the Browns' Haloti Ngata. I'd love for Mason Graham to just be someone that is a disruptor, someone that opposing teams go, crap. He's not going to be Miles out there when it comes to sacks and getting to the quarterback, but he's just going to pick up our offensive linemen and put them on their backs. And now we got to double team him. And how do we double team him and Miles at the same time? I think in Mason Graham, you are getting a good football player. Is Mason Graham a traditional 5th overall draft pick? To be honest, no. I think in most other drafts, he probably goes somewhere from like 8 to 12. So maybe it's not a blue chip player. Like, I think Travis Hunter has a better chance at being a blue chip player. But if you're looking to get, take your iron out and just knock it straight down the fairway, but even get some good distance on it, this is it, right? This is an iron from the ladies' tee. That's how far down the fairway you're going. So, 4-star recruit, just a little bit of background on him. Comes out of California originally, goes to Michigan. He was a freshman All-American. He enrolled early in January, and he plays in all 14 games, starts 2. 2-year starter for the Wolverines in 2023 and 2024. He was the Rose Bowl defensive MVP, consensus All-American last year for Michigan, 7 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss. Here are the strengths that Dane Brugler points out about him. Thick, square build with naturally low pads to win the leverage battle, strong at the point of attack, agile athleticism, moves well laterally, missed tackles were hard to find. Now, a few weaknesses. Average body type and lacks desired arm length. Doesn't always create clear separation after initial punch. Scouts say there was some sloppy weight on his frame. But overall, we're looking at a 3 technique who 76% of his career snaps came over the B gap, so he can definitely shade a little bit on the inside if you need him to. Production does not jump out, but if anyone watching right now is like a big Michigan fan, I know all eyes go to J.J. McCarthy in 2023, and Mason Graham would not be very far behind when talking about who the best player on that 2023 team was. Overall, he's a leverage monster. He skillfully destroys blocks with strength, quickness, motor. If you're looking for a guy that's just going to go hard in the paint for 60 minutes, just going to be an absolute headache all game long, meet Mason Graham. Now, I do want to just kind of dispel this idea of the Browns got this defensive tackle who's going to get to the quarterback. No. Like, is he capable of sacking the quarterback? Of course he can. Like, he's not Siaka Ika where he's a tree stump, right? He's 306 pounds, so he's got some good movement to him. But I don't like this idea of Miles and Mason are both going to be sacking the quarterback every other play now. No, Graham's going to make sure that you can't just completely ignore the interior. And I think the hope and dream is the Browns are going to have a defensive line starting halfway through 2025 with Myles Garrett, Mike Hall, and Mason Graham. And that's going to be something that no team has an adequate enough offensive line to deal with outside of maybe the Philadelphia Eagles. Not the worst plan of attack in the world. So, and if you're looking, by the way, for 2 cool draft day stories, like out of the movie, Mason Graham, after getting picked, went back to the green room, sat with his teammate Will Johnson until his name was called. Fortunately, that did not happen for Will Johnson in round 1, but you're getting a high-quality human being as well. Before the draft kicked off, I said, hey, would you rather have Travis Hunter, or 2 out of these 3 things? I did not think it'd be possible to get all 3. I thought if you move back to 5 with Jacksonville, you get Mason Graham, one of those 3 players, and their second rounder. If you move back further with like Chicago, you get a second and a future first, but you don't get Mason Graham or Ashton Genty. The Browns got all 3. So I know right now this is not the most universally loved trade back in the world, and you're passing on a blue chip player in Travis Hunter to hopefully get another blue chip player in Mason Graham and your future first. And if you only go 1 for 2 on those 2 picks, it's not going to be a great trade back. But if you do get both picks nailed, and you get 2 great players, I'll take that over 1. And pick 36, not to sleep on. So I'm on board with it. I like it. I also feel that Travis is no slam dunk. No one really in this draft class is a slam dunk. You can point out very fair flaws for all guys that went in the top 5. Cam Ward, I feel like at times has this hero ball mentality where he tries to just be a gunslinger and he gets away with it in college, but will that translate to the NFL? Travis Hunter, can he actually logistically pull off playing both ways from a conditioning and time standpoint? How can he learn the defensive game plan when he's working with the offense all week? What happens when it's the 2-minute drill and they go, Travis, you're in on DB, and they break the huddle and he's like, I don't know what we're doing. I wasn't a part of that meeting. This is, foreign concepts to me. I was working with the offense all week. That's a fair red flag. Then at number 3, you get Abdul Carter, just a 1-year starter at outside linebacker at edge, comes into the NFL with a foot fracture. That's going to give teams a little bit of, the heebie-jeebies. At 4, Will Campbell. I don't think he would have been a top 15 pick in last year's draft. top 10 pick. I don't think he'd been top 10 pick. I think at worst case scenario, he's going to be a Pro Bowl guard. But did you want to get a Pro Bowl guard at 4? Not a bad thing to get, right? The Cowboys had that. The Browns have had that. I mean, not at 4, but Zach Martin, Joel Petonio, Quentin Nelson. If that's what Campbell's career turns out to be, it's a great pick. But if it turns out more to be like a Wyatt Teller type pick, you'll probably be like a little underwhelmed for 4th overall. Then at 5, you get Mason Graham, who doesn't have flashy production, doesn't have ideal length as a defensive tackle. I think the only guy I'd stick my neck out for and go, there's no way this does not work, is Ashton Genty, which is partially why I wanted him to be the pick for Cleveland. Plus, I just think that he's going to be an incredible running back. And with Nick Chubb's time in Cleveland coming to an end, it would have been great to go from one insane back to another. But it's a very good running back class, and I think like how you found Nick Chubb in round 2, don't forget that, you can find maybe your next Nick Chubb in round 2 as well. Yeah, let's check out the running back big board. By the way, if you want to get on screen, if you have a reaction, a question, or a take, super chat and we'll throw it on for everyone watching to see. It's a great way to support the channel. So if you want to throw a little bit something our way, obviously, no pressure, but super appreciated. And it's an awesome time for you to get in front of 856 people tuned in right now with your thought, your take, your idea, your question. These are our Tom Downey, NFL draft expert from Chat Sports' running back rankings. Let's go running back by running back. Travion Henderson. I think he's got maybe the most home run pop to his game. Great pass protector. He's got good receiving elements to his game as well. He missed a little bit of time early on at OSU, then split time in 2024 with Quinshon Judkins, which might be a pro for him because not a lot of wear and tear on his legs before he gets to the NFL. Caleb Johnson, just a one-year starter for the Hawkeyes from Hamilton, Ohio. So if anyone's tuning in right now from Hamilton, shout out to your hometown. But Johnson is kind of like a David Montgomery back, where he is not going to be the lightning in a thunder and lightning combination. I think he plays a little bit faster, pads on, versus than what he did at the Combine. He can burst through the hole. He's probably not the most creative guy in open space. He's not someone who's likely going to rattle off 50, 60-yard touchdown runs and be impossible to catch from behind when he gets loose. But I feel that he can convert for you on 3rd and short, and he's got better vision and burst than people give him credit for when he hits the hole. I like Caleb Johnson a ton. He averaged 6 yards a carry in an offense that ranked 130th out of 134 FBS teams in pass attempts. AKA, he picked up a chunk of yards every time when the defense stacked the box every time. Quinshon Judkins started off at Ole Miss, fantastic career for the Rebels, transfers up to Columbus to win a natty, mission accomplished on that front, great pass protector. He's a little bit more of the thunder in the thunder and lightning combination between him and Henderson last year. It's a little bit of like, pick your flavor, right? What kind of back are you looking for? Take the Lions, for example. Do you want Jahmyr Gibbs? Which I don't think Henderson's Jahmyr Gibbs, or do you want David Montgomery, right? He's a little bit more of a tone setter. He's 220-plus pounds. He's going to be a guy that runs people over for a living. R.J. Harvey started off at Virginia, spends 5 years at UCF, only plays the last 3 years because he had injuries early on, and then COVID season cut the year short for the for UCF, the Knights. But R.J. Harvey, what I can tell you about him, I'll just go right to my notes instead of making things up on the fly. Well, I won't say making things up, but he's one of the running backs I've done the least amount of research on because I'm just not really crazy about him. What do I got here? When it comes to R.J. Harvey, 2-year starter, 1,400-plus yards, average 6 yards a carry the last 2 years, 43 career touchdowns. He's got patience to his game. He can make good cuts left and right, but he's not one of the stronger running backs. He's just 5'8", 205. So he's not going to be Nick Chubb when it comes to lowering the shoulder and knocking defenders over. Max Nikolenko with a $5 super chat. Max will get your super chat on screen for you in just a moment. 839 people watching, 201 likes. If you haven't yet, do yourself and me a big favor and like the video. Help support the channel. "32 minutes and a half away from the Browns officially being on the clock. AB is always trying to be the smartest guy in the room, in the league, often outsmarting even himself with these picks. This is not an incorrect analysis. Like, that's what happens when you get a Harvard guy and a Penn guy working side by side. They just feel that we're smarter and we're going to outthink everyone. And there are a lot of examples of that not working. Anthony Schwartz, round 3. Felt like you got an incredible athlete. You got a track star, not a football player. Right? Takes Perrion Winfrey in round 4 despite the character concerns. Did not make it past his rookie year with the Browns. Too early to say about Mike Hall, but there are a lot of instances of what Max is talking about, and Max is not wrong. Appreciate your super chat, Mr. Nikolenko. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. All right, let's recap a little bit of what happened in round 1 of the draft. I know we've had a few new people hop in the chat and whatnot, so just recap the first round. As we saw Cam Ward go first overall to the Tennessee Titans. The Titans are letting him wear Warren Moon's retired number 1. So a lot of pressure on Ward. Then one of the biggest storylines. The Browns trade out at 2. Jacksonville gets Travis Hunter. I like this trade for both parties. If you're the Jags, you get Travis Hunter. How can you not be excited about that? If you're the Browns, you get 5th, 36, and a future first. And you're praying that Jacksonville stinks again next year. Because if that first round pick next year is top 10, ask yourself, would you rather have Travis Hunter at 2 or picks 5, 8, and 36? I'll take 5, 8, and 36. But if it's 5, 27, and 36, you can make a very good argument for pick number 2. Abdul Carter was a name that we talked about a bunch on the channel. He ultimately goes to the Giants at 3, followed by Will Campbell, then Mason Graham to Cleveland. Ashton Genty to the Raiders. Tough look for Todd McShay. He was absolute that Genty would not be a Raider until he was. Then the Jets, I think, are going to try and run the football this year. They signed Justin Fields. I think they want to utilize his legs. They've got 3 good running backs, Braylon Allen, Breece Hall, and now Membu starting at maybe right tackle for them. They've taken a tackle in back-to-back NFL drafts. Tet McMillan goes to the Panthers. He's 6'4", is a big target for Bryce Young, who had some accuracy issues early on in his career with Carolina. Hard to miss that target right there. Saints, I think, reach on Kelvin Banks. I felt like they just felt the need to go get a tackle and didn't want to wait till round 2, which, hey, I don't blame them. Look how many tackles went in round 1. I would have rather taken Josh Simmons than Kelvin Banks at 9. Chicago makes a bit of a surprise pick, going with Colston Loveland. Ben Johnson used a ton of 2 tight end sets last year in Detroit, so they already have Colt Kmet in the Windy City. Now they get Loveland, and I think they want Loveland to be more of like a slot receiver tight end, whereas Kmet can be more at the line of scrimmage. Michael Williams goes to the 49ers as they pair him with Nick Bosa. It's been a revolving door opposite of Bosa the last few years. Tyler Booker is now the third third player drafted by the Cowboys. Frog on my throat. Third player selected by the Cowboys in round 1 named Tyler. It went Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. So they've got Tyler Guyton at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Cooper Beebe, round 2 pick last year from K-State at center. Tyler Booker goes to right guard, and then the right tackle is Terrence Steele. Dallas is going to have a top 5 offensive line if those guys stay healthy.
I was going to say, did you see what Tyler Booker said about how he likes playing football?
Legal assault.
And he said he loves when he sees the love of football leave the eyes of his opponent.
He had some pretty awesome quotes from the Combine.
So cool. No, this was when after he got drafted.
Oh, at the Combine, too, he said, I make people who like football not like football anymore. Yeah, that's going to fire you up. On to number 13, the Miami Dolphins. They don't go corner here. Despite all the Jalen Ramsey trade chatter, they go with Kenneth Grant. They get a 330-pound, just nose tackle type player to eat up the run. Tyler Warren goes to the Colts, who I think we're expecting Colston Loveland to be there. Instead, they get maybe the tight end 1 of the draft. Then Jalen Walker falls to Atlanta, which definitely caught the Falcons off guard because they'd end up trading back into round 1 for the player that they were actually going to take at 15 if Walker was not available. Nolan, the Ole Miss defensive tackle, right around 300 pounds, 6.5 sacks a year ago for the Rebels. He is a little bit of a hot and cold player. When he's on, he's great. When he's off, there are a lot of questions. Then the Bengals decide, hey, after spending all that money on our receivers, how about we go help the defense? And they go after the most athletic defensive lineman in this class, Shamar Stewart. He is like all of 6'5", 280-ish, and he runs like a bat out of hell. Gray Zabel can play all 5 positions for the Seahawks, which I feel like Seattle's always getting new offensive linemen on with different injuries. So why not go get someone with a lot of versatility? Emeka Ibuka does not fall to Cleveland at 33. He goes and joins up with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans down in Tampa. Then Denver decides, well, if no one's going to take Jahdae Barron, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, #1 corner in football last year, we will, and put him with Pat Surtain and Talanoa Hufanga, and that is a defense or secondary that's #1 in the NFL. Then the Steelers took Derek Harmon, who is a good pass rush upside interior tackle. I think they just got their next Cam Hayward. Hopefully Mason Graham is the better version of Derek Harmon and Cam Hayward. Omarion Hampton is off to the Chargers. Tough day for Najee Harris. Yikes. Matthew Golden then finding a home right where he is in Green Bay. Does not have to go very far. Went to the draft, taken 23rd. 4.29 40-yard dash. Ton of speed there. Donovan Jackson going to the Vikings. After that, Jackson Dart. That's a name I felt like the Browns maybe wanted to get in round 2. The Giants pulled the trigger on a trade up. Kudos and bravo to New York. I could see how Joe Shane and the owner, John Mara, would have let the temptation of the social media flashy quarterback pick in Shedeur persuade them. But they went with the guy that would be better suited for Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Atlanta gets back in round 1 to get James Pierce because that was their pick at 15 until Jalen Walker was available. And they were like, well, we can't pass on Walker, but if Pierce keeps falling, we'll move back into round 1. So Atlanta gives up their first-round pick next year for Pierce. Malachi Starks, it's just bullshit. How do the Ravens keep getting great SEC players? He's going to be awesome. Him and Kyle Hamilton. I'll tell you what, when Malachi Starks and Hamilton play the Browns next year, they're not going to have an Eddie Jackson incident where a pick is dropped by Eddie against Jameis and the Browns, and the Ravens then win that game, and the Browns pick first overall instead of second overall, and they get Cam Ward.
Nate Wiggins, too.
And Nate Wiggins, he was really good. Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Lynn. I mean, let's just really quickly, not to make this a Raven-centric show. Dude, but they get so many players that are really good in the 20s every time. Zay Flowers, 22nd. Kyle Hamilton, 14th, but Tyler Linderbaum, 25th. Great center, Pro Bowl center. Rashad Bateman was a bust. They just can't pick receivers. Patrick Queen, good for them, 28th. Marquise Brown, 25th. Hayden Hurst was bad, but Lamar Jackson was good at 32. Marlon Humphrey, 16. Sure, why not? They pick 6, get Ronnie Stanley. Rashad Perriman, that was a bust. C.J. Mosley, great linebacker, 17th. It's not fair. It's not fair. All right, and that's how the rest of round 1 worked out with Josh Simmons, who I think could have been the pick for Cleveland at 33, goes 1 pick earlier to the Chiefs to be Patrick Mahomes' new left tackle. With nearly 1,000 people tuned in, I do have to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. So let's talk a little bit about what Cleveland could do now at pick 33. Let's look at all the picks they have for day 2 for a second, actually. We'll start there. And you guys can, feel free to hop in the chat right now with who you want the Browns to take. So they have their own 33rd overall pick, Jacksonville's 36, their own 67th, and then they have a late pick in round 3 with 94 or something like that. And then they have an early round 4 pick as well. That's one of the earlier round 4 selections. So they've got almost, what is that? 1, 2, 3. They almost have 6 picks in the top 100. Like if they nearly got 6 picks in the top 100. So the question becomes, does Andrew Berry want to get 6 guys in this year's draft? Or if I were him, I'd consider moving back from one of those spots, maybe getting a 2026 draft pick, right? Just spreading your chips out a little bit, giving future you a little bit more to work with. So we've got the Browns picking twice within the first 4 spots of round number 2. I don't think, we'll look at the best players available. I don't think this will be a quarterback, and if there's a quarterback, I think it could be here or again in round 3. But best quarterbacks, you guys tell me who you want to pick. My preference, honestly, if I had to actually stick my neck out and go, hey, I think this guy's the best chance of being an NFL starter, it's Kyle McCord. Yeah. I think Jalen Milroe is just a little bit too, roller coastery. I think Shedeur is too consistently low. I just don't see enough, traits and pop from him. And there are a lot of quarterbacks that have had, good careers without having cannons of an arm or, great legs. But those quarterbacks, I think, had a lot of time to learn and make corrections from their mistakes, like Sam Darnold. And I don't know if the Browns are going to have the patience for that. Or better yet, take Brock Purdy. Not the strongest arm, not the best legs, but a great roster. And he showed that, hey, he's capable of being a good quarterback, but I don't know if he's good enough to really elevate everyone around him. And I don't think any of these guys are good enough to elevate everyone around them. So Kyle McCord would be my preferred pick at pick 94 for Cleveland. Or pick 104 to open up round 4. Dude, you want to talk about just getting 2 guys who's supposed to go round 1? I mean, you would, if the Browns took Will Johnson and Mike Green, I know that this is just a mock draft, but you'd be getting 3 players who in most mock drafts went top 15. And you got them from 5 to 36. Most mocks had Will Johnson going to the Jags at 5 to open up. Then that shifted over to Mason Graham, and Will Johnson slipped a little bit in round 1 to the Dolphins at 13. And then Mike Green went to the Falcons in almost every mock draft at 15.
This is what I would do.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about this as we were kind of looking at it. I'll put myself on screen. Hello, everybody.
Join us, Reed.
33, Will Johnson.
Okay.
At 36, if he's there, if the Texans don't take him, Luther Burden. I would love it. And then 67.
Yeah.
If Jalen Milroe's there, if he falls, that would be pretty cool. If not, Kyle McCord.
If you want a quarterback that could be a true home run swing, it's Jalen Milroe. I get the sense that if you take Shedeur, Howard, Shuck, or even a little bit of McCord too, you're going to be looking for a new quarterback in 3 or 4 years. If you take Jalen Milroe and you swing and miss, you're looking for a new quarterback in 3 or 4 years. Either way, I feel like you're going to be looking for a new quarterback in 3 or 4 years. but one of them does offer you the possibility of being a home run. I don't know if any of these other quarterbacks give me that vibe. Brett, in a little bit. So 884 people tuned in right now. In 3 minutes, we're going to start a really cool deal that I'm excited to share with you guys. But yeah, so 2 quick things, like 2 little PSAs. One, if you want to get on screen and support maybe your favorite Browns YouTube channel in the process, super chat and we'll throw it on for everyone watching to see. Greatly appreciate those of you that go above and beyond to support the channel. And then, Reed, let's just get ready to tell them about the deal we have in store for everyone. But if you haven't yet, click that subscribe button down below because we're going to break down every single pick of the Cleveland Browns 2025 NFL Draft. All right, 15 minutes and change to go. Let's unveil it. Ghostface says Mike Green and Caleb Johnson, then Howard or Milroe. I think with Mike Green, I will add, he's like 250 pounds. Maybe could add a little bit of weight, get closer to 260. But that's a little bit on the smaller end for a 4-3 defense. 3-4 defense, you could put him an outside linebacker. I think he could play defensive end in a 4-3, but like, it's not truly prototypical defensive end size. I think he, at Marshall, played closer to 245. So he's got to put on 10-ish pounds. And 10-ish pounds could really throw off what his style of play is as an edge rusher. And now you're like putting him into a box as a circle, and it doesn't fit well. Okay. Do you want to make that background right there maybe white? So we can read the Mando or something, another color? Yeah. Okay. Anywho, Eamon Warry with one of the first 2 second-round picks. Eamon Warry would be a great kind of best player available style pick. Him, Grant Delpit would be an awesome safety tandem. Way better than Juan Thornhill. Yeah. Okay, so we do have an awesome deal I'm excited to share with you guys today, which is our great sponsor and friends over at Mando have given us a pack of deodorant to give away to one viewer of the channel, and all you got to do is follow 2 quick, very simple steps. Step number 1 is click the share button down below and share it on Twitter/X. Then tag Chat Sports and my Twitter at Matthew Petey, and those are the 2 handles right there, and that's that. If we can get 25 shares on Twitter, then we're going to pick one viewer from those 25 to get this solid stick 3-pack deodorant. So if you're tired of being the smelliest guy in the room, or you want to just get some great free deodorant by just sharing something on Twitter, get started right now with Mando by clicking the share button, tagging. You got to tag Chat Sports and Matthew. Don't just do one of the 2, because then it doesn't fall into the right bucket for tracking purposes. So if we can get 25 shares in the next 13 minutes and 39 seconds, we're going to pick one viewer to get that free 3-pack of Mando solid stick deodorant. I'll be giving shout-outs to everyone who is tagging us on Twitter.
What's funny is there's a lot of
Lucid urine.
When CIA contact said, I need some deodorant because this draft stinks. That's a good one. A lot of the times, like when I'll watch YouTube videos and people will promote things, and I'm like, I can just tell this, you do not like whatever this is. I've noticed, like, there's just a lot of people in our office who just use Mando.
Yeah.
Like, it's just on people's desks.
Right.
And I'm like, it's so cool when, like, a sponsor is, like, an actual,
and already
like, we actually use it.
Clubhouse favorite.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Completely agree. So, it's really simple. Share the video onto Twitter, tag at Matthew Petey and Chat Sports, and if we can get 25 shares in the next 12 minutes, then we're going to pick one person to get, and we'll show them the 3-pack really quickly again, a 3-pack of Mando solid stick deodorant. So you're getting an awesome deal by just sharing maybe your favorite Browns YouTube channel, hopefully your favorite, onto Twitter and tagging Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. All right. We'll kind of re-hit this again at the 2-minute warning, but for the next 10 minutes or so, let's just once more as we get closer to the second round kicking off, let's give some predictions. Let's actually talk quarterbacks for a moment. We'll kind of cycle through the quarterbacks, as I know that's what everyone is thinking the Browns, right, are going to do. At some point, they're going to take a quarterback. You got to believe there are 4 day 2 picks, 1 will be used on a quarterback. The question is, which quarterback and when? I don't think that it's going to be a quarterback at 33. I don't think it's going to be a quarterback at 94. So that leaves me with 36 and 67. I feel like if Shedeur could go all the way to round 3, like some people speculate, I don't have much reason to believe that Milroe and Shuck are going to fly into round 2. I feel that when the clock's on and you're up to bat, it's a lot more difficult to make that huge quarterback swing than when you're doing a mock draft on your computer. And there's going to be some good players available, and teams are going to have a tough time saying no to those good players for a major reach on a quarterback, in my estimation. Okay, so let's just take a quick peek at just kind of the background of these top quarterbacks available. Just give you a, Wikipedia type of blurb on all these quarterbacks, everything you need to know in the most digestible way possible before round 2 gets underway. So here are the top quarterbacks available. Let's talk about Will Howard for just a second here. Just stick on this here because that's a name that I know a lot of Browns fans have gravitated towards a ton. Andrew Berry loves picking Ohio State players. He's done it for multiple consecutive drafts, especially in the UDFA department as well. Will Howard showed a ton of moxie and just overall winningness. And that's going to be a trait that teams value a lot when, evaluating quarterbacks. The way I will put it, though, is Mac Jones won a national championship. Does anyone think Mac Jones coming out was better or worse than Will Howard? I thought Mac Jones coming out was a better prospect than Will Howard. So if the argument's purely rooted in he won a natty, I can look at a lot of Alabama quarterbacks that won a natty that maybe shouldn't be viewed as, hey, that's our guy for Sunday. Shedeur, I view as a very stable, consistent quarterback. I don't think he's going to have many high peaks. I don't think he's going to have many low valleys either. I don't think that's what you're signing up for at round 2, though. Round 3 would make more sense for him. Really quickly, he's him. Because AB sucks. He needed more picks to hit on one. I mean, you get more bullets in the chamber, better chance of, hitting the target. So I'm not going to be an AB stan and go, no, he's a great drafter. I think he's better than what maybe some people give him credit for.
I went over top of the other one, and I was going to come back to it, he's him, but I don't like the sass. What's going on?
Byron, thank you for sharing on Twitter.
Him likes me.
And then I saw we had a $10 super chat coming from Papa T. MP Reed and crew. By the way, this is the crew. The crew stops here.
I was going to say the MP and crew. Well, okay, to be fair, there's some, Allie helped us
there's
get
some,
our videos out.
There's some Santa's elves out there.
Yeah.
But, how many are we going to mess up with pick? How are we going to mess up with pick 2? Chat Army, we got boots on the ground. Come on, Browns. Let's get a stud. Papa T, are you in Green Bay right now? Mess up with pick 2? Talking about pick number 2 and trading out of it with Travis Hunter. You know what's crazy is in January, after the draft's over and I have a little bit more time, I'm going to go back to some of my initial draft videos because I was just pushing the trade back agenda. And then as we got closer to the combine, it felt like the quarterback's going to be the play. And you're not going to trade back if you're going to quarterback. And then it shifted to Abdul Carter. And there was just so little trade chatter that I kind of let it slip away from me. And I'm mad at myself. I should have stuck to my original gut feeling, which is the Browns are going to trade back. They just did it at the 11th hour. We got a couple other super chats here. He's him. The Dogs podcast is way better than this one. Then why are you here? I guess appreciate it? You spent money to tell me that you like someone else more? Papa T, can I join the... No, you just said you like the Dogs podcast more. I'm going to speak on Papa T's behalf and go, offer rejected. MP, trim that BS. No more isms. What does he mean? Papa T, you got to fill in the blanks for me here. I'm a little confused. You know what's crazy? It's very rare for quarterbacks to go in round 2. Okay? Will Levis was the last one going in 2023. In 2014, we saw Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo. Deshaun Kaiser went in 2014. Sorry, in round 2. But it's just not common for teams to go, hey, we like you enough to go round 2, but not round 1. You know what I mean? If the quarterback's that good, then you don't mess around and see if you get him around 2. Whereas, like, if a wide receiver is that good, you could talk yourself into, hey, there's a bunch of receivers we like. No, if a quarterback's your guy, he's your guy. You get him in round 1. Scott Wood with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Scott. 844 tuned in right now. 266 likes. Let's get to 300 likes before the Browns are on the clock. I need 34 people to like the stream if you haven't yet. We got a few more supers to catch up on. Scott from north of the border. Scott, don't listen to that BS. PD rules. Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate your love and support. We got some other super chats here. What is a hism? Am I dumb? Am I having a brain fart right now? What is a hism? Browns up next. Papa T. Yeah, you got to help me out here. I'm drowning. And I thought there was one more too. Oh, there it is. Oh, Atlantis Gaming. We'll do a, what do I call it, TriCast? Yeah. Later in day 2 of the draft, like in a couple hours, as teams become closer to their pick. Tall guy. We called my roommate in college tall guy because he's 6'7". Yeah, he had a duck every time. So we call him Tall Man. He was Tall Man and Loud Man. All right, we got a bunch of super chats coming in right now. Before we get to those supers, let's remind everyone of our Mando giveaway. So the fine folks over at Mando are helping the Browns viewers out by giving away a 3-pack of solid stick deodorant. And all you have to do to get entered into this raffle is share our stream. Oh, what a cute dog. You might draft Tyler Shuck for the dog alone. You said it, not me. And tag Chat Sports. If you're watching on ESPN, bonk on you because you're thinking it too. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew PD over on Twitter. And if we can get 25 shares, my boss, James Yoder, is going to pick someone out of that group to get this awesome 3-pack of Mando solid stick deodorant, which we can show you a quick peek of as well to get a better picture in your head. So if you feel like everyone is sitting far away from you on the bus, at school, at work, share it on Twitter and tag Matthew PD and Chat Sports, and people are going to start sitting closer to you. Guaranteed that you could have Tyler Shuck's girlfriend next week next to you. All right, here we go. I can't guarantee that. We have a few super chats here, so we'll get to those in just a second, but we're going to call it when we get to 3 minutes and 27 seconds and counting. So here are the instructions. I don't want to be a broken record. I trust all of your reading comprehension skills. Share it on Twitter. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew PD. If we can get 25 shares, we will announce the winner right afterwards. Mike Dibble shared it on Twitter. Byron shared it on Twitter. Thank you, guys. Okay. Let's recap supers real quick, and then we are right into round 2 with the Browns on the clock at pick 33. Brad, should we draft Jack Sawyer? If you want to have a locker room, like, hey, you guys got to fight to get out of the way, Mason Graham and Jack Sawyer, yes. I wouldn't hate Jack Sawyer, actually, at like 94. He's not the most athletic dude, but he's a football player. Like, that Texas game, that ending was incredible. He's got a knack for just being at the right place at the right time. So he's probably not someone who's going to have multiple double-digit sack seasons, but, man, you can get, 5, 6 to 8 sack seasons and a 9-year career out of him. Yeah, I like that a lot for round 3. I'd sign up for that in a heartbeat, actually. He's him. Leave Papa T out your goddamn mouth. Keep my wife's name okay. Matt, watch for a while, my friend. I'm hoping for Henderson and Milroe, but to be honest, just happy we don't have to watch Watson next year. Deshaun Watson has done everything in his power to let everyone know he wants to continue playing football. Every time I open Instagram, it's Deshaun Watson posting on IG a story of him working out in Berea. So he is in all Browns gear, which I thought was a little strange. Like, it's clear the Browns are moving on from you, so why are you repping them so much? Matt, thank you so much for your super chat. Papa T, block that. You know, people have asked me why I don't block. He's him lucky, because on most of the channels, he would have been blocked. Our Raiders guy was like, he super chatted on our show. We blocked him. Why don't you block him? And I was like, I love this country, and I love the First Amendment. So I may not agree with what you say, but I'm going to, die defending your right to say it. Okay. Let's go right back really quickly to our Mando giveaway. Just a last call. Minute to go. Beat the buzzer. Share this stream onto Twitter, tagging Matthew Petey and Chat Sports. And if we can get 25 shares, we're going to give away a Mando 3-pack of solid stick deodorant. So hit the share button down below. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. It's a great way to help support the channel. So if you really like what we provide here, and it's completely free coverage and content, help us out by sharing on Twitter. And in return, we want to show some love for you by showing love to us by picking a winner and giving them a 3-pack of Mando Solid Stick Deodorant. 20 seconds and counting, and then my boss is just going to slack me a name. I think that's the order of operations here. Browns are on the clock in a moment. Don't miss out on an opportunity to get a 3-pack of Mando Solid Stick Deodorant on the house by just sharing on Twitter and tagging Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. Okay. Here we go. It is 7 p.m. Eastern, which means, or we're going to Boston, Orlando. Oh, yeah. We're on the wrong channel. Is that the right remote? Do you have the right remote? Oh, it's right over here. Oh, sorry, Celtics. You're out. Draft is in. And we are back live from Green Bay for the 2025 NFL Draft Day 2. The Browns hold 2 of the first 4 picks, 33rd and 36th, after a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars in which they acquired a second and a future first by moving from 2 to 5 in selecting Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan, to support Myles Garrett on that defensive line. So, who do you want the Browns to pick at 33? My pick is Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan. I think at this spot, it is a rarity to see a player so high on so many big boards available to begin round 2. The medical concerns are valid, but I'm willing to roll the dice a little bit on someone who I think could be a lockdown corner. And you get a cornerstone piece at a very valuable position. So if you're ready, spam go in the chat. Spam go. Spam go. I'm going to give a quick couple of shout-outs here. John, Ghostface, Mr. Sandman, Theo, D'Angelo, that Jeep guy. Thank you guys for hopping in the chat and helping bring a little bit of a signal boost to our live coverage for rounds 2 and 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll look at the top players available going into pick 33. You can't really go wrong in my eyes with any of these 4 guys. If I had to power rank them, I'd go Will Johnson 1, Nicky Manwari 2, Mike Green 3, Luther Burden 4. Donovan Ezaraku, that's the Boston College edge rusher. I think he's more of a pass rush specialist, which is not a bad thing. I think that's why he doesn't go round 1, though, because the inability to play on first, second, and third down. But I still think teams are going to covet and value his 16.5 sacks last year for Boston College and ability to get to the quarterback. Travion Henderson would be a fun pick as well. Keep him in the Buckeye State and help the Browns improve their run game. Shedeur Sanders still available. Will the Browns take a quarterback? I don't think so with their first 2 picks. If they do, I think it's Jalen Milroe with pick 36. So do you want Cleveland to draft Shedeur Sanders? Let me know in the chat right now what you want the Browns to do. We're getting ready for Roger Goodell to walk up to the podium and announce that day 2 of the NFL draft is officially underway. Looks like the rain maybe let up a little bit, which is nice for Green Bay. For all the, well, it looks like 1 million people there. And that's not exact. Probably not 1 million, but like 500,000.
Get those boos. He brought the whole first round. Oh, wait, no, he didn't.
No, he brought a whole bunch of NFL legends out there.
What the heck?
Trying to spot someone I recognize. Roger Goodell. Casual Raj today. Look at him. Rocking a little sweater. He's got one hand in the pocket. Cool as a cucumber. Look at the audio guy. That looks like a clip from Impractical Jokers of, hey, go out there and photobomb. So the Browns are going to pick first to open up round 2. Johnny, thank you for sharing on Twitter. Don Owens, you tagged Chat Sports and Matthew Petey, but you got to share the video on Twitter like Graphic Burns did. Reed's going to throw up the instructions one more time. We're doing a giveaway for our sponsor, which is Mando. It's a 3-pack of solid stick deodorant, and we're going to pick one viewer out of the chat if we can get to 25 shares, and all you got to do is tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. So just follow these 2 steps, and you'll be entered into a raffle to get a 3-pack of Mando solid stick deodorant. The way I look at it, too, is if Mando's maybe not your go-to deodorant, stick it in your little travel bag. That way you don't have to, always get extra deodorant when you go on the road. You got one just permanently with you whenever you travel. Ray Bidding with a $5 super. Browns are on the clock. Here we go. Only 7 minutes in round 2. So this round's going to move a little bit quicker than last night. By the way, I heard Roger Goodell toss out making round 1 7 minutes, but every team gets one time to bump it up to 10. I don't really get it, though, because you only get one pick in round 1 anyway. So I'm sure I'm missing some details. Someone fill me in on what he proposed. Tyler Shuck. That dog is beautiful. Browns are on the clock. Let's look at the best players available for Cleveland and what, they've done so far in the draft. The picks they have will just unveil the red carpet for you all. Browns have had all day. I think there's something to be said that pick 33 could be more valuable than pick 32. Same probably kind of player, but you don't get the 5th-year option. However, you do get the full day to work a trade out, possibly. Whereas at pick 33, pick 32, it's a lot more difficult to field a bunch of offers and get the best one in a bidding war. Let's see if Cleveland trades out, possibly. I feel like they're going to stay put, though. I think after trading back from 2, they're going to go, listen, we've got enough assets. Now we got to go get some good players. I would love Will Johnson, but the knee injury is giving teams the, heebie-jeebies, to put it lightly. Travion Henderson from Ohio State, I think, would be a great pick. That's too early to go to the Quinn Ewers camp. That is not fair to Quinn. Quinn, you can go to the bathroom right now if you want to. Not going to be the 33rd overall pick in the draft. We need a few more people to share this video over on Twitter, tagging Chat Sports and Matthew Petey in order to get that giveaway going. So if you haven't yet, click the share button down below. Would be a big help to yours truly. My foot's happening again. Where'd the ball go? Please, yeah. 4 minutes on the clock for Cleveland. I see a handful of super chats like Brezboy coming in. We're going to get to these supers after the Browns pick is in. But right now, all eyes on Cleveland at 33 and what they're going to do. The Browns have 4 picks in day 2. 33, 36, 67, and 94. 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Who is Cleveland going to take? My prediction is, my prediction, if I had to put money down, is on Luther Burden. I think they want a playmaker. I think they want some pizzazz on offense. At this point, Luther Burden can bring you the highest ceiling of playmaking, pizzazzed abilities. So if I had to put money down, I'm thinking Luther Burden. They might view him, Jerry Jeudy, and Cedric Tillman as a great trio. Thank you. Another one? Appreciate it. I haven't gotten the sense that Cleveland is... Yeah, the clock reset. You're right. It's added more time to the clock. They get an offensive rebound? Did my TV... Oh, the pick is in. I think someone hit the wrong button. Pick is in for Cleveland. I don't want to know, by the way. I don't like Twitter spoiling it for me. I want to find out when it's on screen. So the pick is in for Cleveland. I'm going to predict Luther Burden, but it's just Andrew Berry's not an easy GM to predict with. He doesn't have a track record. Like, it's easy to predict. Oh, Joe Thomas. Everyone spam JT in the chat for Joe Thomas. Absolute legend in Cleveland Browns history. Wisconsin native as well. Here's the pick for the Browns. Whoa! Surprise pick here. They go with UCLA linebacker. And I'm going to make sure I definitely don't mispronounce his last name because that would be the end of my YouTube channel. But let's talk about the UCLA linebacker, Carson Schweisinger. Yeah, there we go. You can see why there's a hesitation there. Carson Schweisinger, UCLA linebacker. Lack of, reaction is probably the best reaction here because I'm caught off guard. I don't view this as a bad player or a bad pick necessarily, but just a little peculiar, right? You got good linebacker play last year from Jordan Hicks and Devin Bush. Sure, those may not be long-term pieces. Maybe they don't think Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa is ever going to play again. And they are looking for a new heart and soul that middle of the defense for years to come. So they go with Carson Schweisinger. So let's give a little bit of background on him, and then we'll do a full, in-depth breakdown on the Browns pick at 33, which is not a splashy pick of a quarterback, a receiver, or a running back. No, they add to the defense after going with Mason Graham in round 1. Are we ready? Yeah, that's a great question. Let's combo the picks. Relay that to Coop, please. So we'll do a full breakdown when we get to pick 36 and combo these two a little bit. But just instant reaction and kind of a breakdown still right now. So Carson Schweisinger, he was a one-year starter for UCLA. He played 4 years for the Bruins. He was a strong player. Do you know a lot about this guy? Schwessinger? Schwessinger. Attaboy. Joey Schwessinger. Carson Schwessinger. Joey just saved me from looking like an absolute fool. This was a guy that I didn't do a ton of pre-draft research on other than, hey, I think he's one of the best linebackers because I didn't ever think he'd have a good chance of coming to Cleveland. But here's the background on Schwessinger. Oh, it's definitely bad news for JOK. This is definitely bad news for JOK. So he's an easy player to appreciate, as Dane Brugler points out. He's a tractor beam to the ball, a consistent finisher as a tackler, always plays at full speed to close up on plays in a blink. He has instincts, demeanor, and cover talent to be a four-down NFL starter early in his career. He does not have a ton of big playmaking abilities, I'd say. I mean, 4 sacks last year, that's not a small number. 1 forced fumble, 2 interceptions, so maybe I'm selling him a little bit short in that department. He was a first-team All-American, first-team All-Big Ten. He led the Big Ten in tackles, led the team in interceptions, a team captain as well. So a bit of a head-scratcher a little bit at 33. Carson Schlesinger, the pick for Cleveland to open up round 2 of the NFL draft. The Browns have another pick coming up in a little bit, though, so we're going to do a full breakdown on this one and their next pick after 36 is in, which is only one more pick away, as the Houston Texans at 34 have already made their selection. It is Jaden Higgins, wide receiver out of Iowa State. I think that's a great pick by Houston. Kind of reminds me of Nico Collins. So they have 2 Nico Collins, which is probably not a bad problem to have, but he's just got surefire hands. He's tough to take down. He can get yards after contact. Jaden Higgins, good pick by Houston at 34. So Carson Schlesinger, the pick for Cleveland, the 33rd overall selection, UCLA linebacker, not even a 1-star recruit, no star recruit, wasn't ranked by online recruiting services back in 2021, and he just climbs his way up the depth chart. So you're going to find someone who works hard, who may not be the most physically gifted, which is why I just don't feel like that's a usual Andrew Berry type. He wants the best athletes. I wouldn't say that's necessarily what you're getting here. So size-wise, 6'2", 242, that's pretty average off-ball linebacker, right? I don't think anyone's expecting him to be a big, edge rusher for this team or a big blitzer, but I think Cleveland's just trying to find your more traditional, old school inside linebacker that's going to stop the run, who's going to make tackles, and who's going to help out in coverage and can make, some good plays in the pass rush, but isn't going to stand out necessarily in any specific area, but it's not going to be a liability in any specific area. So we'll give you a more in-depth breakdown on that in a little bit here, but right now I just want to wait for the Browns 36 pick to come in and just knock, 2 birds out with 1 stone. So the Titans are on the clock, or is it traded? I think it might have been traded. Have the Seahawks have traded up. Seahawks have traded up. So Seattle jumping a handful of spots with Tennessee. Who is Seattle trading up for? They gave up their 3rd to go from 52 to 35. Who could Seattle be moving up for? Let's look at the best players available. They've got corners, maybe safety Nicky Midwari. Maybe Luther Burden. They trade DK Metcalf away. Luther Burden and Metcalf could not be more far apart as receiver styles. They have Cooper Kupp too, but maybe they view Burden as hey, Kupp is here for 2 years, Burden's here for 8 years. So we've got Mike Green, maybe go defensive end. They've got Devin Witherspoon. Any 4 of these would make sense. You know why? Because none of these guys should be here right now. All these guys should have gone round 1. Oh. Is the pick in? Pick is in. We're going to get to all the super chats that have flown in, by the way, after the Brown selection at 36. 1,168 people tuned in right now. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Do me a big favor. Like, subscribe, and share. That does go a long way to boost the channel. Nicky Midwari. I can understand why. I think this is maybe the first step in kind of recreating that Legion of Boom. There's Cam Chancellor, and what's the other guy's name? I'm blanking on his name. No, the other safety. Cam Chancellor. No. Legion of Boom. Quandre Diggs. Nicky Midwari is a a linebacker that plays safety with the speed of a corner. He's 6'2". Earl Thomas, thank you. Not quite, yes, thank you. He is like Earl Thomas. So Nicky Manwari is the big safety with corner speed and great instincts and great playmaking ability. Very nice selection by Seattle. But the Browns are on the clock. Do they go quarterback? They've gone defense for their first 2 selections. Do they go offense now? Maybe Luther Burden? I don't want to know. Don't tell me when the pick is in. Will Johnson still there? I just think he's too good of a player to pass on, but he just may simply be a complete non-starter with the injury factor at play here. I would be very happy with, I'll tell you my preferred picks. If we look at the best players available, I'll give you my top 3 candidates right now. It is Will Johnson, then Caleb Johnson, then Travion Henderson. Those are my top 3 guys for Cleveland at this point. Nicky Manwari just got selected. He goes to Seattle, so cross him off. We got to let Sam know they're not coming off. Browns went with Carson Schlesinger in pick 33. Seattle went with Nicky Manwari. I would love, and the running backs may be a reach. I don't care. Go get your next Nick Chubb, please. You took Nick Chubb very early in round 2 in 2018. It's 2025. Please, this is it's a loaded running back class. I want a new bell cow back. Who do you want the Browns to draft? Let me know in the comments right now. Cleveland's on the clock after the Seattle Seahawks selected Richard Sherman making the announcement for Nicky Manwari. Very fitting from one Legion of Boom member to the next. Yeah, Green Bay, Seattle, kind of a low-key rivalry. The question is, will it be a quarterback? I think not. I don't think the Browns go quarterback. If they were willing to take Carson Schlesinger at 33, I think they're willing to continue this trend of we're going to build up the best roster, and we're not going to reach on a quarterback. Pick is in for the Browns. Do you know it? Don't tell me. Pick is in for Cleveland at 36. And then let Coop know that's when we'll begin the cut by talking about our friend Carson from UCLA and then transitioning to the second round draft pick they made. Yep. Should I open my eyes? I want to guess first. Yeah. Is it on screen? Is it Luther Burden or Travion Henderson? Quinshon Judkins. They got a running back. All right. To each their own. A lot of people had their own particular flavor when it came to this running back class, but I am stoked the Browns got a running back. They didn't half-ass it. They didn't try and wait till early day 3 or at the very end of round 3. No. They went out and they got their preferred running back for day 2. So we're going to break down this Quinshon Judkins pick. He was not my preferred back, whatever, but I still like the selection because of how badly I wanted Cleveland to get a back. And I'm going to warm up, and I want you guys, the Ohio State fans watching right now, to fill the comment section with everything I need to know about Quinshon Judkins because I trust your eyes and judgment after watching him all last year in Columbus. So the Browns pick is in. We're going to break down both of their round 2 selections where they open things up with Carson Schlesinger at pick 33, and then they go with Quinshon Judkins, running back out of Ohio State at pick 36. I like it. The Schlesinger pick and, even the Mason Grant pick to a level, it's going to take a little bit of, not even just getting used to, but patience. Those aren't picks that are going to be super popular in April, but they'll be popular in November. And that's when it matters most because you don't win games in May. You win games in January, December, and hopefully February. All right, Mr. Barkis, are we ready? Let's break down these bad boys right here. We can start right here. I like this opening up. Quinshon Judkins. Plus, Browns fans, you got a Buckeye. That always feels good.
Something that I'm kind of respecting right now. They got their guys. They got their guys. They wanted the guys they wanted, and they went and got them.
Yep.
I like it.
All right. Are we ready to roll? Quinshon Judkins, SEC Player of the Year at Ole Miss. 2 years with the Rebels, transfers up to Columbus for Ohio State, and he's got a lot to his game to like, and he stays in the Buckeye State and goes just a little bit northeast to Cleveland, Ohio. All right. I'm ready. The Browns open up day 2 of the NFL Draft with a pair of good quality selections in UCLA linebacker Carson Schlesinger and then Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. So let's break down both of these picks, talk about all the selections Cleveland has made so far, and then what's next for them in the remaining picks in day 2 of the draft and whether or not the Browns get a quarterback in round 3. But first things first, let's tell you everything you need to know about the Browns' new linebacker, which, quick side note here, it's not great news for JOK's long-term health. But the Browns opened up day 2 of the NFL Draft with a little bit of a surprising-esque pick. It's the linebacker out of UCLA who led the Big Ten, which is a very weird sentence to say, in tackles last year, Carson Schlesinger. He was a no-star recruit coming out. He works his way up the depth chart at UCLA. Just a 1-year starter for the Bruins last year. Pretty good typical size for an off-ball linebacker. 6'2", 240 pounds, 136 tackles. He had some playmaking abilities to his game. 9 tackles for loss, 4 sacks. You get a forced fumble. You get 2 interceptions. Here is the pros in a nutshell, as Dane Brugler points out. He's field fast. He always puts himself in the right place to make the right play. Very good pursuit angles. Bobcat of a tackler. So if you want someone who's not going to sell out for the big plays, but someone that's going to do their job, someone that's not going to be a liability on the field, that's what you are getting right here. Now, a couple of the weaknesses. He's not some incredible athlete. I don't think the Browns just got this incredible physical specimen. So that's a little bit unlike Andrew Berry, but clearly the Browns felt like they needed to find a new long-term piece at linebacker, which we all thought would be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I'm not going to say that's, officially out the window now, but going pick 33 with a linebacker, it definitely dampens that potential right there. There's only one season of real tape to look at here. He played in all 13 games in 2022 and 2023. Barely played, though. I mean, he combined in those 2 seasons for 27 tackles. So really just 1 year to look at, 2024. But it was a very good season for Schlesinger. And I am pronouncing that correctly, by the way. So feel free to copy that as you try to learn his last name as well, because that'd be a bad last name to mispronounce. But I want to share with you guys what Brugler, who I think does a great job, like I said, of covering the draft, had to say in a bite-sized form about the UCLA linebacker. Schlesinger is an easy player to appreciate because he is a tractor beam to the ball, a consistent finisher as a tackler, and always plays at full speed to close on plays in a blink. He has the instincts, demeanor, and cover talent to be a 4-down NFL starter early in his NFL career. We're going to look at where he slots in at the depth chart in just a second, but help us reach 44,000 subscribers. We're 21 subs away. If you haven't yet, lock in for the best free Browns draft coverage out there when you subscribe. Now, where does Schlesinger fit in on this depth chart and on this defense? The Browns linebacker room wasn't really jumping out as some big need, right? Jordan Hicks, I thought, played very well last year. Devin Bush was re-signed after a strong season in which he filled in for JOK in a big role. Diabate, I thought, showed plenty of flashes as a UDFA out of Utah. Winston Reed, I thought, even played well down the stretch. And you added Jerome Baker, a Cleveland native. So linebacker was never on my radar for Cleveland early in the draft. But clearly what you're seeing right here is The Browns went out and got their guy, right? They didn't really care about what the 2025 needs were. They wanted to get the best players long term. And Andrew Berry has shown in this draft, he is not trying to maximize the 2025 roster as if he's got a 1-year window, as if he's on the hot seat. He wants to go out and get the best players for this team long term. So to me, I think you're seeing Andrew Berry. You may not like him as a drafter. You may not like the trade, but I'm going to respect the hell out of the fact that he's doing what's best for this team. He's not reaching on a quarterback so that way, hey, you can't fire me. We've only had 1 year with Shedeur. No, he's going out there and he's getting the best football players in his mind, which maybe don't have a huge impact in 2025, but he's not thinking just 1 year down the road. He's trying to build a roster for years to come, and I really appreciate that. So Carson Schlesinger coming over to Cleveland, and the Browns get hopefully a linebacker for, 2 contracts worth, as they really haven't had anything consistent at that position since I want to say DeQuell Jackson. Like JOK was about to snap that, and then he got injured. So it's been a long time since the Browns have had a perennial force at inside linebacker. Next up, I want to talk about Quinshon Judkins. But first things first, I do have to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard to get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch and tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets if you want to go see the Cavs soon or any other sporting event in your area. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Next up, the Browns at 36 after making a trade with the Jags and acquiring this 36 overall pick. They go running back. Huge sigh of relief. I thought Caleb Johnson or Travion Henderson could be the play here. Instead, they went with the other Ohio State running back, Judkins, the transfer from Ole Miss, who is the freshman All-American, SEC Freshman of the Year back in 2023. And I think he steps right to the top of the Browns running back depth chart. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some kind of formality of we don't get to let the rookie, start immediately, but I'd say by the end of September, Quinshon is going to be this team's #1 ball carrier. Last year, in a split backfield with Travion, he had a little under 200 carries, over 1,000 yards, and 14 touchdowns. So Judkins, I think, is someone from a character standpoint you can really appreciate. He was great at Ole Miss, but he wanted to go somewhere where you can win. So he donated his good chunk of his NIL earnings, $10,000 to his high school because he wanted to go somewhere to win a national championship, and he left Ole Miss and all their success for Ohio State, and I'd say the gamble paid off. Now, when it comes to Judkins' playing style, if you're not familiar, you're getting, I don't want to say like Nick Chubb. I can't compare everyone to Nick Chubb, but you're getting a bigger back, right? I mean, Judkins is 5'11", 221, and he ran a 4.48 40-yard dash. So you're getting a lower, compact player who still has some really good speed. Good, well-built, compact, like I said. He's got, strong legs to run people over. He's aggressive. He does not mind contact whatsoever. Now, the knock against him is, does he have, the getaway top-end speed in the open field? I don't really care too much about that. Would you rather have a running back who once every 6 weeks rips off a 60-yard touchdown run, or a guy who on 3rd and 3 converts 8 out of 10 times? I'd rather have the guy that converts on 3rd and 3 8 out of 10 times than the guy every 6 weeks gives me a boatload of fantasy points. I want the player that keeps the offense on the field. And Judkins shows that he's not just a bowling ball type of back. No, he's got good burst. He's got good vision. He's got good patience and whatnot. Now, one of the other knocks against him, and then we'll talk more about it, is the tread on his tires, 739 career carries. But here's what Dane Brugler from The Athletic said. Judkins isn't as dynamic as other backs in this class, but he is an attitude runner with the quickness, vision, and violence. I love that word for running backs. To be a productive lead option in an NFL backfield. He can help secure his spot on the depth chart by taking his passing down responsibilities from serviceable to above average. Ohio State fans, help me out. Whoever the Ohio State running back coach is needs a raise because Judkins and Henderson have no business for being this good of pass protectors before they get to the NFL. If, as a running back early in your career, you want to stay on the field, you got to protect the quarterback on third down. And a lot of times, rookies and second-year backs struggle with that. So they don't get the opportunity to play on third down. Judkins, I think, can play first, second, and third down because of his incredible pass protection skills before he even steps onto an NFL field. Now, he doesn't have maybe the greatest receiving upside to his game, but it's tough to say that definitively because college football is not designed for running backs to get a bunch of receptions, especially when he works in a split backfield last year with Henderson. You know, this entire running back room has always given me vibes of when Alvin Kamara, my freshman year of college, left Tennessee, and I watched him all of 2016 in Knoxville and said, this is a really good running back. Why isn't he going earlier? Oh, because he didn't get a bunch of stats because he worked in a split backfield with a guy named Jalen Hurd. Okay, that seems silly. He goes round 3, and the Saints, well, the rest is history. I always felt like Judkins or Henderson would have that type of career, where one of them is going to have an awesome NFL career that people just didn't give enough credit to, as Henderson just got picked at 38 to the New England Patriots. So a couple of Ohio State backs going off the board within the early stages of round 3. But I think there's a very real chance here that Judkins or Henderson goes on to have an awesome career, and we look back and wonder, how did we let them fall out of round 1? Oh, that's because they didn't have a ton of stats their final year in college because they were in a committee backfield. That was a silly mistake of us to make. So I want to hear from you. Grade the picks between Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, and Quinshon Judkins. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give it a B+. Yeah. Like, Schlesinger's a little bit of a question mark. Kind of feel like a bit of a reach. But I love Graham, and I like the Judkins pick a lot. So, I'm going to give it a B+. Now, Browns have 2 picks in round 3 coming up. So, join us for our live coverage right now if you're watching this video on demand as we await to see if Cleveland jumps back into round 2 to get a quarterback or if they stay put and take one at 67. But I like the fact that Andrew Berry is not panicking and reaching for a quarterback. He's going with the best players out there to build the best roster. What do we think about? Yep, a lot of A's coming in. I like it. Yeah, the kick in the nuts with the Schlesinger pick is, so I guess Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa is not playing football anymore. That really stinks. All right. Give me your grades. Right now we're waiting for the Bears pick at 39. Let's catch them up on all the picks that happened after Judkins at 36, just so you guys know who's no longer available. Am I being needy? So we got 2 picks in round 2, and then the Dolphins add a very good guard out of Arizona. He played tackle, but he's going to play guard. Oh, they traded up for him? Oh, you're right. They were going to take Shedeur. Man, that's what the league thinks of Shedeur. Even the Raiders are trading away. So after 48-37 swap, you go. Maybe they get him at 48.
They know that nobody else is going to take him.
Yeah.
So they're like, let's get some picks out of this before we take our quarterback.
Dolphins go to the trenches. They get a big, fat defensive tackle and a big, fat guard. Not bad. Not bad. Chicago's on the clock right now at 39. I think they might go with. I thought Henderson would be the preferred target for the Bears. It could be Caleb Johnson out of Iowa right now. Yeah, we have a lot of super chats to catch up on here. If you want to throw like the timer on, the rotation for the super chats, like we did yesterday, and then we'll get the picks up top as well, and just mass rotation. I'll let you figure it out. I saw all those super chats come in. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. We are going to get to those super chats in just a second here. All right. Waiting for the Bears pick at 39. Okay, thank you. Time flew. All right. Yeah. Waiting for the Bears pick at 39. TJ Showman Golf with a $50 super chat. What's up, Petey? I love the Judkins pick, not only as a Buckeye fan, but hell of a running back. I would have also liked Travion Henderson, but great by Andrew Berry. TJ and all of the Buckeye fans watching, does this mean we can stop talking about Will Howard this much? Please, you got a Buckeye. Can we pull back a little bit on the Buckeye throttle? On the Will Howard throttle, please. The Bears at 39 are going to go with Luther Burden, wide receiver out of Missouri. So they go Colston Loveland in round 1, Luther Burden in round 2. We got a handful of super chats there, so we're going to start to catch up on all of them. And Caleb Williams has a new shiny toy to throw to. Cool guy does not... Wait, Burden's a bad pick? Corey, take Henderson here. So some of these super chats came before the picks. Yeah, Corey. Hopefully you like Judkins. San Marcus. So Andrew is trying to build a defense that scores more than our offense this season. Interesting. I think Barry is actually looking at it as we're going to go best player available, and we're going to bank on our offense bouncing back with better quarterback play. And I can understand and they got Judkins, so I can understand the logic behind that. San, thank you very much for your super. Ray, Browns need to pick a unicorn. There are no more unicorns left. The official animal of Scotland is gone. You want to throw that one up on rotation too from the beginning? Oh, I see. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, David, all eyes on these picks. What will Barry do? Carson Swessinger and Quinshawn Judkins. Brez Boy, what's going on, Brez Boy? Do you think Sanders is actually surprised he wasn't drafted? Why have a big draft party? You have to know, right? See players do this all the time. I think there is a certain level of overconfidence in Shedeur that he probably felt like one team's going to love me at least. And you raised good points about the draft party. There's a chance that his agent just gave him some bad intel. Does he even have an agent, or is his dad his agent? That could have been the problem right there if he let his dad be his agent. Maybe you don't get the best honest feedback from Papa compared to your agent. Brez Boy, excellent question, though. I think if he falls out of round 2, he may just not want to play in the NFL. He may just be that. I think wherever he goes, he's going to be mad at that team for not picking him earlier. Brez Boy, appreciate your super. Papa T, impact player, please. Judkins is an impact player, that's for sure. Right now we got the Saints on the clock at 40. I think they might go quarterback here. Papa T, okay. That's a need, definitely. I mean, if JOK is not coming back anytime soon, how long do you want Jordan Hicks and Devin Bush to be this team's inside linebacker duo? Whoa. Peekaboo. Sorry about that, everyone. And I'm back. Magic trick. So Andrew Berry's trying to build. Oh, we went back in time. Corey Dots, take Henderson here. Yeah. We already saw this one. Oh, we're all caught up? Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry. I thought we had more super chats. Really? Even earlier? I guess you're right, yeah. All right. So the Saints pick at number 40 is in. I think they might go quarterback here. Oh, there it is. With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select, drumroll please, Tyler Shuck. I don't want to make this entire draft a Shedeur Sanders narrative, but he's not even one of the first 3 quarterbacks taken. Yeah. So, Tyler Shuck, not in the running for the Browns in round 3. There's really only 4 quarterbacks at this point, I'd say, for Cleveland in round 3. Barring a trade up, it is Shedeur Sanders, it is Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Kyle McCord. Why did it get switched to alphabetical? Anyway, Tyler Shuck going to the Saints. Derek Carr, you've got some competition. So the 25-year-old rookie who will be 26 by the time week 1 gets here is off to New Orleans. The Browns express, I think, some level of interest in him. Okay, let's do it. Yep. So I'm going to get myself ready here. Well, what we are about to do, by the way, is turn this, live stream into a simulcast, and we're going to welcome on our Broncos viewership as I host our Browns and Broncos channel, which I know is a little quirky. It's a little weird. Chat Sports is still a growing company, as I like to say, so some hosts / a lot of hosts have to cover multiple teams. So I really appreciate everyone's kind of understanding through this process, but we're going to have, everyone play nicely in the chat and have a Broncos stream and a Browns stream all at the same time. I am ready. Just change the background and everything. Okay. So Tyler Shuck goes to the Saints. Let me know when we're live on both. Bears are back on the clock at 41. We'll update this down here in the moment as Reed's dealing with a lot at the moment. Oh, the Bears have traded pick 41 to the Buffalo Bills. So Chicago, who had 2 second-round picks thanks to the Bryce Young trade-up, is sending one of those 2 to Buffalo. Who could the Bills be trading up for? Maybe they go Will Johnson here? I have no idea. I would just try, and I'll let you know if we're live. Okay. So the Bills on the clock at 41. Who are they going to go with? We've got Shuck going at 40 to New Orleans. Browns took Carson Schlesinger and Quinshon Judkins to open up day 2. So they go with kind of counterparts right there. A linebacker and a running back. But I'm very glad the Browns addressed running back in round 2. Didn't let it slip down, in between the cracks and wait till later on. But the 25-year-old Shuck, after just 1 year starting, goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders. What happened in those interviews? Yikes. Not good. Bills on the clock after trading up with the Bears. Buffalo gonna go with... It's got to be a defensive player. Mike Green? I think Mike Green could be the play here. I think it might be Mike Green. He's got some character concerns, some character red flags, but... Shuck, very fascinating story. 3 years at Texas Tech, 3 seasons where he had a season-ending injury. And spent the first 3 years of his collegiate career at Oregon, backing up Justin Herbert. So Buffalo, pick is in after trading up. Who are the Bills going to go with? Who are the Bills moving up for? We're about to bring on our Broncos stream, so we'll be live on 2 different channels at once. Right now, Bills, I think they go Mike Green. I think it's got to be Mike Green. They need a pass rusher. They went corner in round 1. I'm ready. Welcome on into our live NFL draft coverage as we break down day 2 of the 2025 NFL draft. Reed's going to recap all the picks that were made so far in round 2 as we get towards pick 51 when the Denver Broncos are on the clock. Right now it's Buffalo on the clock. However, ESPN has told the commissioner to pause so they can do a quick Tyler Shuck interview as the Saints took a quarterback at 40, the man out of Louisville. So we'll recap what's happened so far in round number 2. TJ Sanders, the pick at 41, but we can go all the way back to 33 with the Browns making the very first selection in round number 2, which was Carson Schlesinger, followed by Jaden Higgins, who I think is like Nico Collins. So they have 2 Nico Collins. That's a problem. Nicky Manwari might be my favorite pick so far from a value standpoint. I thought he could go top 20. The Legion of Boom might get their new safety. Quinshon Judkins, the Ohio State back, stays in Ohio. He goes up to Cleveland, and I think is going to be their immediate starting running back. Then the Dolphins get a guard. The Travion Henderson goes a few picks later to New England. Chicago takes Luther Burden, one of the biggest playmakers in this draft. Just an absolute problem with the ball in his hands. And then New Orleans takes the 3rd quarterback, Tyler Shuck. We saw Cam Ward go first overall. Jackson Dart to the Giants at 25, and now Tyler Shuck to New Orleans. The Bills, after trading up with the Bears at 41, select TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. So that's where things stand right now. Let's peek at some of the best players available as the Broncos inch closer and closer to their pick. Next up on the clock is the New York Jets. They went offensive line in round 1. Maybe they want to go with, could be a receiver. They've got Garrett Wilson. But here are the best players available. There are some good players here. But like injury concerns, character concerns, I just think he's properly rated right now, which is, hey, you're kind of a pass rush specialist, so you go mid round 2. Now we're mid round 2. Xavier Watts, properly rated, right? Like these are not too out of the ordinary, but these two, I can't make sense of because on the field they should be round 1 locks, but knee and hamstring and 2 sexual assault allegations, that's why they're available at 42. Appreciate everyone for watching, whether you're on our Broncos stream or our Browns stream. We're doing a simulcast right now as I cover both teams for Chat Sports, so live on both of our channels with the same picture going to both streams. Do me a big favor, click that like button if you're just joining us right now. All right, Broncos country, who do you want Denver to take? I think for Denver, the pick should be Caleb Johnson. I had a lot of people get mad at me for not saying that they could take Quinshon Judkins at 51. And I was like, I don't think Quinshon Judkins leaves the top 50. And sure enough, he goes 36 to Cleveland. So we'll recap what the Browns have done so far and then what the Broncos have coming up in this draft as well. I'm seeing Desire Best say Caleb Johnson. Aiden says Caleb Johnson. Will Johnson coming in. Pick is in for the New York Jets. We'll peek at that. But let me know who you want your team to draft. Cleveland, you got 2 third-round picks. Denver, you're picking soon. Pick is in for the Jets. We'll take a peek at that. Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU. He's a really good receiving tight end. He's the son of Jason Taylor and the nephew of Joy Taylor. So good bloodline right there. But Mason Taylor, Mason Taylor, he was a really accomplished tight end for the LSU Tigers. I mean, just looking at his stats right now, over 3-4 years in Baton Rouge, the guy had 1,300 yards, 6 touchdowns, which, listen, those don't seem like big numbers, but for a 3-year starter, I mean, tight ends don't get a ton of attraction. So 3-star recruit, freshman All-SEC. By his junior year, he was a 3rd-team All-SEC, but he's a big dude, 6'5", 246. He may not have the best red zone skill set, but overall, he was Mr. Reliable for LSU. And so Justin Fields now, the new quarterback in New York, gets a Mr. Reliable tight end with Mason Taylor. Yeah. Super chat coming in. Anyone that's tuning in on our Broncos stream right now, if you want to get on screen for everyone watching to see super chat, and we'll throw it on for all of our great viewers. So if you want to support the channel with your comment, your question, your take, your idea, super chat, and we'll get right to it. Papa T, haven't had a stud middle linebacker for some time. See how it goes. Quinshon Judkins rocks. Chubb forever. Yeah, I like the Judkins pick. I like the running back pick. Would it have been the same pick I made at running back? No, but I'm going to trust the Browns probably have a better sense of the backs in this class than I do. Does Denver go Caleb Johnson? Man, I sure hope so for the Broncos. I think Caleb Johnson's going to be an outstanding back. And the Broncos need a new running back. I think Sean Payton would have preferred a back that could have been more of a role type of back in a committee field. I mean, I don't think that's really Johnson's forte. But you're running out of running backs. That was the risk you made when you passed down Omarion Hampton for Jade Barron. Very French sounding. Jade. Luther Burden off the board. He went to Chicago. We've got 790 people tuned in on our Brown stream. 256 people tuned in on our Broncos stream. Papa T, Sanders is a buy one, get two. Team's uneasy about that pick. You know, I don't think that buy two part is true. He just signed a big extension with Colorado. I think if he was actually, really serious about following his son to the NFL and being his coach there too, he would have not signed an extension. So I think he is willing to kind of part ways to a degree. Sure, there's always a buyout, but for the foreseeable future, at least the next year or two. I don't think that's the case. We got Desire Best with his $2 super chat. First one from our Broncos stream. But AFX, would you be fine with Sanders in the third? At that point, yeah. Like, it's worth the reward. The risk is worth the reward. If it doesn't work out and he's not an NFL quarterback, I can't be too upset with a wasted third-round pick. You took Anthony Schwartz in round 3. In some ways, that did set you back, but not for the reasons you're thinking. If Shedeur is there in round 3, I'm okay with that pick. Johnson and Barron would be amazing. Need a running back. Caleb Johnson would be a fun pick for Denver. Get a workhorse back. Get someone. I mean, Denver has not had a 100-yard rusher in a game since Latavius Murray at the very end of the 2022 season. In January of 2023. I mean, it's been 2+ calendar years. It's insane. In the modern era, like, you play 17 games. You can't have one game with a 100-yard rusher. Caleb Johnson, I think, does it game 1. Here are the top running backs available. My preference would be Caleb Johnson and then Dylan Sampson. Not a lot of R.J. Harvey love, no. '49ers on the clock at 43. San Francisco went with Michael Williams, edge rusher from Georgia, last night. I think they go offensive line tonight. Who's this making the pick for San Francisco? Julian Peterson. I don't even know my own cousin.
Does Caleb Johnson get past these 3 teams? Because the Niners aren't going to go. Colts probably aren't either.
I could see the Rams take. Oh, Caleb Johnson, sorry.
Yeah, Caleb Johnson, sorry.
Pick is in for the 49ers, and it is someone that I talked a lot about for Denver in round 2. It is Texas defensive tackle Alfred Collins. He is 6'5", 330 pounds, and he's got lightning quick feet. 5-star recruit, big-time player coming out of high school. Doesn't really break out to his last year with the Longhorns, but he had a very nice 2024 season. Good pick by the 49ers, who continue to invest in the defensive side of the ball, going with Michael Williams in round 1 and now Alfred Collins in round 2. Good pick by San Francisco. Jordan Elliott, you're in trouble. Dallas is now on the clock at 44. Joe, I see your super chat. We'll get to it in a second here. What if Dallas takes Shedeur? All right, ready? Here's a scenario. Dallas takes Shedeur. They plan to use Brian Schottenheimer for just 1 year and then dump him like Gerard Mayo for like a new Gerard Mayo situation, and then they bring Dion to Dallas next year. Joshua Miller, Sanders served, humble pie, big chip on his shoulder. You know, I do feel like Shedeur's kind of been made out as like a villain during this process the last 12 hours. I don't think he's a bad guy, but apparently he had some horrible interviews. We've got a super chat coming in on our Broncos channel. Joe, is Riley Moss the reason we drafted Barrett? No. I don't think that Jahdae Barron's playing outside corner in the NFL. I think if someone's in trouble, it's Jaquan McMillan. I think Barron's going to float between nickel and safety. Joe, thank you so much for your super chat. Dakota with a $5 super. Dallas's pick is in. What are the Cowboys going to do? If they go Shedeur, this place is going to burn down. If they go with Shedeur, I'm calling it right now. Dion's the head coach in 10 months. They dump Shoddy after 1 year, and they get Shedeur and Dion together. Dakota, what do you think about the Broncos drafting Cam Skattebo? I think Skattebo goes round 4. I just feel like the lack of speed, while he was awesome in college, is going to be too big of a red flag for teams in the pros. Sorry, my back is just kind of killing. So, being an old man right now. I got the director's chair. Yeah, maybe like round 3. Um, yeah, I don't think Cam Scattergood's gonna happen though. I don't know how well that game's gonna like. He was so tough to bring down. He did so much for Arizona State, but like, is that gonna work well at the next level? I'm more like half glass empty than half glass full. Next super chat coming in. Corey Dots, Elijah Arroyo, and Jared Ivey in the third.
I don't hate that.
Elijah Arroyo, the Miami tight end, was really good last year when he was finally healthy. Cleveland's drafted one Miami tight end before. Why not another one? I would not be upset with an Arroyo pick. It just comes down to the injury factor. Are you comfortable with, a guy who had knee injuries in colleges? The pick is in for Dallas, and it's a good pick. It is. It is the Boston College defensive end, Donovan Ezoroku. So let's give you some background on him. He finished just behind Mike Green in sacks last year across the country, 16.5. He's not your traditional defensive end, like edge rusher size. He's a little bit on the smaller end, which is why I think he falls to mid-round 2. But he's going to be really good on third down passing situations. And Dallas' defense has lost a couple of pass rushers, right, over free agency the last 2 years. So as a Roku, welcome to the Big D. Broncos pick coming up soon. They pick at 51. We'll recap what Cleveland and Denver has done so far in the draft. Get Petey a chair. So here are the Browns' first 3 picks, and we'll look at their remaining picks for the day 2 portion of the draft. But Mason Graham to trade back with the Jags, Carson Schlesinger, and then Quinshawn Judkins. And they've got pick 67 coming up, followed by pick 94, pick 104. Nearly 6 picks in the top 100, 5 in the top 100, 6 in the top 105 if you want to move the goalposts. They also have an extra, they got a lot of picks still. They have a boatload of picks. I expect them to use some of these picks. I don't think they pick here, 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 and here. They're going to use some of these picks to move around a little bit. So Indianapolis is on the clock. They went Tyler Warren in round 1. What do the Broncos expect Indy to do here? Not go running back. So Donovan Ezoroku. $392 people tuned in on our Broncos stream right now. Only 57 likes. Can we get to 100 likes? On our Brown stream, we have 490 likes. Can we get to 500? Need 10 more from the Dog Pound. I need 43 more from Broncos Country. Demented Tree, great to see you. The $5 super chat. All right. At this point, Broncos should double down and grab Will Johnson too. Dude, I would not be opposed. I mean, like, it could be one of those things where you look back and Will Johnson's a Pro Bowl and you're like, how do they pass on him? It's like, well, at the time they had Pat Surtain. Obviously, he's not going anywhere. They already drafted 1 corner in the first round. Did you want to trade Riley Moss too? Or Mike Green. Pick is in for Indianapolis. I'm in. I want to guess it. Is it offense or defense? Defense, give me Mike Green? No? Yeah, let's see it. Oh. Okay. Good pick, good pick, good pick. JT Tuimoloau. The Ohio State defensive end. He had 6.5 sacks in the college football playoffs. 5-star recruit, a bit of a late bloomer, but he came to play this past season. He's not the best athlete in the world, but he's got high motor. He's got great production. He's got a knack for making plays. So he may not be the fastest, may not be the strongest, although he's pretty strong. But JTT, as the folks in Columbus learn to call him, goes to the Colts at 45. A lot of Buckeyes going off the board so far in round 2, right? Both Henderson, Judkins, and now JTT. So I like this draft for the Colts. Tyler Warren and JTT. Yeah. Another super chat coming in. Make sure you subscribe, by the way, if you haven't yet. Hey, nice job. Whoever read it out for the Colts, I guess, announcer, he nailed that pronunciation. JT Tuimoloau. See, I can't even do it right now under pressure. Tuimoloau. Tyler Payne, everyone's gone. What do you think we go for in the second? Let's look at the best available, Tyler. Because if you don't want to reach on a running back, you could go with a traditional BPA yet again. If they do go BPA, I really struggle to see them doing DB again.
Shedeur is creeping his way up into the top 5 best available.
I think it's got to be Caleb Johnson. If they don't want to go with Caleb Johnson, let's go with a few more because there's so many DBs available. Yeah, I tossed out Tate Ratledge this morning. That could be like a Ben Powers replacement. So that's a possibility. Or, yeah, I'll toss out the Stanford receiver, Io Manor. Good run blocker. He seems like a Sean Payton type guy. Or Trey Harris. The issue with Mike Green is where's he going to play? You've got Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito. I had the same logic. Rams are on the clock right now. Rams pick is in. Denver's coming up. They're at 51. Who did LA select? Terrence Ferguson. So no reunion with Bo Nix and Ferguson, who holds multiple Oregon tight end receiving records. He goes to the LA Rams. They're not going running back. They're not going running. They have Trey Benson and James Conner. They just took Ashton Genty. Who's after the Raiders, Reed? If you want, I don't think they go running back. They might. They could. They have Zach Moss. Chase Brown. I agree. They could. They're a possibility. I don't think they go running back. They've got 2. This is the one team standing in Denver's way of getting a running back. Caleb Johnson. Be the pick, Denver. Be the pick. Who do you want the Broncos to take? Poop, Scoop, and Boogie with a $10 super chat on our Brown stream. I don't give a buck. Long time no see. Yeah, I'll tease him for you. Corey Dots. I think Jack Sawyer could fall to round 3 for sure. Yeah. I just think from a trait standpoint, he's probably not going to, jump up people's big boards. Poop, Scoop, and Boogie. Remember when I said let's not play crazy? What ifs? We're taking a QB at number 2. Yeah, my bad, dog. I guess our defense will be elite. I know you don't like him, but Milroe in round 3. Hey, I at this point, I'm open to any quarterback in round 3 because if you do miss on the guy, it's not going to be detrimental to the future of the team. You miss on 2, you miss on 33, that's going to hurt. That's going to sting. You miss on 67, get in line. Happens to every team pretty much every other year. Okay. I don't give a buck. Coming in from our Broncos stream. Hey, Petey, how's it going? In my opinion, I think we need a running back or wide receiver that goes well with Knicks. Also, hit that like button and subscribe. So when I was at the NFL Combine, I asked Sean Payton I want to say exactly how I worded it. Would a better running back or tight end complement Bo Nix specifically more? And Sean kind of made everyone laugh at me by saying, I think a good defense. I think good everything would help Bo. He basically called me a big idiot going, good players are going to help Bo Nix, no matter where they are. So I tried to get that out of him, and I was unsuccessful. I did get a question that I asked George Payton that solicited a good question. That might go down as my all-time favorite Big J moment. Cardinals on the clock at 47. Yeah. So, read. I'll actually let you read it. It's yours.
Let's go interesting right now. Every $100 super chat, I'm gonna do a beer bong. I'm a little thirsty right now.
I love the mentality.
I'm also, I love the draft.
Yeah.
This is awesome. And we're getting right into, and there it is.
Pick is in for the Cardinals. I have a question for the chat. Once we show the pick, I'll ask my question. Yep. I already saw it. I peeked out at the worst moment. Arizona at pick 47 has taken Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan. Some viewed him as a top 10 player in this draft. How he falls to 47, I don't know, other than the injury concerns, which I guess must be grave. Here's my question. In my final mock draft, I had the Cardinals taking Will Johnson in round 1. Do I get any kind of credit for that? Or is it, nope, close but no cigar? In my mock draft, I had Arizona taking Will Johnson at pick 16. Do I get any kind of partial credit? I got the right team, just not the right number. Mike says no. You guys are not being very kind. I feel like I deserve half credit. Give me half credit. So Reed offering up $100, a beer bong for $100 super chat. I think we got one more super chat to catch up on here. Like the Terrence Ferguson pick, though. He went to the Rams just before Johnson. Good new option for Matthew Stafford. Like Tyler Higbee, I don't think is ever going to get back to what he was pre-injury. Raiders on the clock here at 48. Do they go Shedeur Sanders? Does Shedeur Sanders go in round 2? Yes or no? See, Ryan, Denver's only need is a running back. Sean Payton will get that in the next 2 rounds. Everything else is a bonus. Everyone chill. It's been a great offseason. See, Ryan, I don't disagree with this, but are you getting the preferred running back, right? Or are you getting a running back further down on your board because you waited? That's my whole point. Raiders on the clock at 48. Denver right around the corner at 51. Then Cleveland back up at 67. Love this pick for Arizona, though. Great pick by the Cardinals. Raiders are trading? No one wants, or unless someone's trading up for Shedeur. Say the pick? Yeah. Who's up? Texans are on the clock. Okay. Here, I'll mute yourself if you're gonna hop in. Yeah.
Are they gonna take Mike Green?
Houston. They got Will Anderson. They got Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, but you never know. So that's not gonna be the Raiders. we can do, I guess. Here, we'll do this.
Yep.
Wow. All right.
Texans about to be on the clock at 48. Raiders, Texans, then Bengals, then Seahawks, then Denver. Do we have to do any kind of sponsor? Okay. So, I don't know. Halfway through? A little over halfway through round 2? 2 rounds tonight, round 2, round 3. We can recap a little bit of what's happened so far in round 2 if you're just tuning in. So, Texans are up next. I don't know what the +1 means. I don't know. Well, let's see what's happened so far in round 2. Yep. So, started things off with Carson Schlesinger, followed by Jaden Higgins going to the Texans. Good pick by Houston. I like that one a lot. Then Nicky Minwari. I like all three. I like all 4 of those picks, honestly. I think they're all good players, so it's hard to be like, oh, that's a bad pick right there. Then the Dolphins get a guard, who I'm not going to try and say his last name, followed by Travion Henderson going to New England. That's bad news for Ramondre Stevenson, who they gave a 3-year extension to, and they drafted a running back in round 2. Luther Burden at 39. Now Caleb Williams is working with Roma Dunze out wide. DJ Moore kind of as like a Z, and then Burden as a slot type guy. Then Tyler Shuck, the 3rd quarterback taken, going to New Orleans right after Jackson Dart went to the Giants at 25. We'll get there in a moment. TJ Sanders off to Buffalo, followed by Mason Taylor. Justin Fields, the new tight end to work with. Good pick by the 49ers and Alfred Collins. Cowboys go on defense with a Boston College edge rusher who had 16.5 sacks a year ago. JTT, the Ohio State champion, going to Indianapolis, just 1 state over. You think they fly him out from Columbus? Well, he's probably actually in California, so that's definitely a flight. Terrence Ferguson, nice pick by the Rams. That's the Oregon tight end. Will Johnson somehow falls all the way to 47. You got to envision that the Cardinals were doing, backflips in their war room. They probably debated taking him in round 1. They ultimately decided not to, and they get him at 47 in round 2. And the Texans, who traded up with the Raiders, go with the Minnesota left tackle, Ariante Ursary. So, the Texans adding to the trenches. Here's what they gave up to go from 58 to 48. It is pick number 99. Las Vegas has traded it back twice now. Can we look at all the picks the Raiders have for the upcoming, day and a half of the NFL draft? Because they've got too many picks, I think. There is a point where there's too many picks because you really only allot so many spots on your roster to rookies. So you've got 2nd, 1/3, 2/3, another 1/3, 2/4, and then a 6th, another, and a 7th. They're going to have to bundle these 6th and 7ths to move up into round 5. Bundle them and trade it to a team like Houston, who is short draft picks, or Minnesota, or Atlanta. Eagles, yep. Denver's coming up soon, though. Who do you want the Broncos to pick? They are coming up in just a moment. They're at 51. Right now, it's the Bengals on the clock at 49. They went defensive line in round 1. Do they go for a Joe Burrow-esque pick or go on defense yet again? Let's see what Cincinnati wants to do. Yeah. Today's show made possible thanks to our friends at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into real cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks has some super cool deals, including Taco Tuesday, where Prize Picks discounts several projections on the board. Download the app today and use code CLNS, like Time and the Buckeye knows, to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, as we await Denver's pick at 51, want you guys to get in the chat with who you want your team to take next. And I'm going to have Reed hop on for a moment just to give a couple of shout-outs to those of you in the chat. Mike Green is still there. Reed can show you guys the best players available.
All right. I will give you... All right, so the 2 people going into the second round, the 2 people that fell far were Will Johnson and Mike Green. Will Johnson goes to the Cardinals at 46. Mike Green's still there. So something that's so interesting is we cover the NFL draft pretty hard, pause, but there's a lot of stuff that we do. We look into everything about these guys to know everything so that you guys know everything. So we're just kind of putting information out there. I guess there's something that we don't know about Mike Green. I mean, we know you can look up what is on his resume and everything like that. But a lot of stuff goes on with some people when you're going into the draft, and everyone's got history, everyone's got a past, but maybe there's something that we don't know that all these teams are passing on. He was supposed to go... The amount of times he was mocked to the Falcons at 15 in the first round, everyone thought it was a lock. And now he's sitting here round 2. We got the Bengals pick coming up. Do not know who this is. We're going to find out live. Bengals picking right now. The Bengals. Demetrius Knight Jr., South Carolina linebacker. I have not heard of this guy. He was not even on the big board. Not even on the big board. Interesting. All right. His cousin is D'Angelo Hall, distant relative of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees Aretha Franklin and Gladys Knight. All right. Well, I guess the Bengals just, they want what they want. Paying all their offensive guys, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. They said, all right, well, I guess we'll help out the defense, like Petey said earlier. All right. Love it. I'll get that up on screen. All right. Oh, sorry.
What a bloodline. D'Angelo Hall and Aretha Franklin. Some big shoes to fill right there. Oh my sweet baby Jesus. A $100 super chat from our Broncos stream. Get chugging, Reed. Unreal. What a tone setter. And that $100 super chat, by the way, gets Denver within striking distance of the Browns report in super chats for today. MP Jenkins Sanctuary Networks. What a name, first off. It sounds like a church retreat, which I love that a church retreat sounding name is sponsoring a beer boot from Reed for a $100 super chat. Get to chugging. Hashtag no to Shedeur. Hashtag Mr. Irrelevant. I wonder if like all 32 GMs are just like a vendetta against Dion, and they're like, nope, we've all taken an oath not to take a son, which would be crazy. So, here we go. Chugging for Mr. Barkus. Yeah, I can.
I didn't really realize that was watermelon. This is Happy Dad. Nice little seltzer. They have some good flavors. So, also, something to mention. Petey, you have not had...
It's Mike Days! Mike Days just brought the Broncos breakdown within $25 of the Browns report in Supers.
You have not had, like, alcohol since, like, your bachelor party.
You guys want to... No one wants to hear too much of my personal life, but at my bachelor party, for the diet, obviously, you may have noticed a little bit LBs fewer than last time you saw me. No alcohol at all. But when I went to my bachelor party, I was like, that's obviously going to end then.
Yeah.
I drank so much the first day, I passed out by 7 p.m. and missed the group dinner.
Yep.
At the restaurant I was looking forward to the most.
Oh, no.
They didn't take reservations, and we got in. And I walked in, and I was escorted out.
Oh, no. By your friends.
Yeah. I don't remember a damn thing.
That's awesome. I love that.
And then the next morning, we went on an airboat tour, and I threw up 3 times. And I actually, you can tell in the video I did from my hotel room with Joe Flacco re-signing that I had, like, throw-up eyes because my eyes were bloodshot. And I just puked my guts
That's
out.
awesome. That's
All right.
All right.
Here we go.
MP Jenkins.
Everyone spam Chug. Everyone spam MPJ. Great form. Look at that. Look at the lack of spillage. Man, that's teach shape right there, right? That's the kind of stuff that you want other people to follow suit in. Great work by Mr. Barkus.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Michael wants shots now. All of a sudden, this became a bar. MPJ, thank you so much for your super chat, man. That was awesome. And your teammates have brought the Broncos breakdown within $13 of the Browns report. Will the Browns fans respond? So Seattle on the clock, and it's not going to be long until it's Denver at 51. Trade. Broncos moving up. Denver traded up. Okay. Broncos trading up with Carolina 1 spot. Oh, sorry, not 1 spot. They're moving back. They just traded out of 51. Here it is. Full details. They move back 6 spots. Okay, a lot going on here. Let's break it down. They go back 6 spots. For doing that, they then move up 10 spots in round 3. And they move up in a few of the day 3 picks as well. They go from 122 to 111. And they go from 208 to 230. So they move up in 2 rounds and back in 2 rounds. So Denver trading pick 57. They must, I don't know, feel confident in what they can do at 57 that their guy is not going to be taken before then. So the Broncos trading out of pick 57. Carolina will be on the clock next. Seattle's pick, I think, is in too. So Broncos country will have to wait a little bit longer, trading back 6 spots. The big ticket item is they move back 6 spots in round 2 to move up 10 spots in round 3 and to move up 11 spots in round 4. And Elijah Arroyo just went to Seattle at 50. Nice pick by Seattle. They go with Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, and then a new tight end for Sam Darnold. So Carolina next up at 51. Denver will have to wait until 57. All right, I see a few other super chats coming in our Broncos stream. We'll get to those in a moment. All right, I'll be honest, I was in on Elijah Arroyo until I saw this shirtless photo shoot he did for the draft. This isn't an Abercrombie commercial, dude. I'm out on him. Boomer take, I'm out. Boomer take, though. Browns have 2 third-round picks coming up. They went with Carson Schlesinger at pick 33, UCLA linebacker, and then Quinshon Judkins, Ohio State running back, just a few spots later. Denver trading out, and we'll pick later in round 2. AFX, if we get Sanders in the 3rd, you can't complain. Yeah, I won't complain. I promise. Pinky promise. Handful of supers. It's Mike Days. Yes, sir. Let's go, Broncos. Mike, thank you for your super chat. Greatly appreciate your support of the channel. Yeah. For Carolina. Who? Mike Green. Damn it. No one wants this guy. Okay. Is it defense? It's got to be defense. They went Ted McMillan in round 1. It's an edge. Princely, no. I'm running out of edges. Show me. Oh, Nick Scorton. So he's an interesting prospect. He was a beast at Purdue. Transfers to A&M. Major dip in production. A lot of people credit that as a result of A&M had him put on 30 pounds. They wanted him to play a different role on their defensive line. He was not good at that role. So the belief is get him back to what he did at Purdue, and you're going to get that awesome Big Ten edge rusher. Michael, shots. Everybody. It's impossible not to say it. Michael, thank you for your super chat. Florian, Browns fans, this is from a Broncos fan, so let them talk that shit. Because Joseph responded. But this is definitely, it's going to, poke the bear a little bit. You guys might be lucky that sorry, I'm having a brain fart. That Jeremy Stallman's at 38,000 feet right now. Will Shiloh be drafted before Shedeur? Dude, Shiloh is getting picky. I'm you're a round 6 player. I would be happy anywhere. Get ready to learn CFL, Shiloh. So Titans on the clock at 52, and their pick is in. Who does Tennessee take? Oh, it's the UCLA edge rusher? Yeah. I'm just so happy he's not going to one of my teams because that would have been a nightmare to pronounce. Good luck to the new Titans radio play-by-play guy. That's going to be a bitch.
You think any of them are shit, I don't know, that guy? I can't say his name.
What do
when they get drafted?
Who's the they?
The play-by-play guys.
Oh, yeah,
they're
I'm
sitting
sure.
at home, and they're like, JT, what?
Yeah. Super Chat battle update, by the way. It's just a $13 difference between our Browns and Broncos streams. We see which one can get to 200 first. Cleveland's 20 away. Denver is 33 away. AFX, did we miss your super chat? I don't think we did. We can revisit it. That's the one. Byron Wessel with a $5 super chat. AFX. I don't know which one he's talking about. We hit that one. The next one then? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, AFX. I thought we hit them all. Who do you want your team to draft? Denver picks at 57. Denver's 57. Cleveland is 67. Couple of supers flying in here. Let me know. Browns fans probably gravitating towards a quarterback. Broncos fans probably gravitating towards a running back. Bulwark from Australia. What time is it there? Trust in Sean and George. They have a plan and no more than we do. Also, let's go Broncos country. So here's the thing. You're right that they know more than we do. But if you had said that to me, if I criticized the Raiders draft picks for so many straight years, would that have been true? I think there are plenty of examples of, hey, like, sometimes they get it wrong. And we can point it out. Maybe we got lucky that they got it wrong and we said they were wrong. But I don't think like we could always just say they know more than us, so who are we to criticize? Yep, you definitely should not have criticized the Cleveland Farrell pick and all the other Raiders first-round selections from 2018 to 2021. Bulwark, thank you so much for your super chat. Yeah, Browns. $15 away from 200 on Browns. Byron Wessel. Hand to God, when you were 10 years old, who your favorite NFL team, NBA team, MLB team, and college? Congrats on all your life changes and career. So if you really want to do some PD lore, 10 years old, I just actually moved back to the U.S. from Japan. I grew up for 5 years in Tokyo. Just my dad's company had us move out there. So wasn't a huge sports fan initially when I moved back. So you want hand to God, that's hand to God. But moved back, and my family's from the Chicagoland area. So those were the teams I grew up with, and I had a lot of family that went to Purdue. So I was a Purdue fan, but I really wasn't a big, I would say a big college fan, but my parents went to small colleges. And then my brother went to TCU right when TCU kind of got good. So I hopped on the TCU bandwagon for like 3 years, and then Tennessee once I went to Tennessee. Byron, thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate your support. Okay. I thought you said Byron again. I like Benjamin Morrison. Good pick by the Bucs. He might miss. He might start training camp on like the NIL list. Give him a year. He's going to be a great outside corner for a team. Good pick by Tampa. They go Mecca. I like this Buccaneers draft. Kudos to the Bucs. They easily could have like just fallen out of relevancy when Brady left. They continue to win the division, and they continue to put together good drafts. Abuka and Morrison are good players right there. Nice selection by Tampa. Green Bay's up at 54, and then we've got Denver at 57. If you're watching TV, by the way, just a quick little fun fact. They just had the Browns War Room on. It had Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski sitting there. Do you know who's all the way on the right, Reed? All the way on the right, the guy with the receding hairline. No, all the way just right next to Andrew Barry. To Andrew Barry's left. If you're watching on ESPN with me or on ABC, any guesses? That is Paul DePodesta. Does that name mean anything to you? Yeah. Anyone know who Paul DePodesta is? Unmute yourself.
The name sounds familiar, but I do not know.
You may not recognize that name, but you'll recognize a different name. That is Jonah Hill from Moneyball.
Yes.
Yep. That is who Jonah Hill portrays. Paul DePodesta. Who left the A's for the Dodgers and then went to the Browns. He's not very often in Cleveland for things. I think he works remotely from L.A. I don't believe he lives in Cleveland full time. Yeah, a Yank on the footy. He flew. I'm pretty sure he's constantly like a zoom in guy for the team. I don't really know what he does day to day for them, but that is the guy from Moneyball. That's Jonah Hill. All right, we've got the Broncos coming up. Who's my guy? Might be this guy right here. Like I'm saying, someone that you're going to stick your neck out for that other people are overlooking. I think Morrison, coming out of 2023, would have been a first-round pick without a doubt. Either him or Will Johnson, two guys that are going to fall because of injuries, and I think you give them time to get healthy. And if they can get healthy, which sure that's a big if, they're going to be lockdown corners. All right, I think we have one more super chat too on our Broncos stream. Our Broncos stream, by the way, is $3 behind the Browns stream. We have a bunch of super chats on the Broncos stream. Packers pick is in at 54. Denver's right around the corner. Broncos country. Let me know who you want to get at 57. Caleb Johnson is still there. Here's the good news. Packers have a running back. Chargers have a running back. Bears at 56. They went Colston Loveland and then Luther Burden. They could take Caleb Johnson. They could go running back. Tyler Payne, we just went to the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Relax, y'all. Trust the process here. Go Broncos. Hey, spot the lie. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Tyler, thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Hashtag Brashard Smith and fourth. That's the SMU running back. Not a bad idea. Good sleeper pick right there, Tyler. Packers, we'll find out who they took in a moment. Joseph with the $5 super. Josh Durbin's in the chat. Durbin, appreciate your kind words. Hope you're doing well, dude. LJ McCray, thank you for your super. I don't give a buck. Are you a Cubs fan or a White Sox fan? I'm a Cubbies fan. I'm a Cubs fan. We hype. Henderson is who I want in Denver. He's... Oh, no. Oh, you don't know. Henderson went to the Patriots a long time ago. I'll take partial blame. We'll recap up top some of the picks that have already happened from round 2. Travion Henderson's gone. He went at like 38. You want to go back to round 2 at the beginning and just put on the cycle? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dylan, if we super chat, does any go to the guy who owns the studio? What do you mean by owns the studio? Like our boss? I think Chat Sports can sometimes give this perception of being a big corporate entity. There's 35 of us now, which is the biggest. When I started, we were at 15 4 years ago. Rose of the 20. So it goes to the company, but the company's not like a mega corporation. It does not go to the building that we work in. That I can tell you, who we lease from. Yep. Yep. And then we'll also put this back to round 1 at the bottom. That's all right. Rose's 20 gives the Browns a nice lead in super chats and gets them over 200. So thank you so much, Rose. All right, next super chat, though. Joseph from the Browns report, Judkins was pooping when the Browns. Oh, I see. Like, okay, I will say, when I'm on live like this, I don't get. How do I want to phrase this? I don't get all the funny details like this. Like, I can't really listen to the TV broadcast well, and that more applies so during like games and watch parties. But I do miss out on things like this. I do miss out on like little nuggets that the broadcast says because I got my headset on. I hear Reed. I kind of hear the broadcast, but that's hysterical. I got to go with good. Right? He was ready to be a Brown. Yeah. He took the Browns to the Super Bowl. Rose with the $20. If the Browns go QB, how does Leonard... Oh, no. Not until round 7. Round 6 at the earliest. Rose, thank you so much for your super chat. And on our Broncos channel, a $20 super chat to get them over 200 and back within $3 of the Browns report. Florian Swanson with a $5 super. Thank you very much, Florian. Michael, obviously, we didn't get the sexy pick we all wanted. Maybe Genty or Warner is unfaithful. Maybe Peyton knows what we need, and that's liability, loyalty, availability, and ability. That's just like quite the pillars of character things we look for. Remember, he got Kamara in the 3rd round. That is true. He also had some bad picks too. Like let's not completely, suck him dry here. He took Marcus Davenport in round 1. And by the way, that's not like saying he's bad at drafting. There's no coach or GM that's perfect. Michael, thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Trey Harris goes to the Chargers. They get Omarion Hampton and Trey Harris. Justin Herbert's life just got a whole lot better. Broncos coming up in just a moment. Yep, we'll catch up on all the other supers in just a second. Best available for Denver, though. Bears 56. Denver's next at 57. Who do you want Denver to take? One of these players here? Probably not this one. That's my guy for the Broncos right there. You made the gamble trading back. No one took a running back. Get him. Trey Harris just went off the board. If they don't go running back, I think it could be defensive tackle. I would toss out Darius Alexander. That's the Toledo interior guy. Good run stopper. Also, Jalen Milroe. He went to Iowa State. Jaden Higgins got a lot of attention. He's the big play guy. Higgins is the big body, right? Milroe is the get the ball in my hands and watch me work. I'll toss out those 3 as my predictions for Denver. Trade? We have a trade. You got to be shitting me. Did they trade out at 57? Do they want to play in the draft today? I wonder if Sean Payton's stuck in traffic. And he's like, trade back until I get there. I like to think in that scenario, he's Ari Gold and George Payton is Lloyd, right? Fuck the phones, Lloyd. Unless Carmen Electric calls for an emergency titty fuck, don't answer. Trade, oh my God, they really did. Okay, it's only 3 spots. And a big jump, wow. Okay, good trade. You go from round 7 all the way up to round 4 for just 3 spots? I think Detroit wants Mike Green. I think they want Mike Green. Yeah. Okay, so Denver goes initially from 51 to 57, now 57 to 60. Good trade. Great trade. If this was the league, this would be trade rape. How many shows from the 2000s can I reference, you think? I've gotten 2 in the last 30 seconds. Rose, I think it's funny how people were hyping up Sanders not get drafted and seeing his dad get cooked on Twitter. Hey, it's probably too early for this. There are some people on Twitter that I look forward to taking a victory lap on who thought he should go number 2. And I was like, you guys are kind of delusional. He's not a round 1 guy. And now we're looking like he's not even a round 2 guy. Dude, I was at the NFL Combine. We were like, story time. At the NFL Combine, our Airbnb got broken into, robbed. My backpack was stolen, which was weird because my laptop was on the coffee table and they left that. But I loved my backpack. Had a lot of personal mementos in it. So that sucked. But when we were regrouping and we went to dinner and we're like, well, that sucked. We're like, anyone got some hot draft takes since it's the Combine? I go, I think Shedeur goes closer to 32 than 1. And that was, I wouldn't say laughed at, but disagreed with. I could have said 64, and I would have been even more right. Bears go with an offensive tackle. And then we have this trade here. Rose, appreciate it. Yeah. So, and the Lions trade up for Tate Ratledge. So not Mike Green. That was one name I tossed out there for Denver. So after trading back, the Lions secure the Georgia guard Tate Ratledge. I like the pick by Detroit, but a steep, price. To jump 3 spots, they give up their 4th for a 7th. Thomas, if the Browns draft a rookie QB, do you think it'll be a true competition, or will we sit them? And does this close the door on Nick Chubb? Go Dogs. I do believe any rookie quarterback is going to sit. I only think Cam Ward starts week 1. No one else. And as for closing the door on Nick Chubb, possibly. They were always going to draft a running back, so this should not be a surprise. It really comes down to, do the Browns want to give a roster spot to someone who's there to be a locker room player? Or are they deciding, hey, we're going to move on, and we're going to give the roster spot to someone who could be here for the next 5 years, not someone who's here as like a pity roster pick? Thomas, thank you so much for your super chat. We got a couple more to catch up on. I was like, I don't recognize who that is. I'm not a big wrestler guy at all. I've never watched a single WWE event. We hype. Didn't realize we gave give me Tej Johnson then. Not till round 5. Sorry. We hype. Thank you for the super. Yep. Oh, Jack Besh, wide receiver from TCU. Nice pick by Las Vegas. I think he could be like this year's Lad McConkey round 2. So, good pick by Las Vegas. Give credit where credit is due. They finally have a good head on their shoulders there with Pete Carroll and Spytech. Odd F, Petey looking clean and handsome. Must be the new rate. I hope you got House of Atlas out of Odd F. You're using. I want to also give a shout out to the Westmouth Minotaurs in Mullingar, Ireland. I'm not sure what that is, but I love that they are called the Minotaurs. Minotaurs as I thought, but Odd F, shout out to them. Whatever that is, I'm on that team. That's my new favorite team in Ireland. Denver's on the clock. Yeah, we had Besh go to the Raiders at 58. Who's at 59? Who do you want the Broncos to take? Ravens. So Ravens are on the clock. No, we're really ahead. We're like 2 picks ahead. Yeah. Ravens are on the clock right now. We have some supers. We'll catch up on all the supers here. Andrew, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. 3 wide racing. Oh, Fred's first. Pick was traded to Lions. Thank you. Fred, you broke the news to me. It happens every so often. You broke the news to me. I'll always think of you, Fred, when I think of when Denver traded from 57 to 60 in the 2025 NFL Draft. 3 wide racing. Love my Broncos. Yeah, baby. For 3 wide. Who do you want to go with at number 60? Or better yet, will Denver trade the pick? That's the better question to ask right now. What is this collection of people? LJ, Scadaboo, or Isaiah Bond? Too slow and too many times in jail. How about that? No thanks. NP Jenkins, Denver needs to take this next pick and then trade their other picks to snag remaining needs. Don't be passive. They don't need to trade their other picks. They've got plenty of draft capital now. So I don't think they should be looking to get more assets. At some point, you have to value quality over quantity. I hope they can get Caleb Johnson at pick number 60. Harold Fannin, tight end. Okay. What do the Ravens do? They're on the clock.
How nervous would you be if you somehow said a pick? Like you were at the podium and you read the card. For some reason, it was
What if you went up there and it said a different name? Like you said the name
Steve
you
Harvey?
wanted. Yeah, kind of, but intentionally. You were like, I disagree. You were like, I disagree with this selection. I'm going to change it. The running theory is that the Raiders a few years ago drafted the wrong Byron Young. They wanted the Tennessee Byron Young. They took the Alabama Byron Young. And the guy who got drafted by the Rams, the Tennessee one, who you might know best as the player who got away with the face mask against the Vikings on Thursday night, he was told, you're going to the Raiders. The Raiders called him, and then they said, Byron Young, Alabama. So, at that point, they're like, F it, we'll lean into it. But that's like the ongoing theory. We're waiting on the Ravens at 59 and then Denver at 60.
Tanner, are you talking about our tracker or on TV? Because ours is up to date. By the way, the Ravens just picked.
Yeah, I just saw it too. I'll spoil it in a way. Ravens got the best player available. Any guesses? Any guesses on who that could be? Mike Green. How do the Ravens keep doing this? They got Malachi Starks, who's going to be awesome. They got Mike Green, who's going to be awesome. They keep getting away with it. We are way ahead of ESPN, by the way. Denver's on the clock.
Oh, you're talking about the NFL? Yeah, we're way ahead.
The reason why is because ESPN at moments, it's kind of like in a football game where you have the guy with the orange gloves walk on and he's got the yard marker and he starts the timer. ESPN has to do that with the draft. So the picks have already been made, but they go, hey, you can't announce this one yet. We're going too quickly. Or we're not even going too quickly. We have to do a commercial or something. Denver's on the clock. Who do you want Denver to pick? In a moment, we're going to welcome on our audience from Falcons Today. Yeah, I know, right? Yep. I'm ready whenever you are. Denver's coming up. All right, let's can we show up to best available instead, actually? Broncos on the clock, please. I'm going to close my eyes. Be Caleb Johnson. Get my number 2 running back in this entire draft at 60. Okay. They went DB in round 1. So you got to envision that crosses off Watts, Revel, and Amos. They're not going quarterback. Let's keep moving for a second if you have a moment. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's very sad. Caleb, was this Azarai Thomas, Azaria Thomas, Princely, Uman Mielen, and then Elik Iomanor. I could see Iomanor being the pick. Go Caleb. Yep. Just go right there. Best available. Yep. Welcome into our day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft coverage. We have the Denver Broncos on the clock right now at pick number 60. Then the Browns are only seven spots away at 67. Atlanta will come at the very end of round 3 at pick 101. Welcome into a tri-cast between our Browns report, Broncos breakdown, and Falcons Today channels here at Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson covering all 3 teams for the NFL Draft. So we're live with one stream going to 3 different channels right now. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with us during the NFL Draft. Yeah. All right. Waiting for Denver's pick at number 20. Let me know who you think the Broncos should take. Round 2 opened up with Carson, how do you say his name again? Swessinger? Yeah, Swessinger. Followed by Jaden Higgins. Yeah, let's quickly recap what we saw in round 2 as we get ready for pick number 60. Ty, man, I love the dedication. Dijon Robinson, good to see you. Jeremy, I'm sorry. Don't worry. So here's what we had to open up day 2 of the NFL Draft. Browns picked twice in the first 4 spots. They went linebacker and running back. The Nick Emanwari pick might be my favorite pick so far up until the Cardinals, and you'll see who Arizona selected. Then we've got a few more round 2 selections to peek at here. Travion Henderson going to the Patriots. Luther Burden. Tyler Shuck off to New Orleans. I think the Saints have had the worst draft so far. Kelvin Banks stinks. Tyler Shuck stinks. That sounds like a hater. I'm being genuine when I say I don't believe either one will be starting for New Orleans in 3 years. Love the Alfred Collins pick. Like the Mason Taylor pick. Good pick here by Dallas. Pick is in for Denver at 60. I'm closing my eyes. We're going to break down this pick. I'm live right now on our Broncos breakdown channel in addition to Falcons Today and the Browns report. So we'll do an in-depth breakdown for every selection by those 3 teams. But Denver at pick number 60. It's in. Let me know when I can open my eyes. Okay, I want to guess first. Is it either Caleb Johnson or Elik Iomanor? I'm going to have a bitch fit. It's a running back. It's not the one I would have gone with, but RJ Harvey. All right, here we go. Half glass full time, baby. The UCF running back, RJ Harvey, a multi-year starter for UCF. Transferred there after 1 season at Virginia. We're going to tell you everything you have to know about him as Denver pulled off not 1 but 2 trades back, and they get UCF's RJ Harvey, the Knights, right? UCF Knights. So, biggest public school, I think, in the country. Okay. Here we go. RJ Harvey. I'm ready whenever you guys are ready for a full breakdown on this selection by Denver at 60. Broncos fans watching right now, just instant reaction. Mine is, I know no one likes, Debbie Downer during the draft, and we're all supposed to be positive, and we're all supposed to love every pick, but there are some picks where they don't work out super well, and this would not have been my number 1 running back at 60 for Denver. So I'm going to obviously try and, look at it through a half glass full type of mentality and lens and be upbeat and be optimistic, but I would be disingenuous if I was just telling you guys that this is the greatest pick of all time. So, I wish Caleb was the selection here. Yep, I'm ready. After trading back not once but twice in the second round of the NFL draft, the Broncos selected UCF running back R.J. Harvey. So I want to tell you everything you got to know about Harvey as a player. Then I'll give you a little bit of my thoughts and analysis after Denver's second selection in the 2025 NFL draft. So Harvey, first and foremost, is not a big bruising back like we saw with Omarion Hampton, Caleb Johnson, Quinshon Judkins. He's 5'8", 205 pounds. So I think this is a committee backfield pick, right? Someone who excels in one area, doesn't stand out in every single area, but does one thing really well, and that's what Sean Payton wants to do, which shouldn't be too big of a surprise given that's how he's always operated in New Orleans and now in Denver. So he started off at Virginia. He's a bit of an older prospect. He's 24. He just turned 24 back in February. He spent 1 year at Virginia, redshirted, transfers to UCF, only gets 3 carries in a shortened pandemic season, then misses all of 2021 with an ACL injury. So he doesn't get going really until 2023. That's his first time being a full-time starter. He was great for 2 years for the Knights. First team all Big 12 this past season with 1,500 yards. So a little bit of a later bloomer. And when you see that, you start to wonder, hey, is that him being really good or is that him just picking on guys half his size? Because, you know, he's 23 and he's running over 19, 20-year-olds on defense. So let me give you a little bit of the pro here. Nice compliment sandwich for him. So Dane Brugler talks about his strengths. Patient eyes the line to settle, scan, and allow blockers to do their jobs, which is a nice breath of fresh air after what Denver's running back committee did last year. Con, he doesn't have the greatest run strength, right? He's not going to run people over. He's 5'8", 205. That's just not what you're getting out of him. Pro, very productive in his 2 seasons as a full-time starter. He was voted a team captain, described as low-key and quietly confident by NFL scouts. He can spin out of tackle attempts and maintain balance through contact. So that's kind of the, quick synopsis of what you're getting. I don't want to, I think there's a tendency when people see smaller running backs, they go, they got to be great receiving backs. He had 20 receptions last year, 267 yards. We don't really know what he has to that part of his game. That was not what UCF's offense called for. But I think we can all agree that if this was a March Madness bracket, everyone's brackets got busted here. And no one really had R.J. Harvey here. So they go with Jahdae Barron, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, the Texas DB who can play inside, outside at corner, sprinkle him at safety a little bit. And then after starting at 51, let's look at the trades Denver made. Actually, we'll look at the trades, and then we'll look at all their current draft picks moving forward as they traded back not once, but twice until they got Harvey at 60. But first things first, I'm going to be selfish. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel. I would love to reach 35,000 subscribers before the NFL draft wraps up. We're less than 500 away. So if you haven't yet, scroll on down. Just look and see if you're subscribed. If there's no D next to it, get that D in there. That's what she said. Click the sub button and lock yourself in for the best free NFL draft coverage. So Denver started off at 51, right? Then they trade back with the Panthers. A lot of mumbo jumbo, but the key picture here is they move up in round 3 to 74 from 85, okay? Then they make another trade with the Detroit Lions. This was a great trade. They just go back 3 spots, and they jump from 230 to 130. They jump 100 spots for moving back just 3 spots. That's a great deal by Sean and George Payton. My working theory is Sean Payton stuck in traffic on the phone with the War Room saying, trade back. We're not picking till I'm there. I like to picture it was like Ari Gold talking to Lloyd, like, F the phones, Lloyd. Unless Carmen Electric calls for an emergency, you know what, don't pick up. So now we've got Jahdae Barron, this incredible DB, versatile piece, and R.J. Harvey, who joins this running back room, which is definitely going to be a committee-style backfield. Audric Estime working at the goal line going into year 2. Jaleel McLaughlin probably working on third downs. Harvey working on first and second downs. Very reminiscent to what he had in New Orleans with Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram, Reggie Bush, a little bit Pierre Thomas. Like, he just never really had a true bell cow back. And if you remember back in January, he talked about we're not going to have a bell cow back. We're going to do more of a committee backfield. Yeah, it just became a committee backfield for sure in my eyes. All right, before we move on to the rest of this pick and my kind of overall thoughts on it and what's next for Denver as well, quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to the first pitch or tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets. So you want to go see the Nuggets, you want to go see the Avs, maybe the Rockies? Check out Game Time. Last-minute deals, save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So just to kind of wrap up a little bit on who RJ Harvey is as a back. He was a 3-star recruit coming out if you really want to go back in time, but just the overall strengths is he's got good fundamentals to become a better pass catcher. It's just not something we've seen so far during his collegiate career. He's quicker rather than fast. I don't think he's got this home run speed in him necessarily, but I don't want to say he's slow, so don't make too big of a conclusion off that. Here's what Dane Brugler said. Harvey needs to develop better consistency on passing downs, but he is skilled at patiently settling his feet and changing lanes with his instinctive field vision and lateral quickness. Similar in ways to Tyjae Spears, he projects best in a timeshare role in the NFL. I think that this draft is going to be looked back at as, so Denver passed on Omarion Hampton in round 1, passed on Caleb Johnson in round 2. Is that something they're going to live to regret if those two running backs end up having solid, long careers with their teams? There's something to the scheme, to the fit, and what Sean Payton's offense looks like and who fits best in it. And Hampton and Johnson are bell cow workhorse backs. So that may not be what they're looking for in a running back. But if you're curious what my 2 cents on it are, it's what I'm looking for in a running back. Because Denver hasn't had really much success from the running back position in a long... I think you got to go... Like, if you can count Melvin Gordon for 1 season or 2, but, like, C.J. Anderson, like, it's been a while. So, R.J. Harvey... I'm not going to try and say this is my favorite pick ever, but no one likes an asshole or a Debbie Downer on draft day. So let's be optimistic. Let's look forward to what he can bring to the table here in this committee-style backfield. And the Broncos add a running back, which we knew they would do. It was just becoming a question of who, and they had a boatload of draft picks as well. So R.J. Harvey, welcome to the Mile High City. Excited to see you hopefully become the first Broncos running back to get 100 yards in a game since Latavius Murray at the end of the 2022 NFL season with Jerry Rosenberg as this team's interim head coach. So how would you grade the pick? A, B, C, D, or F? I'm going to give it a B-. Draft grades are silly. They haven't played a snap yet. Yeah, I'm supposed to know how good they're going to be, but that's my gut reaction. B-. Thank you all for tuning in. We're live on the channel, so come back here for more Day 2 coverage. All right. Thoughts? Let me make it the pin poll right now. Falcons fans, by the way, how about the Ravens taking Mike Green right before Denver at 60? The Ravens just somehow have this unbelievable ability to always get good players. I ended the poll. But now it's not letting me. Grade the pick. Let's recap on some of the other picks that happened while we were live during that. Yep. Seeing a lot of Fs. Seeing a lot of Fs. Grade. I feel like I'm almost partially responsible for hyping up Caleb Johnson for so long. Now everyone's mad. Grade the pick. Browns are coming up soon, by the way. They're at 67. So, dog pound watching right now. Who do you want the Browns to get? We got our first super chat from Falcons today. Dude needs to improve at pass protection to be a good pick. Yeah, that's true for like 95% of, college running backs coming out, so that's not unique to RJ Harvey. Meanwhile, the Falcons are still a long way away from pick 101. I wonder truly what time Terry Fontenot got to work this morning. Like, if you're picking 101, what's the rush? Get some breakfast, right? Yeah, okay. Also, I'm just going to, I hate this. Every year it happens. Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. Okay. Is that what you want to bet on? The one out of, 100 quarterbacks since then to go in round 6 who've been successful? Those are the odds you want to bet on. All right. Couple of picks that came in shortly after Denver at 60. Yeah, we got a couple of super chats on all 3 channels right now. Right now, the Broncos breakdown is in the lead in super chats, by the way. Browns in 2nd, Falcons in a very distant 3rd, but they got a late start. We saw that one. You saw this super chat. And we saw this one. Analysis of 5th overall, Mason Graham to Cleveland, please. I think it's a safe, standing double type pick where he's going to be a good defensive tackle for the next 10 years. At pick 5, you're usually looking for a bit of a difference maker, right? Someone that can really influence the game. Mason Graham's going to make sure he dominates the line of scrimmage. And in the AFC North, that's a pretty good thing to have in your back pocket. Alan, appreciate your super chat. Thank you very much. JDR, not sure about that one, Chief. Yeah, I agree. I feel bad. You stayed up very late for that, too. Bulwark, the sky is not falling. It is going well for us. Trust the process. If you say trust the process and you reference the Sixers in that, the process ultimately, can we say the process worked for the Sixers? The process work? I don't know. Is that really the mantra you want right now? Yeah, got you very far in the postseason. Bulwark, thank you for your super. Next one. Yeah. Browns are coming up soon. Chiefs pick is in right now. Cleveland picks at 67. Would you take Shedeur with the 3rd-round pick now? At this point, why not wait till 94? No one thinks that highly of him, clearly. No one's trading up for him. So you can get, we'll look at the best players available as soon as we catch up on supers. You can find Shedeur at 94 possibly. Or you could trade up from 94 with one of the picks you got in your trade back. Loverboy Charlie, thank you for your super. Yep. Falcons today. Super chat. First one. Chiefs just selected Tennessee Omar Norman Lott. That's a good pick by Kansas City. Chiefs have gone with Josh Simmons and Omar Norman Lott. They just got a new starting left tackle and a new ferocious pass rusher up the middle. Robert Smith, that's the biggest neck in the world. Terry did the trade because he knows he's gone if they don't win now, and he doesn't want the next guy to have a chance in hell to make better picks. Robert, you're not necessarily wrong. Like, he gave up a future first that if he's fired, like, tough luck for the next guy. So, is that the best for this team long term? Maybe, maybe not, but I think there's some truth to what you're saying here. Robert, thank you so much for your super chat. Yep. Right now, let's show best available and then that deal. We'll do those two things back to back. Okay, we can do that order. Oh, let's do that order. So Omar Norman-Lott from Tennessee, one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles in this draft, falls all the way to the very end of round 2. He goes to Kansas City. Okay, so I've got a deal for everyone watching right now on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons streams. Our friends over at Mando is giving out a 3 starter pack stick deodorant to one of 25 people plus who share this video on Twitter and tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. So it's a very simple 2-step process. Share what you're watching right now on Twitter, tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. If we can get 25 shares, we will pick one of those people to give a Mando 3-set stick deodorant pack 2. So just share the video, tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey, and this 3-pack of stick deodorant could be yours. We got to get to 25 shares, though. Otherwise, my boss said that we're not allowed to do the giveaway. So please help me reach that goal. Even if you don't even want the deodorant, just share it on Twitter. If you like the free content we provide, this is literally the least thing I'm asking for right now. Tagging Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. I know your Twitter's so precious and it wouldn't look cool. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Share it on Twitter. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. If we get 25 shares, we're picking a winner. We'll get back to those numbers in a little bit. Now let's look at best available. Who could Cleveland get at 67? Shedeur Sanders is there. This would be an Andrew Berry type pick from an athletic standpoint. This could be a, hey, we want to get a new safety next to Grant Delpit. We'll run through some of the other best available. I could see Princely being the pick. He's kind of old, though. I doubt they go with him. Elick Iomanor. Jack Sawyer. I would watch for Jalen Knoll. He's a playmaker. Would love Kevin Winston. Only played 2 games last year for Penn State, but really good 2023 tape out there. I'll toss out Jacob Parrish. Super fast. So if you want a new slot corner because you plan on trading Greg Newsome, hello. And then here are the top quarterbacks. My preference is Kyle McCord at pick 104. That's my preference. If they want to go with one of these 3 guys here, or I don't think they're going to do Will Howard. If they want to go with one of these 2 guys here at pick 67, all right. I won't complain. You guys know at this point that I'm not very high in on this quarterback class. But if you get that pick wrong, it didn't cost you too much. Oh, Andrew Makuba, good pick by the Eagles. Great tackler, transferred from Clemson to Texas. Really strong year for the Longhorns. He came up with the game-sealing interception against Arizona State in the CFP. So Denver, yeah, we got Cleveland at 67. Let's kind of go through the rest of round 3 super quick. No. I'll keep going. Denver at 74. And Atlanta's not. The Browns come up again. Not until 94. And then Atlanta, wait for it, at 101, the second to last pick in round 3. So the Falcons walk away with 2 picks in the top 30 and not again until 101. They go 15, 26, 101. Quality over quantity. For anyone just tuning in, Reed's going to show all the picks that's happened so far in round 2, just as a nice little recap. Talked about the best players available. Browns fans, who do you want to pick at 67? My preference right now would be, got a running back, so you don't need Caleb Johnson anymore. I would suggest, I'm not going to go quarterback. Who are some of the, Jalen Milroe could be a lot of fun. That's the Iowa State receiver. That feels like Andrew Berry going, we didn't get Luther Burden earlier, we're going to get him now. Jacob Parrish would be a fun slot corner. I'll go with Jalen Milroe. Redbot, do you want Jared Wilson, center from UGA, for a third? I'm a little surprised Jared Wilson. This is not a good center class, honestly. I see a bunch of shares on Twitter coming in. Maybe, maybe not. I'm getting a lot of notifications at least. Yeah, Hunter, thank you. Fred, thank you. Hype, thank you. Josh, thank you. HP, thank you. You want to put it on a rotate? Giants at 65 have the pick, and it is in. Browns are just 2 picks away at 67. Who do you want Cleveland to take? Right now, a tribute to the men and women that protect our country. Bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, gave that life, what gave life for me. I proudly stand up. I think it's just a moment of like break to honor the armed forces. So once more, let's peek the best available. What is Cleveland going to do at 67? I see Will Howard in the chat a bunch. I don't know if the Browns really like. It's certainly they may not like Shedeur, but there's definitely a moment where like a point in the draft where you go, well, it's too good to pass on. You know what I mean? Like they may go, hey, Shedeur's not our quarterback, right? Consensus, everyone agrees, sure. But like at round 7, you go, what? You know what I mean? So what's that round? That's where the question really starts. Yeah. There's got to be a line in the sand where they go, Shedeur's still there. Take him. Like, ownership might have promised not to meddle, but when Sanders is there at 67 and they go, Jacob Parrish, Kansas State corner, or Shedeur Sanders, they're going to go Shedeur. Like, Jimmy Haslam's going to go, hey, I'm going to override this. I don't give a fuck about this Big 12 corner. We're going with Shedeur Sanders, and I'm selling his jersey immediately. Christopher Stofira. After Christopher Stofira, you want to peek. Oh, Darius Alexander, Toledo defensive tackle. Man, the Giants just investing in the trenches. They go Abdul Carter and now Toledo's Darius Alexander. We'll see Christopher's Super Chat, and then we'll look at the updated Super Chat totals. Falcons have some work to do. I know. Scorpion, PD, what's the grade on the Browns picks? 3 picks so far. You've got Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, and then Quinshawn Judkins. I'm going to give it a B+. I think Graham's a good pick. I don't know if that's someone I'm going to say, hey, that's like a game changer for this team, for this franchise for years to come. The Schlesinger pick was like, all right, good linebacker, but like I don't see anything about his game that makes me feel like he is a major difference maker out there. He's just really good at a lot of things. You know what I mean? And then Judkins, I think, is going to be a very good back. And B+ is not bad. Everyone wants to hear A, and you get really upset when it's not an A+. I'll go B+ for the Browns so far. Chiefs take Ashton Gelati early in round 3. Browns are on the clock. Scorpion, thank you for the super chat. Who do you want the Browns to take? Will it be Shedeur Sanders? Is he going to be a Brown? Let's quickly recap the other supers that came in. We can do a little bit of both. Browns are on the clock. Who do you want Cleveland to take? I'm going to go Jalen Milroe, Iowa State wide receiver. Yeah, Iowa Manor is a big frame, good blocking wide receiver, technically sound, from Canada. Christopher, is there a tight end blocker for a 4th-round pick with at least okay hands? Let me go to my sheet. 1 second. The best I can offer you is... best I can offer you maybe is Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. Browns pick is in. I don't want to know. Okay. Quickly, other super chats, so we're all caught up. That's all of them? Okay, no on Falcons or Broncos? Give me your prediction. Who did the Browns select at 67? The Browns pick is in. Is it Shedeur Sanders? Is this going to be the moment that everyone talks about for day 2 of the NFL draft? Or do they continue with, hey, we're going to take the best players on our board and we're not going to reach for a quarterback. We're not going to let social media peer pressure us. They're going to take a quarterback eventually. It feels like either this or the other 3rd-round pick are the most likely destinations for one. Jalen Milroe is still there too, by the way, right? No one took him. I'm keeping my eyes closed until I just don't even want to risk. Who do you want to draft? Read one last time, best available. If anyone's like, line. Give me a name to work with here. They could go DB if they plan on trading Greg Newsome. Don't rule that out. I like this guy right here. Big fun playmaker at wide receiver. Sneaky won't be Jared Wilson if they're like, hey, let's replace Ethan Posick. Quarterbacks. This is my guy for round 4. That'd be, if I was GM, I would do that. 104, Kyle McCord. Okay. Browns pick is in. Reed's going to show you guys the picks the Browns have made so far. We've got nearly 1,000 people watching right now on our Browns report. Click that like button if you're just joining. That's the house rule. Whose name will be filled in here? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be a quarterback or not? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be a quarterback.
Should they go kicker?
Hey, they went kicker in round 4 3 years ago. Cade York, never forget. Thank you for that win against Carolina, Cade. I don't want to risk it being spoiled. I've seen it beforehand. Wouldn't hate wide receiver, right? You didn't draft Travis Hunter, so your wide receiver room is Jerry, Judy, Cedric Tillman, and Mike Woods. Want to score more points? Maybe get a fun impact rookie like Jalen Milroe.
If it's Shedeur Sanders, I'll shotgun a happy dad.
If it's Shedeur Sanders, this chat is about to go from 1,050 concurrent viewers to 10,050 concurrent viewers. Okay. Shedeur still available, along with Jalen Milroe and Will Howard. I think Will Howard and Kyle McCord are clear-cut day 3 guys. Browns pick is in. We're just awaiting the announcement. Who are they going to take? See, you see that guy with the receding hairline? That's him. Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. They're walking to the podium. We're going to find out with the ESPN broadcast. Harold Fannin Jr., tight end from Bowling Green. So David Njoku has a new backup tight end. They do not go quarterback. It is Harold Fannin Jr. Who was it that wanted a new blocking tight end? Well, you might have just gotten one. But Harold Fannin Jr. is a great receiving tight end. He's tough to take down. That's the first thing that pops out when you watch him. He's a yards after catch, yards after contact type of player. And the Browns let Jordan Akins so far leave in free agency. Njoku's had a lot of injuries, so Cleveland at 67 addresses the tight end room with the Bowling Green product. So we're going to break down this pick, everything you need to know about Harold Fannin Jr. Are we ready, Mr. Barkis? Grade the pick right now, instant reaction. Harold Fannin. Okay, ESPN, within 30 seconds of announcing the pick, they start talking about Harold Fannin losing, I think, a relative or something. It's a never-ending like morgue with them. We got trade up to 68. Lions and Jacksonville. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Reed. Okay. With pick 67 in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns selected tight end Harold Fannin Jr. out of Bowling Green State. Not a quarterback, but the Browns continue with going off their board and not feeling the need to reach for a quarterback with Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe still available. So I want to teach you guys everything there is to know about the Browns' latest tight end edition, and then we'll talk more about the draft in general and my thoughts on this pick. But first, who the heck is Harold Fannin Jr.? Because I doubt many of you watched a lot of Bowling Green games last year. So here's the first thing you got to know about him. He is fast. Like, he is a speedy, he is a yards after the catch type of player. That's not a typo. He had 1,555 yards as a collegiate tight end. He was the entire offense. 10 touchdowns. He was a consensus All-American. He was the MAC MVP, MAC Offensive Player of the Year, first-team All-MAC, led the FBS in catches and receiving yards. He is just impossible to take down the first time. 6'3", 241 pounds. So a little bit maybe on the, I wouldn't say the small end, but the smaller percentile for NFL tight ends, but just average altogether. Nothing to make too big of a deal out of. But run after the catch. If you want to learn one thing from the video, it's, hey, the Browns got this tight end who's awesome after the catch. Throw on his highlight reel after this video. You're going to see him catch the ball. He's going to sidestep one defender. He's going to step over the next defender, and then he's off on the races. And that's how he got 1,500 yards with God knows who Bowling Green's quarterback was. So you never see production like this from a tight end in college. Now, as I was saying earlier, if we want to be a little bit of a, unbiased show and do pros and cons, the cons are at 6'3", 241, he's probably not going to be the guy you want going up against TJ Watt on a quick chip. He might be someone that you use in the slot more. I don't know if he's going to be a traditional inline tight end. But with Stefanski back in charge of the offense, he's going to want to get more two tight end sets out there. So Njoku and now Fannin are those two tight ends. Also Njoku, going into the final year of his contract, all the injuries he has suffered over the last couple of years. Not a bad idea to, plant a little seed in the tight end room here. But you don't have a ton of depth at that position. I like this pick. By the way, if you're thinking, okay, he had 1,500 yards in the MAC. Little fun fact for you. When they played Penn State, he had 11 grabs, 137 yards, and 1 touchdown. When they played Texas A&M, he had 8 grabs, 145 yards, and 1 touchdown. He was all over the field. He was this versatile chess piece. He was an offensive coordinator's Brazzers subscription. You could use him anywhere. I like this pick a lot. So, before we get on to the rest of my breakdown of this pick, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. No one's going to keep you informed as well as we do when it comes to the 2025 NFL Draft. So let's get to 44,000 subs. Scroll on down. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already. I want to look at what Dane Brugler had to say about him and some of the testing numbers as well. And then we'll talk about what's next for Cleveland in day 2 of the NFL Draft with one more third-round pick. 4.71 40-yard dash. He's not like Kyle Pitts' unicorn. Remember when he came out of Florida? He was so big, so fast, so tall and strong. No, he's not that. That's why he's a round 3 guy. But round 60, pick 67 around 3, I think the Browns might have gotten a steal here. I think this might be the pick that in a few days when people talk about their favorite selection from the draft, you don't want to say the first pick because that's too easy. They're going to go with this pick right here. Here's what Dane Brugler said. Fannin is somewhat of an unconventional prospect. He is awkwardly athletic with stiff, restricting movements, but he plays with straight-line explosiveness, outstanding tracking skills, and threatening run-after-catch ability. He fits best as a hybrid H or F tight end and offers 3-down potential. So welcome to Cleveland, Harold Fannin. Doesn't have to go very far away from where he currently is situated, but good pick by the Browns. Njoku, with the injuries, it felt like it was a good opportunity to bring a new young tight end to begin with. And in round 3, the Browns, I'm proud of them, proud of Andrew Berry, stick to their board. They go with the best player available to them, and they don't go and say, well, Twitter said take Shedeur, so we'll do what Twitter said. Before we move on to the rest of my breakdown of this pick, quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets. Last-minute deals save up to 60% off buying last-minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. So, let's talk about maybe, I wouldn't say the elephant in the room, but kind of the elephant in the room. They didn't take Shedeur Sanders. So, the Browns, I think, like the rest of the league, are showing a much better accurate representation of what GMs viewed this quarterback class as, whereas media members and fans, as always, a tradition truly unlike any other, build up these quarterbacks in the pre-draft process. Why? Because quarterbacks sell. More intrigue, more interest with quarterbacks. You know what didn't sell? Eric frickin' Fisher going first overall in 2013, followed by Luke Jokel to the Jags, whatever his name was. And here we are, and no GM actually just wants to waste a pick because that's what the mock draft said they're going to do. So I'm not shocked to see a bit of a fall for some of these quarterbacks. I always said Shedeur would go closer to 32 than number 1. I didn't think I could say he'd go closer to 64 than number 1. But let's review what the Browns have done so far in the draft. They've got one more pick in day 2, and then we'll peek at their day 3 selections as well. They go with Mason Graham, who's going to be this team's next Cam Hayward, kind of like a Cam Hayward, Geno Atkins mix, right? He's going to be a better run stopper than pass rusher. Like Hayward can get up to double-digit sacks. Graham, I'm not so sure about, but I still feel like this is a good standing double type pick. Carson Schlesinger, he's the linebacker from UCLA. He is good at a lot of things, and I think the Browns just figured with JOK's, uncertainty, we want to get a new young linebacker, and let's get someone who can roam and control the middle of the defense, since it's always been a bit of a revolving door there. Ever since Anthony Walker ran into all those injury problems, they've never had much consistency at that position. Love the Quinshon Judkins pick, running back from Ohio State. He is a, bruising, violent type back, but whenever you think bruising back, you usually think bruising but slow. He ain't slow. He can move and he can run people over. Harold Fannin at 67, this has the potential to be a super fun pick. This has the potential to be the Cleveland Browns' next big weapon on offense. It might be Jerry Jeudy, Harold Fannin, and Quinshon Judkins leading this offense for the next 4 to 6 years. I like the selection. And so then now we look at what the Browns have in the rest of round 3 and what they have in day 3 of the draft, which kicks off kind of bright and early tomorrow. But the Browns still have one more third-round draft pick, and then after that, they've got a good amount of day 3 draft capital. So after picking 67, they also have 94, which maybe they use in a quarterback. I know all of you want Will Howard. Then right again to open up day 3 with 104. I expect them to trade some of these picks, by the way. Like they pick 104 and 126, then 166, and then they don't pick again until 192. So maybe not pick again, maybe not trade again. So as of now, that's what the Browns are working with for day 3 of the NFL draft. All right, grade the Harold Fannin selection for me. Give it an A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give this an A. I think at 67, you find a tight end with 1,500 yards. How do you not be a little excited about that, given, sure, it's not a huge risk for where you took him, but the ceiling is super high with this guy here. So I'll give it an A. For where he was taken, value-wise, it might end up being my favorite pick in this draft, like I mentioned a few minutes ago. Do we like it? A lot of A's. I see a couple of super chats have flown in. We'll get to all those in just a moment. We'll also recap on the picks that have happened since 67 when Cleveland was on the clock. Atlanta, just tuck yourself in here. You got to wait till 101. So here's what happened. Darian Porter, he's a 6'2 corner, blazing speed, 6 years in college, only 1 year as a starter. So he's experienced but raw all at once. And then after Darius Porter, we had a couple more picks come in here. Kyle Williams, there's the receiver out of Washington State. Then the Lions love to do this. They love to actually think they're the smartest ones in the room. They had a great draft with Jack Campbell and what's the running back? Thank you, Jahmyr Gibbs. Ever since then, they felt like, hey, everyone told us that draft sucked, and now it's a good draft. Let's continue to make weird picks and to improve them wrong. This pick sucks. I don't know this guy yet. That's why he sucks. Texas defensive tackle. And then the Bills selected Landon Jackson at 72. Denver's right around the corner at 74. So Broncos country, who do you want to select coming up? If Denver even picks at 74. Yeah. I don't know if Caleb Johnson just slept with everyone's wives here. But no one wants him. It's unreal. It's funny. All right, Reed's going to give a couple of shout-outs here. This is your guy, too. I know, just one quick thing. Let me know who you want Denver to take.
All right. Azarie Thomas from Florida State. I am a Florida State alum. To be fair, I did not watch a lot of his tape or anything like that. But I know I watched him last year a little bit. He's good. Definitely a round 3 guy, though. This is exactly where I thought he'd go. Joins up with Jordan Travis, who is on the Jets as their backup. So getting back with his teammate. So that's cool. Broncos are on the clock. Broncos breakdown. Who do you guys want? I see a lot of Tez. I see some Tez. I see some Cam Scattaboo. I don't think they just took RJ Harvey, so I don't think Scattaboo is in here. C Ryan saying another corner. Possibly. Let's look at the board real quick. Best available. You got Xavier Watts. I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate an Xavier Watts pick. Siobhan Revel, Shedeur, Caleb. We got Princely. So I like the wide receiver from Stanford.
Yeah,
that could be good.
Manor, I think, could
You're muted.
Iowa Manor, I think, could be the pick for Denver
I think so
at
too.
74.
It could be good.
Broncos are on the clock. Who do you want them to get?
I don't know. I like. Imagine they take Caleb Williams too.
I know we have a few super chats here. Let's catch up on those. Let's do this really quickly, actually, if we can, as we're waiting for Denver's pick to come in. Who do you want the Broncos to select at 70? Whatever we at, 74. I saw some on Broncos and some on Falcons too. Let's see what Denver's on the clock. And the pick is in. Bane, do an NFL draft sporkle between picks. As if, Bane. I was joking that today. Yeah, pick is in for the Broncos. All right, get it ready. We'll catch up on the other supers in a little bit here. But Denver's pick at 74 is in. In round 1, they went with Jade Barrett. In round 2, they went with RJ Harvey. In round 3, I think they're going to go defensive tackle. Let me know when it's on screen. Just do the smaller one then. If there's no big cam. Is there a headshot? Oh, this got to be a bad player then. All right. Oh, holy reach. I think everyone goes, who? Pat Bryant. Illinois wide receiver. I think Pat Bryant answered the phone and went, you sure you know who you called, right? All right, here we go. Let's learn everything there is to know about Pat Bryant, Illinois wide receiver. I'm not going to pretend that I've got an encyclopedia on Pat Bryant off the top of my head right now, but I don't think the chat is very happy. Sam Brown said we are so back. He's a big Broncos fan here at Chat Sports. He likes it for what it's worth. Pat Bryant. Okay. On Dane Brugler's big board, he was wide receiver 21, 5th round grade on him. A little bit of a reach, a little bit of a panic pick. I don't want to say panic pick, but, you know, they got their guy and they wanted their guy. So, hey. People have said reach if someone took Amon-Ra St. Brown in round 3. All right, here we go. I'm ready to break this down when you guys are. Okay. With pick 74 in the 2025 NFL Draft, Denver makes a little bit of a head-scratcher. They pick Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. A lot of people viewed him as more of like a day 3, round 5 type of player. But let's get familiar with Pat Bryant. 6'2", 204, so some prototypical size for a wide receiver. He was a 3-year starter for the Fighting Illini. Last year, 984 yards and 10 touchdowns. He doesn't have incredible speed. I mean, he's 4'6", 40-yard dash, so just solid athlete, solid athleticism. But I feel that one thing that really jumps out to him is the way he can use his physicality to get past people. He's also sneaky good when it comes to run after the catch. He also adjusts well to tough throws. And when you're playing in Illinois, I mean, they had a good quarterback last year, but it's tough to put together a great highlight reel in Urbana-Champaign. So you look at his stats over last year, he's not a speed demon. He's not going to be someone that probably stretches the field for you. But last year we saw Denver, they kind of had a type with their receivers, right? I mean, at least with Devon Vele, they wanted guys who were reliable when it came to the catch, not guys who were viewed as top consensus prospects because they were super fast or something like that. He played the Z position, so I'm not sure if he's going to, line up traditionally at the X position outside. You might find him more in the slot in the NFL, but we'll figure out what Sean and George Payton want to do with him. I think he's going to go in there and he's going to compete with Troy Franklin and A.T. Perry for like wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. So that's kind of the background on who he is as a player, right? The strengths are, he's got good, this sounds weird for it to be a strength, but it's what Dane Brugler has. Natural coordination. I sure hope so. You're a wide receiver. That's a tough thing to lead off with right there. He doesn't have, top-end speed or anything like that. He's got good after the catch ability. He can make good contested catches. I think he plays bigger than his size would indicate. So it's a nice big target or big-ish target for Bo Nix to throw to. I'm at a bit of a loss here. There were some other good receivers out there. Jalen Milroe from Iowa State is a big-time playmaker. Elick Iowa-Manor from Stanford, good run blocker, and that's not what you want to be known for, but that's an important part of the gig early on as a rookie receiver. So I'm definitely, we look at the top receiver. I would take any of these 4 guys over him. But Denver decided to, go get their guys. They did it with R.J. Harvey, and now it's Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. This is probably not going to be everyone's favorite pick initially, and then it's probably going to become people's sleeper pick in a few days when they watch some highlights, they do some research on him, and they go, all right, I'm going to buy in. You got me. We're going to talk more about the draft for Denver in just a second here, but make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you want to get 35,000 subscribers to help your favorite Broncos YouTuber out, I need you to scroll on down and click that sub button. So let's kind of catch up on what Denver has done so far in the draft. Jahdae Barron. All 3 of these picks have kind of come out of, I wouldn't say left field, but, not right down the pipeline. You know what I mean? Jahdae Barron, I think, was just a product of best player available. How is he still there? We can't pass on someone who's that good at a cornerstone piece like DB. I would have preferred Caleb Johnson, and I would have preferred most other wide receivers here. Now, a lot of you are probably going, PD, you don't know, shit. You're not Sean or George Payton. They know way more than you. And you're not wrong. They do know more than me. I'm not trying to pass myself off as more in-depth on the NFL and football than those guys. But not every GM and head coach nails every single draft pick. So this is definitely a head-scratcher of a pick that if it doesn't work out, we're going to look back and go, what were they thinking in round 3 with a day 3 guy? That's way too early for him. What a big-time reach. All right, more on what Denver's going to do next in the draft in just a moment, but I do want to give a quick shout-out to our sponsor today, which is Game Time. Game Time has an awesome deal right now for Broncos country. Over at Game Time, they make getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off or first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets if you want to go see the Nuggets, you want to go see the Avs or the Rockies or any other sporting event in your area. They've got last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Get started with Game Time today and take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So just to kind of summarize and wrap up who Denver just got in round 3, because I know all of us are fairly confused by the pick. Here's what Dane Brugler had to say about Bryant. Bryant isn't super dynamic, which will be tougher to mask against NFL competition, but his body coordination and ascending technique match well with his natural tracking skills. He projects as a backup possession target who can fight for a wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 role in the right situation. You can look where Tom Downey, from Chat Sports had him ranked 178 overall, and Denver got him at 74. So this is a gamble by Sean Payton, right? This is someone in that war room, and probably Sean, sticking their neck out, going for a guy that most people did not look at in round 3, but they did not want to live in a world without him, and they were willing to move up and get their guy. I mean, it's a little bit like a fantasy football draft where you've got your sleeper, and you just don't want to risk someone taking him, so you don't mind if you go a few rounds early. The backfire here is it's not a fantasy football league; it's a job, and if Pat Bryant does not live up to the billing, then man, oh man, you just lit a top 100 pick on fire when there were some good receiver options available at that spot, right? I think Iowa Manor is kind of like a better version of Bryant, and Jalen Milroe from Iowa State is a huge playmaker with the ball in his hands. I think those would have been 2 good picks right there. So I'm going to, push back and say I don't really agree or like the last 2 picks by Denver. I would have gone with Caleb Johnson over R.J. Harvey, and I would have gone with most other receivers over Pat Bryant. But there it is, Denver's first 3 picks in the 2025 NFL Draft. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. That way you don't miss any future picks. But let's wrap up with a good old-fashioned grade the pick. Maybe don't, actually, because I don't want Pat Bryant to see this and have his confidence crushed. That is the worst, when a player gets picked by a team and no one on that fan base wants that pick to be the pick. So grade the pick. And Pat, if you are seeing this and you see D's or F's, that is just what they do in Denver. It's opposite. That's a good grade. It's a little bit different in Mountain Time. He's from Florida, so it's just not what you're used to. But yeah, different world on the other side of the Mississippi River. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to, sign off for this video. We're going to be live still on our live coverage for day 2 of the NFL Draft. So if you're watching this, join our live coverage after this video wraps up in 3 seconds, and I'll see you then. What the fuck? Pat Bryant? Who? Yeah, the Fs are pouring in. Okay, after Pat Bryant, Nick Martin, good linebacker from Oklahoma State who got injured, so he falls as a result. Nice pick by San Francisco. I think they're having a really good draft. And then the Cowboys get their next corner to maybe replace like a somewhat injury-prone now Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland. Siobhan Revel, a little bit of a guy who's bad at school, but really athletic and really, lengthy and fast as a DB. Nice pick by Dallas at 76. All right, let's catch up on some super chats here. It looks like it's 5 degrees in Green Bay. They are beyond bundled up. Yeah. Getting towards the end of day 2 of the NFL Draft. There's 102 picks in the draft. 102 picks from rounds 2 to 3. So we're at 77. We got to get to 102 until day 2 is over with. You guys can see my chair. That's not good. Bunch of super chats. I promise we'll get to them. You bet. Okay. So, some super chats here after Pat Bryant. Kind of yikes. Fravel edits. Absolutely hate this draft so far. We have no idea what we are doing. Draft BPA at a position we don't need. Then you trade back twice, take a 24-year-old running back with bum knees. Now no Fannin. Yeah, if you like want to look at it from a more than half glass empty way of looking at it, that's not a bad way of looking at it. I think you are kind of blowing past that. Jahdae Barron's a good player still, but I agree that I don't really know where he slots in because you have 3 starting corners. Sorry, I guess, Jaquan McMillan, but we like McMillan. Fravel, thank you very much for your super chat. Another one, we won't have any of the top talent in this draft that fit any of our top 3 needs. We should have traded up to get Judkins and Henderson instead of sitting back and waiting. Draft is ruined for me. If Denver is looking for a running back in round 1 next year, everyone's got a fair gripe and a fair, complaint to have with Sean and George Payton. I hear you, Fravel. I hear you. From our Browns channel. Yep. Nope. Jags have 104. Oh, I think you're right. I'm sorry. I might have been fake news media. I think they do have 104, and the Browns have their 4th round pick. I got lost in the trade. That's my fault. I made a boo-boo. I'm sorry. I'll get that corrected. Thank you for looking out for me. The tracker has the Browns with pick 104. That was traded to Jacksonville. The Browns and the Jags swapped 4th round picks. I'll have to let Sam know. Okay. Next super chat. Jeff, Steelers have pick 83 and Saints 93 before the Browns at 94. Do they give break and pick one of the QBs? I mean, the Saints already took Tyler Shuck. If you're New Orleans, though, why not take Shedeur 2 at 93? Right? I mean, unless you think Shuck is a no-doubter, why not bring in an extra competition? I think the Steelers go quarterback at 83, though. So I do believe Pittsburgh goes quarterback at 83. Question becomes Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders. Jeff, thank you so much for your $20 super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, we got some more super chats here. Broncos breakdown super chat. Tiki Tech Gaming. So, here's the thing, right? One person likes a pick, one person hates the pick. And there's never going to be a consensus until 3 years after the draft. But I'll do some RJ Harvey tape tonight, watching tonight. Because whenever I get to bed after the draft, you think we don't get home till 1:45-ish in the morning. It's actually not as easy as you think to just fall asleep at that moment. You kind of got the adrenaline-ish, or the excitement more so. We got some more. Oh, there goes Jalen Noel. So, good pick by Houston. They get both Iowa State receivers. They get Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Brian Thomas Gold. RJ Harvey is going to surprise you. 6.8 yards per carry. This dude is a monster sleeper. Yeah, guess what? Caleb Johnson had 6+ yards a carry, too, in an offense that passed the ball 130, 134 times and constantly faced stacked boxes. In the Big Ten, too. Thank you. Coming in from Falcons. Falcons draft Shedeur Sanders. It would be very Falcons-esque. You know, you're joking, but what if Atlanta's like, hey, we want a new backup quarterback, and Penix has a lot of injury issues, and we're at 101, so why not? Worst case scenario, we trade him in the future. Gary, it's something Terry would consider. I'll put it that way. David Dilly, Jack Sawyer still available. Could it be? All right, everyone that's watching, it's an Ohio State and a Browns fan mashup. You guys get to pick one. You can either have Jack Sawyer or Will Howard. That's it. You can't have all of them. You got Judkins already. So, you guys can decide which one you want. Sawyer or Howard? Yes, yes. Okay. Okay. So, over at Mando, they're giving away a 3-pack of stick deodorant. If you share the video on Twitter and tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey, then you'll be entered into kind of a raffle. Once we get 25 shares, my boss is going to pick someone. I'm just going to read to you verbatim the Slack he sent me. And if you've got a boss like this, maybe you can, sympathize and relate a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Let me find the Slack channel. Shoot. Oh. Quote, we need 4 more shares or show's over. I'm coming in to yank the cord. I don't want the cord yanked. Please. Share on Twitter. And I'm having a great time. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. And if we can get 25 shares, which we're 4 away from, show them the 3-pack of Mando deodorant that one lucky sharer is going to get. So, share on Twitter. Help me out. You want to see some of the picks that have come in? Maybe go from round 2 up. But yeah, please help grow the channel. It does go a long way. It tells YouTube, hey, this is really popular. We should show it to more people. So if you like the free content we provide, sharing on Twitter, tagging Chat Sports and Matthew Petey, supporting a sponsor of ours, it's a good circle of karma and life, like internet life. All right. Good pick by Carolina. I don't know who that is. I liked all these picks right here. Sorry. Yeah. Just a little bit of Twitter. This is crazy. This is bonkers. Who the hell is that? All right, Steelers are coming up soon. Titans are on the clock right now. Do you want to put it on show all the teams' picks? You know what I mean? Team by team a little bit? Kind of, yeah. Is that possible? Okay. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. I got the picture. Titans at 82. What are they going to do? Jack Sawyer.
You got Dylan Sampson still there. Ton of touchdowns from that guy.
I like Dylan Sampson. I would like that more than RJ Harvey.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. RJ Harvey, not bad.
Yeah, do that for sure. I don't know. Will Shedeur Sanders go in day 2 of the draft? Forget round 2 now, day 2. Is he going to be a Steeler? Is he going to be a Brown? Where does Shedeur Sanders end up? At this point, I feel like Shedeur goes to a team that doesn't need a quarterback, but they're like, hey, we think that you could be a good developmental project. Is Shedeur Sanders going to be a round 4 pick? Oh, we have the picks in for the next 2 teams, for Tennessee and for Pittsburgh. Pick is in for both those teams. Browns are coming back on the clock soon-ish. A little bit, 10 more picks. Broncos are done for tonight, by the way. Like, they have used all their picks for day 2. They could trade back in, but for now they are out of day 2. So their picks today were RJ Harvey and Pat Bryant, which leaves a lot of fans going, huh? Never heard of that guy. Titans pick at 82. Very good selection. He's going to be the next Kevin Byard. Like, he's going to be the next, safety for that team for years to come. Really good pick by the Titans. And there it is. Caleb Johnson going to the Steelers. You're right. That does look like he's on the Steelers. Great pick by Pittsburgh. Caleb Johnson, I think, is a very good running back. And I think people are going to look back and go, what a mistake letting him go in the draft. Good pick by the Steelers. Good pick. Let's see who's coming up next in the draft. Bucks are on the clock right now at 84. We are so far ahead of ESPN, it's not even funny. They're just reading the Titans pick right now. And then, Reed, do you want to show updated Super Chat numbers while we look at who's coming up? Yep. What's going on, Joey? At some point, kind of, yeah. No, no. Yeah. Are you doing the copy for this? I'll make the title right now. I'll make the title right now. Okay. What do they do? Because dude, I make these like templates, and then they no, he did do it. Yeah. All right, let's go really back to the Mando giveaway. We are literally 3 away from reaching 25. Share this video on Twitter. Tag Matthew Petey and Chat Sports in your tweet. And once we get to 25 shares, we're going to pick one person to win a 3-pack of Mando stick deodorant. So share it on. We need 3 more people. Literally, we're at 22. Got to get to 25 in order to make the giveaway worth it. Help us out, please. I don't want to be the only stream that goes back to the bullpen when we're all signing off that didn't get to 25 shares. Do your favorite YouTuber or your least favorite YouTuber a favor and share it on Twitter. And the plug factor. Come on. Help a brother out. Share it on Twitter. Tag Chat Sports and Matthew Petey. So Steelers pick is in, Caleb Johnson. We have the Bucks, the Patriots coming up. I know. I wonder how many people died on ESPN's broadcast today? What do you think the number is of people that were talked about that have passed away? There's been 83 picks so far. I think like 20 deaths have been shown on air. We got a super chat or two to catch up on here. I believe, from Copenhagen. No one is taking Sanders in this draft. Commissioner is letting them know they aren't bigger than the NFL. Yeah, I mean, that's a deep conspiracy that Roger is telling all these teams to pass on a quarterback if they really like one. I just think the reality is Shedeur Sanders is going to get properly drafted. He was a quarterback who didn't have, great speed. He didn't have a great piece of arm strength. He was accurate, but he threw a ton of screens. And nothing really about that profile jumps out as like a top 100 for sure pick. So kudos to GMs for going, yeah, we're not going to just like completely ditch our entire draft board because Shedeur was talked about a lot on Twitter. So the Chiefs have traded their third-round pick to the Patriots. Chiefs have, gained New England's third-round pick. We'll see what the Patriots get. Oh, we made it. We got to 25. Okay, 1 second. I think James is gonna do like a random name generator to see who wins the Mando. James is our boss. I feel like context clues could help put together the purpose of that sentence. I know they don't know who the fuck James is. No, I was talking to them. Pick is in, by the way, for the Buccaneers. I don't know if Jacob Parrish. There it is. Yep. Really good slot corner. Really fast. I like that selection. The Buccaneers might be having one of my favorite drafts of anyone. Emeka Ibuka, Benjamin Morrison, and now Jacob Parrish. Good picks by Tampa so far. All right, before we get on to the rest of round 3, quick shout out to our sponsor, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks has so many awesome deals right now for everyone watching. It's the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. On Prize Picks, you can mix and match player projections from different sports as well. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. All right. We are getting towards the later stages of day 2 of the NFL draft. It's 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast. So shout out to everyone who is still rocking and rolling with us. I mean, we have been live we went live initially at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah, my back is feeling it standing this whole time. What do you think is worse, standing the whole time or sitting? Okay. Well, I thought we were going to have another debate of what's worse, being too hot or too cold. I hate that debate. It's always too cold.
I'm on your side with that, though, in terms of the hot is bearable.
Yeah.
The cold is not. Like where it ends, they don't correlate.
I agree. Yep, 100%.
Like I'm okay with 100-degree weather. I can bear that. That's fine. But I think a lot of people don't know the comparison to that.
People that like to say
25 degrees, maybe 30.
People that say it's better to be too hot than too cold because you could put layers on have never lived north of the Mason-Dixon. They don't know what it's like to get up and have to shovel off snow from your windshield and to have to like wear a bunch of layers to get into your office or get into school and then take it all off.
But if you say 95-degree weather or 35-degree weather or like 40,
40, yeah, then for sure the cold.
I'm like, oh yeah, 40 for sure. But it's like it's a hard. You can't just be like, oh, would you rather be hot or cold?
Right.
In casual, maybe inside or like not like in terms of like harsh weather.
Yeah.
I'd rather be cold because you can layer up. Because if it's not harsh, like I'd rather throw a sweatshirt on. You're fine, but you're not. I don't want to be sweating.
Tally up the totals and super chats across the 3 channels. Falcons today got first place yesterday in super chats. They are very far behind right now in a distant third right now. I know. I'm just calling it out, though. I love how you're their attorney, trying to provide some motivation. Unmute yourself if you're going to talk.
I was saying they did start late, but there are some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
In the Falcons chat.
We've got some news, and it's not related to the NFL draft, but it's related to our Mando giveaway. We have the winner. Okay. So follow James's directions and do exactly that. We have our winner. We're going to reveal it in a moment. Noel Williams, Cal Corner going to the Chiefs. Chargers pick is in at 86. The Browns are on the clock. It was at 94, I think. Yeah, 94. All the quarterback, at this point, any of these teams could take a quarterback because we often see random quarterback picks in late round 3 when they're like, hey, it's too important of a position to pass on a guy we think is good. I do wonder if there are some GMs that are like, hey, I'll let the next GM kind of deal with the entire Sanders family in on my business. I just don't want to deal with Dion calling me out for not playing his son early enough. I wonder if that, or even, I wonder if coaches are like, I don't want to draft Shedeur because I'm going to feel like they're going to try and replace me with Dion soon. So why would I, vouch for the guy that is going to come here and ultimately be my demise because the owner wants to have Dion coach his son. And they want to get that duo back together. It's crazy. Okay. Here we go. So this is for our Mando 3-pack stick deodorant giveaway. And it goes to Graphic Burns. So Graphic Burns, Chat Sports, is going to DM you on Twitter with, a little bit of information requesting to get you your address and to get your Mando 3-pack deodorant sent out to you. But Graphic Burns, congratulations. You've been a longtime viewer of the channel, and I'm really happy it went to someone who's been a longtime supporter. So thank you so much, Graphic Burns. There's Jason. Yeah, he's in the chat right now. That's Graphic Burns. Okay. Shout out to you, Jason. Chargers 86. Let's kind of go through the next couple of picks here. Who could take a quarterback? Brown sitting in the mid-90s, looking for a QB still. Is there anyone sitting in front of them that could take a quarterback? Well, I'll tell you who it's not going to be, the Chargers. They just took a defensive tackle from Oregon. So Green Bay, maybe they want to find a new backup for Jordan Love. That's the only idea right here. Do the Jags have any kind of fear about T-Law long term? I doubt these two teams take quarterbacks. They want to get guys who can help win right now, right? They made the playoffs last year. They made the playoffs 2 years ago. Want to bounce back quickly. So these don't seem like obvious quarterback candidates to me. Let's check out some of the other teams picking. Texans, C.J. Stroud, maybe the Rams. Rams, I could see it happening. Seahawks, I could see it happening. Right, this is the exact same story for Seattle. Remember, they signed Matt Flynn from Green Bay. They signed a different NFC quarterback this offseason. Then they took Russell Wilson, I think, in round 3 or 4. I think it was round 3. So it would be pretty. By the way, the last time Seattle took a quarterback in the draft, I believe, was Russell Wilson. They never drafted one after that. The Browns pick at 94. So, possibility. Packers at 87 select. Savion Williams, TCU wide receiver. That's a good pick by the Green Bay Packers. He was used at running back. He was a Swiss Army knife. He's fast. He's big. He may not have a traditional role, but he can be used in a multitude of ways. He had receiving touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, even a passing touchdown last year. A little bit on the older side. Says he got a daughter born in December, so he's a mature, grown man right there. But good pick by Green Bay. Savion Williams. I thought maybe Denver could go with Savion in my mock draft. That was not the pick, though, for the Broncos earlier. Who do you want Cleveland to take as we get closer to round 3, pick 94? Yeah, Super Chats. We'll just stick with that. Broncos done for day 2 unless they trade back in. Jags on the clock at 88. Their pick is in. I'm excited to see it. Yep. All right. Super Chat battle. Slight lead. Keep in mind, this channel started first, then this one, then this one. So from a timing perspective, give credit to Denver. And then I want to tell them about the Venmo deal we're doing as well for this, Reed. So if you want to get involved in the competitiveness and also just maybe support the channel, Super Chats do go a long way. If you're not able to Super Chat, that's not a problem. Just like the video. That's completely free. But I know some of you like to, win in every single competition. So here's one more. You can help your favorite team winning. Okay. Browns fans only. My boss gave me, I think it was 30 Browns Report hats. So, $5 Venmo. And we're going to do a duck race at the end of the night for a Browns Report hat. $5 Venmo at Matthew Petey to get added to that. So if you want to get a hat for maybe your favorite channel and support the channel in the same process, $5 Venmo at Matthew Petey to be added to a Browns Report hat raffle, which we will do after round 3 is complete. If you want to get a hat for sure, $50 Venmo, and this bad boy is yours, which I know it's not a very cheap hat, don't get me wrong, but if you want to support the channel and get something out of it at the same time, this is a great way to do so. So really appreciate those of you that go above and beyond to help us out here at Chat Sports. Okay, Lucas. Yeah, chill out, dude. Jags, what are they going to do? Jags pick is in. Browns are getting closer. Oh, we got one Venmo. Christopher, thank you very much, Chris. Brett as well. Appreciate it, Brett. Thank you. The Jags pick again? They traded with the Rams? It says Rams at 90. Let's recap a little bit what all the picks have been so far for these three teams, Reed. So Jags, Travis Hunter in round 1. They don't pick again. They picked Hunter at 2. This was their next pick in the draft. Another corner, kind of. So here are the selections for the three teams being covered on this live stream right now. Atlanta, Jalen Walker, and James Pearson still awaiting pick number 3 after making a trade up for the Tennessee edge rusher. The Browns, on the other hand, look how busy they've been. They go Mason Graham after a trade back. They go Carson Schwarzen. We got it. I got it right the first time. I'm not going to screw this up. Schweisinger? Yeah, I think it's Schweisinger. Carson. This is making for some bad radio. Schweisinger. I think it's Schweisinger. Yeah. Quinshon Judkins, running back from Ohio State. Harold Fannin, tight end out of Bowling Green. Then you've got, Broncos. How would you guys rank these three drafts? Who's had the best? Who's had the worst between these three teams alone? Jahdae Barron, R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. Number 1, I'm going to say is, I got to say the Browns. They have 4 picks. You know what I mean? Number 2, I go with the Falcons. And number 3, I go, Schweisinger. That's what it is. Yeah, Carson Schweisinger. But I'm going to go with Browns number 1, Falcons number 2, Broncos number 3. We got some more Venmos coming in from Bane and from Charlie. Appreciate all of you guys supporting the channel. Pick is in for the Jags. Again, I don't know how they... Oh, they had 88 and 89. I see. Okay, they go offensive line. Good pick right there by Jacksonville. Rams on the clock here. This is the hat in question if you want to support the channel. $5 Venmo will add you to the raffle for that. Browns are coming up. Who do you want Cleveland to take at 94? Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe are still there. Feel like they're going to go quarterback with one of those two. I mean, just looking at the best players available, is there anyone out there that's just so good that you're like, we can't live without that guy? Camden, thank you for your super chat. I saw hims as well. You know, Xavier Watts, I don't really know what's going on here. Does he have medical issues? I didn't think so. How is he still available? Xavier Watts. No, I played all 16 games last year. Consensus All-American. I'll take Xavier Watts over any quarterback. Camden, I could see R.J. Harvey being like Isaiah Pacheco 2.0. But Pacheco is such a bruising back. I guess they're both like similar heights. But I think Pacheco's better between the tackles. I would rather had like 3 other running backs than Harvey. And like 3 other receivers than Bryant. But that's why they pay Sean Payton and not me. So hopefully he's right and I'm wrong. He's him. Predict Browns top jersey sale. Rookie. You know, he's him. I like these. It's a nice question. It's a great question. All right, let's kind of go through the candidates. Myles Garrett's probably going to be number 1. No quarterback, I think, is going to be a top jersey seller. No running back. Jerry Jeudy, I don't think is going to be there long. Like, not there long enough, but like been there long enough to get all that jersey attention. It's Myles Garrett. Rookie. Not Mason. If they take a quarterback, it would probably be the quarterback. If not the quarterback, I would suspect Quinshon Judkins from the Ohio State factor. However, Chalk says just take the first round pick. Who's number 1? I have no idea what number he's going to wear. Yeah, why not? Juan Thornhill wore number 1 last year. He's not on the team anymore. By the way, when we get to the Browns pick, we're actually not going to do a complete breakdown at that point for it. We're going to do that with our grades. We're not going to do a live cut out of pick 94 for the Browns. We'll combo that with the grades. Yeah. Yep. My computer's barely working. So, who do you want? Cleveland to take it 94. Rams pick is in right now. Then it's Baltimore, Seattle, then New Orleans, then Cleveland. Dibble, great to see you hopping in the chat today. Rams pick. Michael Brockers again. No one from the Rams wanted to go to Green Bay. Josiah Stewart, Michigan defensive end for the Rams. That's going to turn out to be a great pick. You just know that. I got a Venmo from Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. And Ken. Trevor, just a quick tip here. Don't put that this was like a transaction. Otherwise, you take 3% out. All right. Brad gets Shedeur Sanders or Jack Sawyer. I wouldn't mind Jack Sawyer. It doesn't really seem like an Andrew Berry pick just because he loves athletic players, right? It's not really Sawyer's calling card. Corey Dotz. Everyone wants Sawyer. I do feel like what if Barry's like, hey, let's just kind of win the fans win the fans back with an Ohio State. He took Judkins. He probably feels fulfilled in that regard. Mike Dibble, please let Sawyer be the pick. Great draft so far. Also, Petey, did you get my email about the hat? Yes, I did. I saw the email just as we went live, but been very busy, obviously, so I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to respond. Brett Huddeshaw with a $5 super chat from Falcons today, followed by Jose Santana. Brett, if the Browns draft Sanders, you should drink a fifth of Cherry Admiral to celebrate. Man, put me in a time machine and slap me in Hess Hall in 2017 right there, Brett. Probably not, but I appreciate the idea. Would love to see if there's a local distributor that has some Cherry Admiral spiced rum. Thank you for the super chat, Brett. Ravens pick is in. Jose Santana. PD, all of us Atlanta Falcons are still partying from yesterday. That's why the supers are so low. Jose, you got nothing to apologize for, my man. Yesterday was a lot of fun for Falcons fans. It was fun to read all the comments of people saying, I went to bed after Atlanta's pick, and then I woke up to James Pierce on the Falcons roster. Pick is in for the Ravens and the Seahawks. We'll get the Ravens pick up on screen in a moment. He's him. Emory Jones, tackle guard from LSU. He was their right tackle. Remember, he was supposed to be like a top 10 pick. Didn't quite have the year in 2024 to warrant that, but still a top 100 selection. A good pick by the Ravens, who, of course, just get really good players from the SEC. And Mike Green. Hit that thumbs up button if you're just tuning in. Browns pick coming up in a little bit here. They pick 94. Do me a big favor. Show me you are rocking and rolling with me by liking the stream. Okay. It goes Seattle, then New Orleans. I could see Seattle taking a quarterback here. Sean Alexander about to announce the pick for Seattle. They took Russell Wilson the year they signed Matt Flynn. And the Seahawks pick at 92 is Jalen Milroe. Yep. kind of called it. So Shedeur is the last man standing. Is Shedeur even the next quarterback taken at this point? Nick Saban gives a round of applause for his old quarterback going top 100. Jalen Milroe goes 2 picks before Cleveland. Hopefully that wasn't the if that was really the quarterback the Browns wanted, they would have traded up for him if they wanted him. They had the ammunition to trade up. Saints already got Tyler Shuck, so I don't think the Saints feel cucked. But we saw this by Seattle. Oh, what did Shedeur tweet? Oh. Is Shedeur going to go to the Browns? Dun, dun, dun. Do the Browns pick Shedeur Sanders? Would you rather have Shedeur Sanders or Jack Sawyer at 94? It's New Orleans. I don't want any reaction from you when you see the pick. Straight poker face. No, for Cleveland. Milroe, he is a roller coaster of a quarterback. Turns it over a bunch, but he also makes some great plays with his legs, and he's got probably the strongest arm in this draft class. So if you can harness all that, he's a great just mold to work through. The issue is there are some major what was that moment. What were that moment? Like a lot of them. Games altogether. So it's Milroe to Seattle. Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, Sam Howell. Bit of a crowded quarterback room. Here are the like numbers so far. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Looking at you Falcons today right now. So we see quarterbacks go in the following order. Cam Ward, number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. Then Jackson Dart to the New York Giants at 25. Then we see Tyler Shuck go to the New Orleans Saints at 40. Then Jalen Milroe to the Seattle Seahawks at 92. Shedeur is shaping up to be the 5th quarterback selected. Pick is in for the Saints at 93. That would put the Browns on the clock. Their final pick of round 3, barring a trade. Oh, boy. Pick is in. And it is Jonas Sanker, Virginia safety. And now the Browns are on the clock. Do you want Cleveland to select Shedeur Sanders? You're this far in the draft, kind of like a why not mentality. You don't have much to lose, but also, is he probably going to have the best career over like Xavier Watts? I don't think so. So if you still are adamant of, I don't want to waste draft picks, I want to get the best player, I don't think it's Shedeur Sanders. I think it would be Notre Dame safety Xavier Watts. You put him with Grant Delpit, and that's going to be an improved defense from last year. Will Shedeur Sanders go day 2 in the draft? Day 2? Yes or no? I'm starting to wonder if he's ever going to get picked. Like, is it just is it a bit now? Saints pick is in. Well, the ESPN broadcast is behind. Browns are on the clock. Let's look at the best available really quickly here. If you want Shedeur, then your mind's made up. That's fine. If you're like, can I see the menu?
Oh,
Pick is in. Trey with a $50 super chat representing Falcons today. Trey gets Falcons today within $30 of joining the 100 club. Okay, if you're like just best player, it's Xavier Watts. Iowa Manor, if you want to go with a more like big blocking receiver. Marcus Bowe would be a nice, addition to the interior offensive line, but you did that last year with Zach Zinter, so you probably don't need to feel the need to go back there. Jalen Walker, $50 super chat. Everyone show Trey some love. Jalen Walker should have been a top 10 pick. James Pierce easily could have gone 15 respectively had it not been for character concerns. Even if our first is a top 15 next year, which it won't be, then all we did was utilize our pick a year early, A+. Trey, true, don't exclude that you also swapped your second for their third this year from 46 to 101. So that's a little bit of the piece of the pie, but yeah, You did just kind of borrow your first-round pick from next year and use it this year. Trey, thank you very much for your super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Always being a huge supporter of the channel. Shout out to Trey, everyone. Someone finished the alley-oop for Trey. He's got Falcons today at 71. Can they get to the 100 club? Browns are on the clock. We'll look over what the Browns have picked so far in the draft, and their pick is in. I feel like they're not going to go quarterback. I don't know. I feel like they're not going quarterback because they're still stuck on like the ESPN table crew. So if it was going to be a quarterback, they would have flipped it over to the main stage earlier. All right, who do you want the Browns to pick? Let me know. I'm going to say Xavier Watts. If I had to pick one name right now, that'd be the name I'd go with. Okay, eyes are closed. Eyes are closed. Pick is in. All right. Tell me when to open. Can I guess? Let me know when it's on screen. Okay, I'm not looking. All right, let me ask a question. Is it Shedeur Sanders? Oh! Dillon Gabriel. Well, we kind of suspected a quarterback would be in play at some point. Just thought he'd be like a round 5-6 guy. But the Browns do go quarterback, and it is Oregon's Dillon Gabriel. Holy smokes. So here's what we're going to do, Reed. Let's break this pick down right now, and then we'll talk about Gabriel for the first half, and then we'll kind of do grades in general for the second half. Not quite, just kind of verbalize, go pick by pick, and I'll give grades out for all of them. No, we'll do it this way, trust me. Yep. So Dillon Gabriel, holy smokes. Like, that kind of just took, the words out of my mouth a little bit because you think, no. Yep. You just think if they were going to go quarterback, it would be Shedeur Sanders at that point. Wow. Dillon Gabriel. I view as a day 3 guy who's got some upside, but there's a lot of question marks about the ability to translate to NFL game day, and that's the pick for Cleveland at 94. So the Browns get a quarterback. It's just a quarterback no one really saw coming. So let's learn all about Dillon Gabriel. Give me your grade right now for Dillon Gabriel. We're going to move Avi afterwards. Yes. Yeah. I don't have a good reason as to why Shedeur Sanders has been just blackballed. But that is a great way to put it, Tony. Dillon, the way you reacted, I knew it was kind of a fun pick. And then, yeah, no, Dillon Gabriel. All right, here we go. Are we ready to rumble? Okay. The Browns go quarterback in round 3, just not the quarterback you thought it would be. Oregon's Dillon Gabriel. So let's learn all about the Oregon quarterback, and then we'll talk about passing on Shedeur Sanders and the Browns draft grades altogether from day 2 of the NFL draft. But first, Gabriel. Let's get a little bit of background on him. He's a little bit smaller. I mean, he's not even 6 foot. He's 205 pounds. He's not really what you'd expect from an Andrew Berry type pick, right? Doesn't have very big hands. He's also old. He's going to turn 25 years old in December. So he's played a lot of college ball. He started off at UCF, you might remember. He played 3 seasons there. He had a brutal season-ending injury early in 2021. Then he goes to Oklahoma, plays 2 years for the Sooners, plays great football for them too as well. Then last year, 1 year up in Eugene. He's first-team All-American, Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year, 3,800 yards, 37 touchdowns. So, more about him just overall as a player. Just kind of the, cliff notes. One, he is lefty, so get used to that a little bit. He's got a great understanding of the game, which I'd hope after playing for a long time. But he is not viewed as a very gifted athlete or passer. He doesn't have some really strong cannon of an arm. He's accurate, which, listen, when you play college football for 6 years, I kind of hope that you know what you're doing when it comes to reading defenses. He's got like decent mobility. I'm not going to say he's like a slow poker or anything like that, right? He can use his legs when he needs to, but I don't know if I'm going to look at him as like, hey, here's a Lamar Jackson kind of quarterback who can really bring a whole new threat to the offense. Willing to be proven wrong on that part right there, but that's always been my kind of interpretation of Gabriel. So now for some of the negatives. He's not very big. Small hands. So that's tough in Northeast Ohio. When it gets cold, you got to big hands to grip that football when you play in Cincinnati and Baltimore and Cleveland and Pittsburgh in December and into January. That's going to be a little bit of a red flag for sure. He doesn't have like a cannon of an arm, like I said earlier. I don't know if he's really going to translate well to the NFL. I don't think that his style of play is going to come out on Sunday. I believe that he is a quarterback who worked well in a lot of systems he played in. I'm not sure he ever created much on his own when he was freelancing. I just don't think Gabriel is going to be a Sunday starter at the next level. But the Browns wanted a quarterback, obviously. Shedeur Sanders was there, and now it's looking like, as I'm filming this during, the Browns pick and right afterwards the Patriots pick, he might fall out of the first 2 days altogether and be a 4th or 5th round draft pick. So more on Gabriel and then just day 2 grades in general. Really quickly, if you haven't yet, please subscribe. We're trying to grow this channel. I need your help to do so. So if you haven't yet, scroll on down and click that sub button. Here's what Brugler had to say about this pick. Gabriel looks small in the pocket and has some limitations as a downfield thrower, but he is a rhythm passer with the football instincts and mature intangibles to overcome his physical shortcomings. Has a fighting chance to earn a backup role in the NFL. Yikes. Not super encouraging to say the least right there. I think what teams maybe are kind of searching for is, hey, who's the next Brock Purdy? Like, who's a guy that played a lot of college football, who can get into an NFL huddle, who knows how to run an offense, who isn't trying to play catch up, but just maybe doesn't have the greatest physical traits, doesn't have the strongest arm. But despite that, they are able to win a little bit with their head, right? Put themselves in good positions. And yeah, you may not have a full playbook with like Anthony Richardson where he can just air the crap out of the ball, but he's going to make sure that he makes the smart throws and the defense gives it to him. Right now, Gabriel joins a quarterback room that's got Flacco and Kenny Pickett competing for the starting gig. Ignore Watson. He's going to miss all of 2025 with an Achilles injury. I think that if you really wanted a shortened version on Gabriel, he's kind of like a point guard. I think Brugler said it in a very well way that he's going to scan the field. He's going to go through his progressions. He played a lot of football in college, so he knows how to run the offense. And at 94, a lot of things I've just said about him I feel like apply a little bit to Shedeur, and I'd say Sanders has better accuracy, better arm talent, not better legs. But the Browns, here's my kind of theory. If you're wondering, PD, why is no one taking Shedeur? At this point, it does feel a little bit like it can't just be the talent, right? Because why does Gabriel go before him if it's about talent? I've got a bad theory. It's bad, but it is a theory. I'm going to say that the theory is that coaches are afraid to get Shedeur Sanders because then Deion Sanders is going to come and coach that team the next year, and they don't want to have someone micromanaging them. So that's my working theory. All right, before we get to the round 2 draft grades, quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time has an awesome deal for Browns fans watching right now. If you want to go to a Cavs game, if you want to go to a Guardians game, if you want to go to any other sporting event in the area, check out Game Time right now. Game Time is a great place to get started to save $20 off your first purchase. Plus, you can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. The Atlanta Falcons selected Xavier Watts. We're going to break down that cut in just a minute, but we're going to finish off recapping the Browns selection of Dillon Gabriel, and then we're going to talk all about Atlanta trading up in round 3 to get Xavier Watts. So back to the Browns and Dillon Gabriel and everything Cleveland did in day 3 of the draft. Let's just recap what they did starting at pick 33, fast forward to pick 94 as I'm going to suspect the Browns are done with day 2 of the draft. So I'll give you my grades on these selections and just a little bit of a blurb on each guy. So Mason Graham went round 1, we know this. But then at pick 33, the Browns don't go quarterback, which look at how the rest of the board went, probably a very good decision. They went with UCLA linebacker Carson Schweizinger. I feel like this is a very good, safe, well-rounded pick. Maybe at 33, you want a bit more of a splash guy, and he was a one-year starter for UCLA. I'm not sure if he's going to step into that defense and be a huge playmaker for them, but he's going to hopefully provide some long-term security at the middle linebacker position, given Jordan Hicks is up there in the H column. Devin Bush is just kind of on borrowed time, playing year to year, and JOK's career is very much up in the air at this moment. So I'll give this grade right here. I'm going to give it a solid B, right? There were guys that went after that I would have liked more, but I don't think this is a boo kind of pick. No, it's kind of like Mason Graham. It's maybe not the fun, Christmas toy pick you were looking for, but I think in a few years you'll look back and go, yeah, the Browns maybe just kind of took out their iron and hit down the middle of the fairway. Quinshon Judkins, running back out of Ohio State. I'm going to give this one a B+. I think I would have probably gone with Travion Henderson or Caleb Johnson, but now I'm just nickel and diming them. I'm very happy that Cleveland went with a running back in day 2, specifically in round 2. They could not ignore their need for a back. I didn't want them to feel like, hey, we can find a good guy in round 4. Screw that. Go get your guy early in round 2. Don't try and be the smartest person in the room. I like this pick for Cleveland. I like the positional pick for Cleveland. So Judkins, I'm going to give this selection right here, like I said, a B+. All right, next up, it's Harold Fannin, Bowling Green State tight end. 1,500 yards last year. All of the awards possible for the MAC. I'm going to give it an A-. David Njoku's 29. He's had a lot of injuries over the last couple of years of his career. I like the Fannin pick a ton. He is awesome with the ball in his hands. He's a yards after catch, yards after contact demon. He's going to be a fun player on offense. Huge fan of this selection right here at 67. And then Dillon Gabriel, I'm going to give it a D. I don't think he's going to be an NFL starter. And okay, if you miss on 94, that shouldn't be a sinker. But no, I don't think Dillon Gabriel is going to be the Browns starting quarterback for the next 8 to 10 years. So, sorry, not sorry. I give this one a D. So, let me know, how would you grade all these selections, A, B, C, D, or F? Hop in the comment section. Don't be a stranger. For all of day 2, I'm going to give the Browns a B+. Right? I think I gave the Browns, which with all the ammunition they had, they didn't go for, big-time receivers and things like that, but I feel like the Browns are doing a good job of just plugging some holes on the roster, right? Kind of just playing it safe at some spots, but just addressing overall roster needs. So B+ for me for the Browns in day 2. Really appreciate everyone for tuning in. We will be, I'm not sure if we'll be live for day 3, but we'll have obviously videos for all the picks the Browns make in day 3. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. That way, any picks that come out, we're going to be the first ones to get a breakdown on it for you. Atlanta jumping back earlier into round 3 to get Xavier Watts. Very, very sorry to make you guys wait a few minutes. Big fan of this pick. What's the trade? Can we get the trade details? They were at 101. They jump up 5 spots to get Watts. I love this. I freaking love it. Xavier Watts had no business falling this far. Makes a trade with the Philadelphia Eagles. Like Terry Fontenot and his sidekick Ryan Pace, who used to be the Bears GM, love trading future assets away. They don't care about the future. They actually hate the movie Back to the Future. They gave up a future 5th to go from 101 to 96. And you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it one bit, because Xavier Watts, I think, is going to be this team's starting safety come October 1. Right? We'll look at Atlanta's safety room here, but I believe him and Jesse Bates are going to be this team's starting tandem and duo by the time the season wraps up. Huge fan of this pick. We're going to break down this selection right now and tell you everything you have to know about Xavier Watts. Sorry again, I kind of got some bad timing between the Browns and the Falcons right there, back-to-back-ish. But Xavier Watts, a Falcon, 3rd pick for Atlanta. I think he's going to compete with Jordan Fuller and DeMarco Hellams for that starting strong safety gig opposite of Jesse Bates. He was sensational last year for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So let's tell you everything you need to know about the Falcons' 3rd-round draft pick and my grade for it as well, which, spoiler, is going to be very, very high. Yep. The Falcons made a trade earlier into round 3 with the Philadelphia Eagles to land Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. So I'm going to tell you everything you got to know about him, and then I'm going to give you my grade for this pick altogether. But Atlanta, sitting there at 101, which was originally the Rams pick, got the itch to trade back, which they love to do, and they used a future 5th to move up 5 spots with the Eagles, and they select Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. I love this pick right here. I have no idea how or why Xavier Watts fell this far. He is a prototypical safety, 82 tackles last year, 6 interceptions, 16 pass breakups. He was a 4-star recruit coming out. He was from Nebraska originally, Omaha, redshirted in 2020. He starts the last 2 seasons for the Fighting Irish, consensus All-American, Sugar Bowl MVP in 2024. He is a ball hawk of a safety. 13 career interceptions, 7 in 2023, 6 in 2024. No other player in FBS had even 10 combined interceptions in 2023 to 2024. He's in a club of his own. Now, from a size-wise, I said prototypical. We can call it adequate. We can call it average. He's not going to stand out with his size or his strength or his speed, but he's not going to be that's not going to be a hindrance to him necessarily. Is he the best athlete on the field? Probably not. 4.58 40-yard dash. Again, not a liability. I don't think these numbers can be viewed as that's a problem. It's just not a calling card of his. But 13 interceptions over 2 years, consensus unanimous All-American safety. I mean, Bronco Nagurski Award winner for the nation's top defender in 2023. Yeah, I love it. Love, love, love it for the Falcons. Has great ball skills. Our NFL draft expert, Tom Downey, had him as his number 3 safety, 34 overall player. I mean, Terry went to bed last night with a huge smile on his face. And now he goes to bed tonight with maybe a bigger smile, knowing, hey, I got an incredible safety, and I didn't even have to give up much for him. I thought picking at 101, we'd be getting some guy that we hadn't even heard of before. Instead, they're getting an All-American safety. And all it cost you was a future 5th rounder. I can't say enough good things about this pick right here. I liked both the Falcons' first-round picks. This might be my favorite pick when you take into the value of where you got him and how good he is. The Atlanta Falcons, I think, are kicking ass in this NFL draft. Before I give you my grade, which you can already guess what it's going to be for Watts, make sure to subscribe. We recently crossed 35,000 subscribers. Greatly appreciate all of you who hopped aboard. Now we're trying to get to 36K, but we got to stop at 35.250 first. 238 away. If you haven't yet, please scroll on down, click that subscribe button. Now, a little bit more on Watts, and then we'll talk just grade for him and kind of what Atlanta has done the entirety of the NFL draft. So Dane Brugler from The Athletic has always good things to say about these players. Here's his write-up on Watts. Watts isn't a safety you want playing man-to-man coverage against slot receivers very often, but he is a solid run defender with the route anticipation and ball skills to sniff out plays from depth. He projects as an NFL starter and would fit best in a split safety zone-heavy scheme. Zone-heavy scheme? May I introduce you to Raheem Morris, who had the second most zone defense last year in the National Football League. I think Watts is going to step into that locker room and immediately compete with Jordan Fuller. Don't put him in situations where he has to use his speed and quickness to lock down a player. Let him read offenses. Let him sit in his zone and let him use his instincts and his ball skills and come up with big plays. Everyone's been focused, and rightfully so, on Atlanta's lack of a pass rush ever since Terry Fontenot took over, ever since this franchise was conceived, okay? Keep in mind, the interceptions and the takeaways have been poopy too. Before we wrap up today's episode, I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time has an awesome deal. Save even more when you choose a section and let Game Time choose the seats with zone deals. They make getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets, playoff tickets, and you can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So getting back to Atlanta and what they've done so far in the draft, I give the Xavier Watts draft selection an A+. I think this is going to be one of those picks that leads all of the articles tomorrow of best picks from day 2 of the NFL draft. Xavier Watts at 96? I think Atlanta was sitting in the war room going, are we watching like Impractical Jokers? How is this guy there? Yeah, give up a future fifth to jump up 5 spots and get Watts and Bates working together. This is going to be a fun defensive turnaround. You go Jalen Walker at 15. He's going to just be the future identity of this defense. I'm telling you now. Then James Pierce, who was the plan all along at 15, and that's your new heat-seeking missile to get to the quarterback. And finally, Watts to step into that secondary, which was kind of so-so last year, but it got a little bit of a pass because everyone was focused on the pass rush. Atlanta has not done a very good job of generating interceptions the last 2 seasons. Unless your name is Jesse Bates, everyone else has been subpar from that department. So, looking over the entirety of Atlanta's, day 1 and day 2 draft picks, I give the Falcons so far an A. Starter. You got 3 starters for a defense that was abysmal on like a good day last season. Raheem Morris, he's got some speed to work with right there, and now he's got some experience and some playmaking to work with here. Atlanta has a 4th-round pick. Then they pick again in round 7, and that's it for the Falcons. So they only have 2 more picks in the NFL draft unless they make some more moves, which they could trade back from round 4, get an extra 5th, and walk out with 3 picks instead. But honestly, they could give up their picks right now, and I'd give the Falcons an A. I'd give them an A for all the picks they've made so far. All right, here are some of the best available players as we move into day 3 of the NFL draft. We're filming this right towards the end of round 3 of the draft. Denver traded right back into round 3 with the Falcons pick at 101. So we've got some possible movement going on here with 2 more teams picky as I'm filming right now. But I love this pick for Atlanta. All right, how would you grade the pick so far? I give the Falcons, I give them an A. I give the Xavier Watts pick an A. I give all these picks an A. I think the Falcons are killing it. I'm not trying to be a homer or be biased or anything like that. I genuinely feel that the Falcons are kicking ass and taking names in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're going to have more draft coverage tomorrow, so come back then as we break down every single pick by your Dirty Birds. And the Broncos just took LSU defensive end Savion Jones. So we're going to break down this pick for Denver, give our grades for the Broncos through day 2 of the NFL draft as they hopped back into round number 3. Quick plug here before we break down this Broncos pick. Venmo, I know it's kind of a side tangent right now. Venmo $5 for a chance to win this Browns Report hat to Matthew Petey. If you want to support the channel and get a piece of Browns gear in the same process from the channel, $5 Venmo, and you get added to that raffle. So we'll put the information on screen. We're going to do that raffle in about 10 to 15 minutes, so stick around for that. But Savion Jones, the pick for Denver at 101, which originally belonged to Atlanta, but the Broncos make a trade with the Eagles to get back into round 3 for the LSU pass rusher. Yeah, the rich just get richer right now in Denver. The number 1 pass rush in football just added LSU's number 1 pass rusher in Savion. So here's the information if you want to get added to that Browns Report hat raffle. But let's break down this Savion Jones pick, and then we are going to give grades for all of Denver's work so far in day 2 of the NFL draft. The deliriousness is starting to kick in, if you have not noticed. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Bartkus, as the Vikings make the final pick for round 3 and day 2 of the NFL draft. You ready? Yeah. Let's do it. Vikings to conclude day 3 of the draft take Tay Felton, wide receiver out of Maryland. No, they don't know what any of these names are. Okay. Oh. Okay. Are we ready? Do we have the trade? All right. The Broncos traded back into round 3 of the NFL draft to select LSU defensive end Savion Jones. So let's break down the pick here, talk about the player. Then I want to talk about everything Denver did in day 2 and my grades for the picks. But the Broncos were done in day 2 after picking in round 2 and round 3, but they made a deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. They went from 111 up to 101, and in exchange for that, they give the Eagles an earlier 3rd-round pick and a 6th-round draft pick. So their draft capital for tomorrow just got 1 pick lighter, but they did get the Eagles' 4th-round pick in return. So let's talk about who Savion Jones is, and then I'll tell you my overall thoughts on the pick. 1, you're getting a, great mold of an NFL defensive end. This is what you're looking for from a height, weight, length type of defensive end at the next level. He was a 2-year starter for the Tigers, played 4 seasons down in Baton Rouge, a 4-star recruit coming out of Louisiana. Now, he never really had the big production that teams were looking for. That was their earlier pick in Pat Bryant, but now we'll look at Savion Jones' stats from this year as he put up 4.5 sacks, 43 pressures, so the production is why he is a pick 101 guy. He's got prototypical, like I'd say above average NFL height, weight, size for a defensive end. He just never was able to really, I guess, put it all together in college. There's a little bit of inconsistencies altogether, but the profile is there. So if you're one of those people that go, you can't teach speed, you can't teach height, he's your man. But he's a little bit stiff, as Tom Downey points out. But I feel like this is a pick where Denver goes, I know we just led the NFL in sacks a year ago, but we've got John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen entering contract seasons. So if we just want to have a little bit of an insurance policy, plus, can you ever have enough pass rushers? I don't think so. So Denver does add to their defensive line. In a 3-4 defense, I expect him to be like a 5 technique, right, where Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers play. So he's not going to step on Jonah Ellis or DeAndre Tillman's toes when it comes to getting snaps. I think he's going to slot in with, Wazirike and Jackson and Henningsen and compete for snaps in a rotational spot with Allen and John Franklin Myers. Overall, I like this pick for Denver. I was a little surprised they jumped back into round 3, but we know how valuable cornerstone positions like pass rusher are. Teams feel like you can never have enough of them. So not a huge whopping surprise that with Denver's first 4 picks in the draft, one's a corner, one's a pass rusher, because those are building blocks for NFL teams. So here's the trade once more. Denver does give up a draft pick for day 3 in the process, so a little bit later on Saturday now, but they go out and get a pass rusher who they feel can be a big piece of that rotation. So Savion Jones, the 4th pick altogether in the first 2 days. My grade for Savion Jones, and then I'll do grades for these 3 guys or these 2 guys right here. But starting with Savion Jones specifically, since he was the last pick, I'm going to give this one like a B-, which I don't think every pick has to be an A in order for it to be positive. Personally, I would like a couple more B- in college. So not a bad grade in my opinion. I think Jones is going to be a nice rotational piece. If he can pop up to like 6 sacks and, be a career path of like a John Franklin Myers, I think we'd all be very happy with that. Now, before we look at the rest of what Denver did in day 2, quick shout out to all of you who have subscribed to the channel. Greatly appreciate you supporting us. But if you haven't yet, help us reach 35,000 subscribers. Scroll on down, click the subscribe button for the best free Broncos draft content out there. So let's get back to what Denver was doing overall in day 2. But first, a shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time has an awesome deal for Broncos country. They make getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So looking at day 2 as a whole for the Broncos, this might be my favorite. Actually, it is my favorite pick. I know that everyone hates the guy who's a bit of a Debbie Downer during the draft, and we're all supposed to be optimistic, and we're all supposed to love every pick, and they're all going to be Hall of Famers. I don't know what to make of these. RJ Harvey is a bit of a smaller running back who's got some, good power for his size, but I would have preferred Caleb Johnson 10 times over 10, right? Next, they took a wide receiver that no one had heard of. Pat Bryant out of Illinois. Most people thought he'd be like a round 5 guy. He's like a Cortland Sutton, like a Kirkland Cortland Sutton. That's, I guess, not the worst thing in the world, but there were better options out there. I know that Sean and George Payton know more than I do. I'm just a YouTuber. I know. You're not telling me anything I don't know. But also, Are GMs and coaches always right when it comes to the draft? If I had said Paxton Lynch was a bad pick, would you say, you don't know what you're talking about? You're not smarter than the head coach or the GM. I'm going to give, let's go with first the RJ Harvey pick. I'll give a grade for that, and then the Pat Bryant pick. So Savion Jones, I gave a B- to. RJ Harvey, C-. I think Sean Payton's making it clear he wants to have a committee backfield. RJ Harvey can excel in one area and may not be great in other areas, but that's what you got Estime and McLaughlin for. I would have preferred to just go out and get a bell cow back. Sure, that's not what Payton wants to do, but his system hasn't worked the last 2 years. And I feel like Johnson would have been a much better solution to that problem. Then you go with a wide receiver from Illinois in Pat Bryant. I'm going to give this one a D+. I want to be wrong. I'm not rooting for them to suck, but I also don't want to just pump your tires and tell you every pick's an A. So I give this one a D+. There were receivers out there like Jalen Milroe from Iowa State, Elick Iomanner from Stanford, who I thought would have been better picks at that spot. So overall, recapping Denver's day 2, I mean, Jahdae Barron, I woke up this morning feeling more confident about than I went to bed last night thinking. I don't think tomorrow when I wake up I'll feel that same way about these picks right here. No. So I'm going to give Denver for day 2, a C-. Draft grades are dumb. They are dumb. I'm doing it and I think it's dumb. You know, we're not going to know for another 3 years. But if you just kind of want to scratch that itch of, what do you think? I think it's a C-. I think with all 4 of these picks, it's a C. Jahdae Barron's a great best player available. These 2 I don't really like. Savion Jones at 101, that's par. So how would you grade the picks? C- for me. For day 2, altogether, I give it a C. Give me your thoughts in the comment section below. We will be back tomorrow, of course, for day 3 of the NFL Draft. So if you want more coverage on your favorite team, click that subscribe button down below. Lock yourself in for some of the best free Denver Broncos YouTube content out there. Okay. We have a few supers to catch up on, so I want to get to those supers first. Then we're going to do the race for this Browns Report hat, and then we're going to sign off. There is nothing worse than having to be the bearer of bad news in the draft because everyone tells you you're wrong. And it's like, oh, they go, you don't know. And I go, but do you know? Falcons fans are riding a high right now. Who wants to get Falcons today over $100 in Super Chats? It's at 93. For the Xavier Watts pick, someone throw a celebration super in. Jordan, why is Shedeur getting passed down? Jordan, I'm sorry to make you wait so long. I think teams are just viewing him as kind of average to mid. But even then, average to mid goes round 3 most times. So, Jordan, I wonder if people are like, we don't really want to deal with Shedeur breathing down our necks. That's really all I can offer for an explanation. I'm equally as puzzled for you as you are when it comes to him not even going in day 2 of the draft. Jordan, thank you so much for your super chat. Next one rolling in from Jay. Wake up, Falcons just picked Petey Sleepy. Yep. Sleepy Petey. Sleepy Petey Fontenot. Wakey, wakey. Trey, Falcons finally gave us a draft where we don't have to pretend to like the picks. Best Falcons all-around draft in a long time. Shout out, Terry. Fontenot cooking right now. For sure, Trey. Absolutely, I 100%, echo this message right here. Invest Guy, I'm loving the Falcons 2025 draft. I wish we could have held on to Grady Jarrett to get a run with these new young bulls on defense. But I feel like that's kind of the point is they want to turn to a younger, speedier defense. So hence the move on from some of the older guys. But from a emotional level, I hear what you're saying for sure. Invest Guy, thank you for your super chat. Next one rolling in from He's Him. Pete, you ball back in the day? I played lacrosse in high school. Played football in middle school and then freshman year, and was a lacrosse goalie for all 4 years of high school. Played out. Carson the New, JOK. No, see, JOK is way faster. Like, that's what makes JOK so special. He's kind of like a safety at linebacker. Judkin's the new Chubb. Okay, fan of the new. You just like everyone. And Njoku, I don't think fans of new Njoku. Actually, Njoku's great at the catch. Maybe the last two have more traction than the first one. Okay. Corey Dots, Sawyer at 94, Milroe in the 4th. This was obviously well before those picks happened. Corey, sorry to make you wait, and sorry this did not come to fruition for you. Christopher Stofira, AB is drafting as if he knows he is the GM next year, which I appreciate. That's how all GMs should draft. Do what's best for the team, not for their own personal job, security. Thank you so much, Christopher. Ken G, what are the odds the Browns pick another quarterback if Howard or Sanders is there? Trade Pickett. No, I think they would just have 4 quarterbacks. I think just roll Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and 2 rookies, and then the top 3 make the roster, and the 4th guy's on the practice squad. I said the odds are not too low. He's him. Who should I get for my 2 jerseys? Well, he has the other one. Like, he's upgraded the first one to Joe Flacco jersey. This is costing me a fortune. Which, not costing me a fortune, but it cost me a bunch of time. Okay. Next super chat coming in. Camden retracted it. The Browns have retaken the lead in super chats over the Broncos breakdown. My computer has completely frozen. Let's keep going on supers though. I see 2 in Falcons. Yeah, Browns $4 lead in super chats over the Broncos channel. Milvet 313 and Zenzi, who's your favorite C team? I get this question, frequently. I cover 3 teams here at Chat Sports, and when you work in this capacity covering the NFL, after a little while, you just start to separate the art from the artist, and you just start to enjoy covering the NFL and not just being a fanboy. So it's a lame answer, I know that, but it is the truth. Okay. So all 3 channels, by the way, I just want to say thank you for sticking around and watching so late into Friday night. All 3 are very close to the next milestone in super chats, right? The Browns report is $12 away from 300. Falcons is $4 away from 100. Broncos is $16 away from 300. So shout out to everyone who has supported the channel. Thank you all so much for going above and beyond to, show some love to this channel. Duck race time for the Browns report hat. I'm going to slack the names to TV. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Anyone wants to help, push those channels over the next milestone would be pretty awesome. Okay. Last call, $5 Venmo to Matthew Petey to get entered to a Browns report hat. We'd love to have a Broncos and Falcons one in the future. Ken G. Trevor B. Bain. Brett. Charlie. Okay. I just slacked you the names. Is he going to go undrafted? Anyone ever pick Shedeur Sanders? Yep. We need someone to get all these channels over the next milestone. We're so close in all 3. So close. Need the MVPs from all 3 respective channels to put their channel on the back. Like what the Falcons have done. Love what the Falcons have done. like what the Browns have done. Meh on what the Broncos have done. That's really the short and sweet version of what's happened so far. Okay. Yep, I'm ready. So those are the names right there for the Browns Report hat. Last call. I'll give it like 30 seconds. Venmo $5 at Matthew with 2 T's, PD. 5. To get added to the Browns Report raffle hat. Yeah, I thought so. Camden with a $5 super. Camden gets the Broncos channel within $12 of 300. Thank you, Camden. Someone help Camden out. It's at 289. Got to get to 300. All right. Give it a few more seconds, and then we're going to jump into our duck race to wrap up day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We are not even halfway done. 3 out of 7 rounds. Okay. I'm ready. Send the duckies in 3. Oh, no. They're off. Yeah, I did. Fair enough. Wi-Fi lit J, I'm going to say corner. Shedeur could go to any of the 32 teams. Like, he's just going to be like any other quarterback that gets taken in day 3. You don't need to have a need at that point. You just go, hey, it's an important position. We think he could be half decent. For the Browns Report hat, right now it's Trevor B and Ken G duking it out. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Ken G making a push. Bane and Brett making a push.
4.
Ken G wins it. Ken G, email me so I can send, or so you can email me so I can get your address, and then I can send you the hat. Let's throw up Camden Super Chat. If we don't get another Super Chat, we'll sign off. Greatly appreciate. Crockett gets Falcons today over 100. Browns and Broncos has a $1 lead, by the way, right now. Camden gets the Broncos channel to 304 with a $15 Super Chat. Browns channel 288. Last one to reach the milestone. All right. Let's throw these last few Super Chats up on screen, and then we'll sign off. Yep, Denver and Atlanta with 2 Super Chats. Great job, PD. Rise up, ATL. Crockett, thank you so much for your support. Hope you're having a good NFL draft with us. Appreciate your support. Next one coming in from DeAndre Williams. Let's go Falcons. Great draft so far. We should definitely go Ty Robinson in round 4. That's the defensive tackle he's talking about. I think it's either going to be DT or corner, but maybe Atlanta just finds another great player that falls into their lap. Maybe it's Shedeur Sanders. DeAndre, thank you so much for your super. Camden from the Broncos channel. Not a bad draft by the Broncos. Pretty good players overall. Pat Bryant, come on. I think now we're kind of reaching a little bit here. You know what I mean? I like the first pick, and I feel like it's just gotten, honestly, like it went good, bad, worse, better. Camden, thank you so much. And for your 15 to get the Broncos in the lead at $304 in Super Chats versus the Browns at $288. So unless someone from the Browns sends in a Super Chat to top that in the next 10 seconds, that's going to do it for us on our Day 2 live coverage. We've been live for how long? Ken G at 20 gives the Browns a $4 lead at the buzzer. Ken G, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Ken G from the Browns Report. All right, we've been live since 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. 4:30 Central. We've been live for 6 hours. been standing for 6 hours. Okay. Oh my God. 6 hours and 9 minutes. I can't wait to sit. Let's throw Ken G Super. Here's to put the Browns over the top and my duck finally showing up. Ken, your ducky did come through. Happy that you were able to win that duck race. Okay. Enjoy. No, I'm not even enjoying the rest of your night. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. It's 11:45 on the East Coast and 9:45 p.m. in Mountain Time. So get a good night's rest because we get going early tomorrow for day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft.